these conversations? How are we going to progress what we are discussing here so that it can have the attention that it so requires? Thank you so much, delegates from across the world, joining us online, joining us here at the Safari Park. It's been amazing just hearing the great ideas, what's working where, what can we learn. I think yesterday we were cautioned not to be an island of excellence. And we were asked that, hey, remember that as you excel as a revenue administration, remember to carry your regional block with you so that all of you can prosper at the same time. Delegates, this has been the Kra Summit. The first 2 days, the Africa Customs and Tax Conference. And today we segue into the annual tax summit, where now we begin to have the conversation around domestic resource mobilization. These two are cousins, these two are bedfellows, and we want to hear what happens in your organizations, what happens in your countries, what it is that we can learn moving forward. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we finish our day 3 of our meet here together. We've got 3 sessions together. The first one will focus on domestic resource mobilization for economic transformation. We'll hear from various speakers. What's the African perspective? What is the Kenyan perspective? And how can we progress forward? We'll then segue into e-tax. Yesterday we had a conversation around customs and e-tax, a very interesting conversation around the environmental taxation around customs. Today we also talk about the environmental taxation. What is the potential that lies there for our domestic resources? What are the strategic approaches? You want to stay in for that conversation. And then we finish off, we cannot run away from technology. I think yesterday we were reminded that as much as we are in the tech age, tech cannot exist without humans, and we cannot replace technology with human intelligence. So we are going to wrap up the day with technology and how can we leverage on emerging technologies and innovation to enhance revenue mobilization. We do have a great menu lined up for you, and allow me to kick us off and request the Commissioner for Strategy, Innovation and Risk Management at the Kenya Revenue Authority, Mr. Alex Mwangi, to please come onto the podium and start the day for us, and then we can progress thereafter. A round of applause for Commissioner Alex, please.
Good morning. Good to see you today. And as Wageni has said, the last 2 days we focused on customs. But today we are going to look at domestic taxes. KRA directors, commissioners general, commissioners KRA, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Kenya Revenue Authority, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for joining us in this essential engagement. Today marks the 3rd day of our summit, and we warmly welcome you to your participation in sharing knowledge and insights. At KRA, we are committed to enhancing compliance among taxpayers and to boost domestic revenue mobilization. And to achieve this, we continually strive to improve efficiency of tax administration, trade facilitation, and encourage voluntary fulfillment of tax obligations. A cornerstone of our strategy to achieve this fostering stakeholder engagement, we believe that taxpayers' involvement is vital to our process, and our goal is to build strong, lasting partnerships. KRA has evolved into a more approachable, customer-centric organization, open to meaningful dialogue on matters that concern our taxpayers. We have established structured engagement to address key related issues, and that it is precisely why we are gathered today here for 3 days. This conference is part of Taxpayers Month activities, during which we actively seek your valuable feedback. It also serves to strengthen the relationship between taxpayers and KRA, reinforcing our commitment to our nation's economic responsibilities. We invite you to participate in open and candid discussions. Your insights, challenges, and are crucial as we work together to address the issues affecting our taxpayers. Our goal is to develop practical solutions that simplify and streamline tax administration process and facilitate trade, making it more efficient for all stakeholders. Once again, thank you for your participation in this summit. I look forward to a productive and insightful exchange of ideas and suggestions. We have had very good engagements in the last 2 days, and I believe this today will be the hallmark of all these discussions. And much has been said on why we really need to be efficient, to mobilize, being able to fund our budgets, being able to mobilize enough revenue for our government. And today we are going to look at exactly that. Wageni has outlined the program for today. So mine is just to encourage us to participate throughout the day. Looking at the delegates, I can see they are sharp. They are ready to start. So welcome for today's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Alex. I think he deserves a better round of applause from us. Thank you for starting the day with us. We shall have remarks from the chairman of the Medium and Small Enterprises Authority, Mr. James Mureu. Please come on, Mr. Mureu, and give us your quick remarks. They will set the stage for our discussion this morning. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, and good morning, delegates. First of all, let me thank my friend Humphrey and Dr. Mugambi for inviting me. My name is James Mureu, and I'm the chairman of the Micro and Small Enterprises. Previously, I chaired, or I was the deputy president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. I also served in the KEPSA board as the chair of the economic diplomacy, and I'm also the president of the Trans-Pacific Africa Chamber of Commerce and Industry domiciled in Washington, Seattle. So this morning, I would like to share my thoughts. I know you're talking about tax, but tax must come from somewhere. And so when my friend Dr. Mugambi, who I've known for many, many years, I've known Dr. Mugambi from the day when he was in JKUAT, and he used to insist that I go to JKUAT to speak to the students, the graduates, before they come into the real world. You know, the controlled environment in the college, in the university, is not what they come to find. So I used to go and speak reality to his students. And so we've had a good relationship since then. Humphrey Watanga is also a good friend. And so this morning, as I figured out what to speak, I thought, let's do some reality check on how tax should be collected. I'm a dairy farmer as well. And I know as I deal with my cows, I want to deal with the ones that produce most milk first, isn't it? Like all of us, if you have dairy cows, you want to target the ones that produce milk first, must be fed first. Whether it's in China or in Africa or in Europe, that's a common practice. You know where your great returns come from. So it is imperative that you pay attention to that area. And so from where I sit as the chair of the micro and small enterprises, I see a bit of a disconnect between the tax collection and the people that are having the numbers. And they say numbers don't lie. In the SME sector, we have upwards of between 16 and 18 million. Actually, we are about to embark on a baseline survey to establish the real numbers. But top of the head, looking at the Hustler Fund figures, we are upwards of 16 million. Now, 16 million Kenyans is not a number that even the taxman can afford to ignore. And so there is empirical evidence and relationship between those numbers and how you treat them and how I treat my cows that produce more milk. The better I treat them, the more milk I get. If I ignore them at my own risk and peril. And so as we embark on this journey this morning, let me bring some glaring facts about the sector. Now, this sector employs upwards of 90% of the labor force in this country, right? And it contributes upwards of 30% to GDP. Mr. Taxman, can you ignore that sector? I don't think you can, and you shouldn't. However, in this sector, and I'll give you a quick example. If you have your calculator, do some math now. We have about 3 million boda riders, these people who do rides around the whole country, about 3 million. Give it even 2 million. Each boda consumes about 10 liters of fuel every day, every single day. They don't have Sunday, they don't have weekdays. If you calculate the cost of fuel at 190 shillings times 3 million people times 10 liters, divide by 2, assuming that 50% of our fuel price is tax, or even take 40% of that, you get your numbers about the indirect tax that this sector contributes to the exchequer. But sadly, and I'll say this, sadly at the end of the trading year, Kenya Revenue Authority honors the big ticket payers who don't contribute even a tenth of what these boda riders do indirectly. And I'm just talking about the fuel they consume. Never mind the fact that they'll go and have a meal somewhere, they'll have a drink somewhere, they sit down and buy they'll go to a shop and buy some clothing items or whatever, and still pay some indirect tax. So we need to refocus. And I'm saying this because this informal sector has largely been regarded as informal and therefore, quote and unquote, not very important. It's the formal sector. But the formal sector in totality employs less than 2 million people. So if you look at who is carrying the burden of this country, it is the informal sector. So my call this morning to Kenya Revenue Authority is turn your attention to where your big source of revenue is likely to come from in future. This sector is largely unbanked. Nobody looks after them. Banks don't trust them. But guess what? That is where resilience and innovation lives. Those are the most innovative. In fact, at the turn of COVID-19 pandemic, they were the first ones to rise from the ashes. As other people were grappling, they picked up themselves and ran because they have nowhere else to run to. They must work and do what they have to do. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me just reiterate the fact that we cannot ignore this sector. And I would like to see a better partnership between Kenya Revenue Authority and this sector. There is a way we can formalize this sector, directly or indirectly, by using your CSR programs to build shades for them. They work in very deplorable conditions, yet they still work. The Juakali will continue making their metal boxes and their equipment in Kamukunji and wherever, Jugo Road, Ngong Road, you've seen them at work, but they are not formal, so that they end up going to hospital with their businesses, going for holiday with their businesses. If we try and formalize them by building shades and allowing them then to be shade number 1 belongs to Mogambi, shade number 2, Mureu, after some time, it's not very difficult to ask them to pay a little tax. And I want you to put your finger on that. If you do that, I promise you the bottom of the pyramid will suffer less because they'll be able to contribute to the national development. At the moment, the government is grappling with tax collection because only, I don't know whether I'm right, but maybe a paltry 21% of Kenyans are actually contributing to the tax requirement in this country. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our thoughts around the SME. That's the next growth frontier for the Kenya Revenue Authority. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Chairman James Mureu, for that. For our international delegates, a boda boda is a motorbike that is used for as a public service vehicle. Thank you for just challenging us on the nexus between the revenue collector and the revenue producer, might I just say. How do we formalize the informal sector? That gives us gives way into the conversation we're just about to have on plenary number 1 today, or plenary number 5, on harnessing the potential of domestic resource mobilization for economic transformation. What James has shared is a challenge for us, but we have untapped potential. This session will be moderated by Kwame Wino. Kwame Wino is the Chief Executive Officer at the Institute of Economic Affairs Kenya. Kwame, if you could join me on stage and kindly introduce your panelists, and we will have a presentation giving us the African perspective from Emeka Nkwanko, who is the head of member services at ATAF, which is the Africa Tax Administration Forum. Kwame? Karibu sana, and please introduce your panelists to the delegates.
All right, thanks for the kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. So we are talking about domestic resource mobilization, and I have with me 6 panelists whose names I'll call, and please come up and take your seats. So, of course, we'll have Emeka Nkwanko, who's the head of member services at ATAF. Please come forward. And we also have Mr. Richard Kapasa, Acting Commissioner, Business Facilitation at the Zambia Revenue Authority. Please come forward, Richard. Mr. Brent Malahai, who's the Group Chief Strategy Officer at the Equity Group. Is he here? No. And then Mr. Ashif Kassam, Mr. Ashif Kassam, who's an independent director of the Kenya Revenue Authority. Welcome. Then we have Rispa Simiyu, who's the Commissioner for Domestic Taxes at the Kenya Revenue Authority. And Mr. Anthony Mudungu, founder Totsai. They'll each tell us what they do. And finally, Ms. Naomi Mathenge, who's a senior economist with the World Bank office in Kenya. So we'll start with a presentation, and Emeka will give us a 15-minute presentation. He's the head of member services at ATAF, so he'll give us an African perspective. He'll give us a 15-minute presentation, and thereafter we'll proceed to the panel discussion. So Emeka, welcome.
Good morning. As Wageni had said, and as the moderator has said, my name is Emeka Nkwanko. I'm the head for member services of African Tax Administration Forum, which is a membership-based organization on the continent that currently has a membership of 44 countries on the continent, mainly the revenue administration, The idea is to coordinate and have some sort of peer learning and be the African voice and drive efficient and effective tax administration on the continent. And it's a pleasure to be invited by KRA to be here today to just share some perspectives. Some of it is based on what we've seen working with countries, because we have both in-country mission where we support countries, and some of the studies we conduct and engagements we have. Unfortunately, 15 minutes is not enough to unpack the whole DRM conversation, but I'll try as much as possible to do what I can within that time. Now, usually I like to talk about why do we discuss DRM, because we can confuse this. We always say DRM, domestic resource mobilization, domestic revenue mobilization, depending on who you're talking to. But I think in this conversation, we'll be focusing more on the revenue, domestic revenue mobilization. And in this perspective, we're talking about taxes. But why do we discuss this constantly? What is the issue around this? If we are familiar with the EU agenda, the Africa Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, part of the provisions there is that the development in Africa as we want it, to drive it, needs to be driven by about, I think, 70% through DRM, basically, in funding that development. But taking it beyond the continent, looking at the SDGs, which is what basically we're all talking about in terms of development as the yardstick for measuring how we're progressing. In the last reports on SDGs, we'll see that about 50% of the SDGs are lagging behind. Only 12% are estimated to be achieved. 30 have lagged with no movement. And if we look at that, it's mostly developing countries also that these are coming from, which, I mean, African countries make most of it. So if that is the issue and we're not making that progress and we're already halfway through the SDGs, this makes it critical. Because again, if you look at that and look at, again, the Africa Agenda 2063, all this is to be funded through DRM. So DRM is, but we'll look for that to see how DRM finances that. But in discussing, again, this underachievement, we look at the financing gap. We see that since 2015, when we started discussing the SDGs, each year, if there is any study from the different, be the World Bank, be the UN, or even from the AU, it's either the financing gap is increasing with all the efforts, or we've not made a huge impact in reducing the financing gap. So again, it moves from 1.5 trillion to about 2.5 trillion, currently or thereabouts. If you add that to conventional round, IFFs, which again continues to grow, in as much as there's a lot of efforts to mitigate that, the question becomes, how do we bridge that financing gap? How do we mobilize DRM for that purpose? How do we mobilize revenue? And understanding the role of tax revenue in bridging that gap. We look at this chart you see from the African Tax Outlook 2023. You find out for most countries, I think for this particular year, we had about 36 African countries submit their data. If you look at that, you see that the budget, and when we talk about, again, the connection, funding this development, the budget is funded 80% by tax revenues for most African countries. So there's high dependence on tax revenue. This is just creating the importance for us to look at the linkage and the importance of tax when we talk about development in that context. So if we have budgets being funded 80% by tax, that means tax is critical. This doesn't yet mean that there's efficient performance of taxation. It simply means that we depend more on tax to fund the budget. If we take that a bit further and look at the tax to GDP ratio on the continent, in the last 12 years, it's averaged around 14% or thereabouts, hovers around 14 to 15%. When compared to, say, Latin America, Caribbean, not much difference in terms of that ratio. But if we compare with the developed world using the OECD average, we'll see that we're way behind. But again, caveat with tax to GDP ratio is for comparative purposes, right? It might not be the best measure because there are many factors that affect that. But the critical point for us here is, as countries on the continent, do we understand how much of our GDP we need in terms of tax revenue for us to be able to get the point of where we're going to in terms of development? Because usually you'll be told that if you have about, I think, 15 to 16% as a benchmark, your tax to GDP ratio is fairly all right. But then this could differ for countries because we're all at different stages of development, so our needs are different. If I'm already advanced in development with infrastructure, the additional funding I need to move to the next is different for someone that doesn't have the basic infrastructure. So again, as sovereign jurisdictions, we need to find out what is our status, what does it look like for us? Is 16% the target? Because this feeds into our compliance improvement plan. It feeds into, again, in terms of budget planning when we're looking at targets or strategic plan. What is the actual tax to GDP ratio for the jurisdiction that will be efficient enough to fund what we require as a country? And DRM is one of the ways. If we take that further to look at the tax structure on the continent, you find out there's a high dependence on indirect taxes at about 60% contribution. But if you dig deeper into that indirect tax, VAT is the biggest contributor at 30% of total tax revenue on the continent. And it has maintained that average over the last 12 years. Now, the debate is not yet out on VAT in terms of regressivity, but there's a lot of conversation about is it a regressive tax. But if you look at the structure, on the economic structure on the continent, yes, we have the mall culture growing, we have the chain stores, the departmental stores, but largely we all still buy from the same markets, the open markets. So again, when you're dependent on indirect tax, what is the impact? Because we have to look at the 4 R's of taxation in terms of redistribution and how it affects looking at the SDGs, poverty and all. What is the impact of that? Is it sustainable to depend on indirect taxes, especially VAT, as a source of revenue? If we look further amongst countries as we keep introducing excise tax, that's another indirect tax that is becoming popular across things like telecommunication, financial sector and all. Again, we look at the impacts because we have to balance this with development goals, not just the revenue, objectives. How does that impact? Is it sustainable? So that tells us there are underperforming taxes that we need to look at. And if you take a look at personal income tax on the continent, in the last 12 years, again, that has averaged between 16 to 18%, hovering around that, depending on the number of countries you bunch together. If we look at the developed world, again, as a basis for comparison, that is quite different. It contributes above 20% and much more. And we could look for that to look at the rates, for example, on the continent, which is probably, the marginal rates on average should be around probably 30% or thereabouts. Again, if you look at the developed world, you're talking about 40%. So again, is there something we need to look at underperforming taxes, be it personal income tax, be it capital gains tax, companies income tax? How do we balance that and move away from depending on indirect taxes? What do we need to do to make that sustainable? And in doing that, we have to consider the challenges. These are things we know we discuss all the time, the political interference, tax evasion, avoidance, and all those things. But the question is, how do we address this? Because we discuss them all the time. What do we do? First is enhancing policy, looking at the IFF framework and capacity building. But I look at the last part, which is the policy research. The data, data-informed evidence-based. Do we do our policies based on anecdotes or things we pick up, copy and paste? Or do we actually do our own research and thought leadership around our environment, starting at the national level, continental level, to understand our peculiar issues and how that matches so that we design tax systems that are fit for purpose for us specifically? Or do we take things that have been done in environments that are different from where we operate and then try to make them work within our system? Because it all starts with policy. Administration is basically you go from policy to legislation to administration, which is implementation. So if we don't get the policy right, the administration might never be right. So do we do that work? And it starts with having the data. Do we do this scenario-based analysis to understand what our policy choices, the implications will be, short, medium, and long term, and where we need to make adjustments? Do we come back to review policies that we implemented, say, in the last 10 to 15 years and see the impact it has had before we even make adjustments to them? Or do we anecdotally say, well, we need to make a 1% increase? We need to take away these exemptions, or we need to add these exemptions? Is it informed by data? Is it informed also by things beyond just the revenue administration and looking at the bigger picture of the economy and development? So that last part is very critical for most revenue administrations. But just to take a look again, looking at policy, because I always talk about deepening the tax base and expanding the tax base, because we have the impression that probably introducing more taxes is the way to go. But the question is, what is the efficiency of the existing traditional taxes? What can we do to deepen those? What are the areas we need to look at in that context? And one of the areas that is becoming, again, popular in the discussion or coming up is high net worth individuals. Again, there's a suggestion of a 3% effective tax rate, the billionaire tax, the Brazil G20, and that conversation is going on. But we need to look inward where we are now also. What are we doing? And if you look at the chart I have on screen, it's from Knight Frank, where they did a survey of wealth managers to understand, concentration of high net worth individuals. And if you look at this, it shows you the global breakdown of the population and percentage change. This was in 2022. looking at it, you see that most countries experience a decrease in high net worth individuals, apart from Middle East and Africa. And Africa is second in terms of, again, maintaining or growing high net worth individual. There's a breakdown of countries where you have Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Egypt, and such, as where these high net worth individuals are coming from. And this is also applicable to ultra high net worth individuals when you look at the data. So there's a growing group of high net worth individuals on the continent in that context. But in terms of looking at high net worth individuals, the question becomes, most conversations we're having is around administration, service provision. Large taxpayer units having a high net worth individual units to provide services, basically monitoring and enforcement. But there's a policy conversation. Do we understand high net worth individuals? Who are they? Are they employed? Because it depends on your economic structure. So are they CEOs, owners of business? Who are they? Because that determines the income and the type of income. What do they do? What is their priority? Is it capital appreciation? Are they focused more on growing their wealth? Are they focused on tax gains? Or are they just trying to avoid investigation? What is their motive? Because you need to understand that. Where do they put their investments? You might find in some jurisdictions, it could be in financial instruments, equities. In certain jurisdictions, it's in properties. All the estates you see that are probably empty and such. But understanding where they put this investment or this wealth, or how they hold the wealth, also helps you understand what the policy and how it affects them. Because you might think changing policy targeted at high net worth individual would impact them, but you find out that with the way they hold wealth, what you've adjusted or what you've put in place doesn't actually address high net worths in that regards. So again, we need to understand the space and how they are within the jurisdiction, because this might differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction while we work on the service provision. And there's notion around, is the best approach income tax? I spoke about effective rates, our income tax regimes. I know where I'm from, which is Nigeria. I think the highest marginal rate is about 24% or thereabouts, if I'm correct. So again, if I'm a high net worth individual and I know that the channel of taxing my wealth is income tax, I'll probably have tax residence in Nigeria, because compared to most places, that's quite low. So again, these are conversations to look at. Or do we look at capital gains, which on average is about 10% on the continent? If they are holding these things and assets that the return they get is through capital gains, is 10% optimal for us on the continent in looking at capital gains? Do we need to change something? But these are more of questions. So if you find my position is more of questions I'll be asking on things we need to put our mind around. How do we look at these things from a policy perspective, and how do we make the necessary adjustments? There's the issue of demographics on the continent. Currently in 2024, the UN estimates that there are about 1.5 billion people on the continent in Africa. And it's projected that by 2050, it will be at 2.5 billion. But the interesting part of this data set is about 70% of that population is assumed to be under 30. The median age on the continent is about 19 years, meaning we have a very young population. Why is this critical? Because this could be a driver amongst other conversations we're having. We're talking of growth in digital economy. Is demographics a driver of that growth in digital economy? Does it have a factor around that? There's the issue of the type of businesses or employment. Remote work is becoming a thing. I think Kenya is one of the countries now that is giving visa for remote work, if I'm correct, or something in that. And this might be the direction the world is going to. We have a lot of talents moving away from the continent, or being on the continent, but are not employed to work for entities on the continent. There's the issue of the types of businesses. I could start a business on my phone nowadays, whether it's supply of services or bringing in goods and such. So these demographics has a great impact, or impact we need to look at in terms of how it becomes a driver around other issues. But more importantly is the taxpayer that we'll be talking to in the next 5 to 10 years. It's probably not the same taxpayer we're talking to today. Because that median age of 19 in the next 10 years again would have moved into about 25 to 30, meaning again, they are the employees or the workers or people starting businesses. If you have 70% under 30, and if you're looking at the data by 2050, 25% of the global workforce is going to be from Africa. What is the implication? This doesn't mean that they'll be working in Africa. It doesn't also mean that if they are physically on the continent, that their employment is on the continent, because I spoke about remote work. So are we thinking ahead to see how this is a driver of what we're seeing now and how that would affect future taxation on the continent? More importantly for tax administration is also how we engage taxpayers. It might not be the same. People might not want to walk into the tax office anymore. People might ask more questions. People might be more, because you have a generation that is also, they question things now, or we question things. So are we going to use the same approach of being an authority versus being a service-oriented revenue administrations? Because demographics is changing and it's going to impact how we do business. So these are things we need to look at. This requires more research to understanding the impact of that within the economic structure, but also our operations and how we offer services to taxpayers. Then there's the issue of M&Es. We get excited about international tax, transfer pricing, taxing rights and all. Very important and critical. But is it a priority for every single African country or even the larger collective? If you look at most data sets around FDIs and the concentration of subsidiaries or M&Es, there's not a lot on the continent. So if I'm a country with about 10 M&Es or 5 M&Es within my jurisdiction, transfer pricing is important, international tax is important, but is that the priority for me? Do I overlook my domestic tax and put my resources around that because it's the popular conversation? Or do I need to get back to the basics and do the work that is needed? Because another thing is, if I don't have the foundation, if my compliance process is not correct, if my monitoring and enforcement is lagging behind, whatever I take from that international tax would also lag behind because the foundation is not there. I think as of 2021, looking at the data on audit cycle and audit yield on the continent, on average on the continent, audit cycle in terms of audit coverage rather, was about, I think on average 50 to 60%, meaning that revenue administrations on the continent only get to cover 50 to 60% of taxpayers within a 6-year cycle. If that is the case and I'm layering other issues on it, it's still that same 60% I'm going to enforce on. So again, while international tax is very critical, while the taxing rights is important, while transfer pricing is important, we also need to go back to the basics and do the work that is needed to build our systems, institutional capability, look at our domestic laws. What can we do? Colleague speaking earlier, the chair for SMEs, micro and small, spoke about, again, just the sheer number when you look at 80 million for Kenya in terms of micro and small. Is that a number we should actually look at how we focus and provide better service? Or should we just be looking again at the big entities? Yes, their checks are big, but is that also sustainable? I think somewhere between the last 5 years or 10 years after COVID and prior to COVID, there were a lot of exits in certain African countries in terms of M&Es. When those things happen and those exits happen, is the structure we're putting in place still sustainable for us? Because we've ignored what is within. So this is something for us to think about in terms of prioritization and how we structure and how we look at things. Because we have to start looking at what is peculiar, what is our situation? Do we understand our environment? Are we taking someone's environment and trying to make it ours? This is just to give an example of tax reforms that have happened and how that has been direct impact on revenue. Majorly here is about digitalization for Nigeria, including having the SEP, Significant Economic Presence Rule, and bringing in multinationals through that way, and other things. Now here, my caveat would be I spoke about excise on telecoms and financial sector, financial transactions and paying into banks. This, on the continent, we need to do more research and have conversations around. Because on one hand, we talk about financial inclusion, but then we're putting excise on deposits and mobile money, mobile banking and such. Is it counteractive? Yes, there's the immediate revenue need, but in the long term, we're talking about, again, we go back to informal sector. One of the ways of formalizing the informal sector is also financial inclusion, because then you see the footprints, you see their transactions. But if we're discouraging people from doing that by introducing more tax around that, is it counterintuitive on the long run for us? So finding that balancing act is very important, because it's becoming popular to put that on telecommunication sector, on banking transactions and such. But have we done some sort of impact analysis and research around that to know how that impacts us on the long term and in the future? So those are some of the things to think about. Voluntary compliance, digital channels, simplification, and taxpayer education. I spoke about being service-oriented. That's the direction to go, because the environment is changing. Here, just to point out, if you look at our belief for the Singapore Revenue Authority or department, it says taxpayers are generally compliant. That's the sense of service, because that should be priority. We assume they are compliant, so we design to be service-oriented. And the secondary part will now be for those that are not compliant, then we put those enforcements, monitoring and enforcement frameworks to tackle those. But if we put compliance and enforcements as the, again, priority, we forget the service parts, because now we're geared towards get them. But we have to look at it that taxpayers are compliant, because that way, Whatever we design in terms of policy administration is customer service oriented. We take the rest as a risk and put the risk framework behind to tackle those. Next is basically, again, coming now to that enforcement part. Of course, critical part here is our compliance improvement plan. What does that look like? But more importantly is technology and third-party data in the modern environment. What do we do with third-party data? How do we combine that with technology and machine learning to improve our processes? And in looking at that, I ask more of a question. We all know about, usually we have questions around the continuum, around compliance. You know, those that comply, those that only comply if they get detected, and those that intentionally do not comply. Yes, we see the continuum, but do we ever look at it to try within our revenue administration or within our jurisdiction to do an analysis to understand within each of this category, how many taxpayers can we pack in there? What is their compliance behavior drivers? Why are they in that category? How do we move them from that category if need be in understanding? Because we need to understand that compliance behavior to know how we move them across that continuum. In that, so do we do those? Do we understand the ratio within our revenue administration? If someone asks us now, who are those that just intentionally, are we able to? This might not be factual or things you get immediately, but do we have an idea of an estimation of this? And this comes through again, going back to data, our research, and understanding our taxpayers and trying to understand why they behave the way they behave. I do this to, again, look at new taxes. I spoke about if you don't improve the foundation, whatever you layer is the same taxpayer you're going to tax. So again, the question is, should the priority be improving compliance before we think about new taxes? Because then there's the issue of fair share and people connecting and feeling, okay, everybody's paying fair share, now I need to pay, versus introducing new taxes on the same set of taxpayers. So again, this just tries to analyze what happens with the choices, whether new taxes without improving compliance, combining it together, or just improving compliance. Then technology, very popular conversation, digitalization. Not a silver bullet, doesn't solve everything. All right. But here, the question is more around in our design of technology. This is, again, from the IFC, which is a World Bank organization. A survey of, I think, about 600,000 businesses, taken from country-level data. And if you look at this, you see that where countries most businesses are in terms of intensive use of digital technology is still very low. So in designing our systems, do we have this in mind? Are we looking at the big businesses who can afford it? Now, from our experience on the continent, we're seeing that most countries are changing their IT systems constantly, from legacy to other systems you develop and all. But in all this design, are we making it future-proof? Are we thinking of the small businesses? Are we thinking of all the taxpayers or those we know that will comply now? Of course, within that curve at the beginning, yes, there will be high yield because the big businesses are complying. But the question is, when all that is done, is there going to be a dip because it's not designed in a way that accommodates everybody and now you have to make a change? Critical in this technology conversation is e-invoicing because I have to kind of stop at some points. Most African countries are going into different digital reporting regimes, but we have to be intentional. We have to understand the taxpayers and how they will comply on the long run. But more importantly, we're talking about free trade on the continent. Is that going to be a barrier when we all have regimes that don't talk to each other? There's no interoperability. So again, in design, we have to be conscious about that, and there's huge need for coherence on the continent. Whether it's around the format or the guidelines on how invoicing works or digital reporting, because we're talking about opening up trade, and that will be required. So that's something to have in mind in design and have further conversation around. This is just around use of third-party data in Nigeria and South Africa, and how that has yielded to yield of revenue. For South Africa, that was around VAT, detecting VAT fraud. Third-party data usually comes from banks, financial institutions, and such. So this is very critical, and we have to have enabling laws that allow revenue authorities to get this data. Beyond the revenue part, it also helps with the research and understanding taxpayers. Just about institutional capacity, looking at the TADAT analysis. TADAT is the assessment to just look at the efficiency of tax administration. You find under Africa, A, on the rung of score, is the highest in terms of your performing well and you're the highest level of performance within that. In all the scores, if you look at it at the charts, A is only make up about 12% on the continent, and B is 10%. Most of the scores in C and D, C is when you just have a slight evidence or inclination that that thing is happening. D is where it doesn't exist at all. So you find that most tax administrations on the continent who have undergone through data assessments, our score is more in the later parts, meaning there's something about our efficiency that we need to look at. And this is very, very important when it comes to the capacity of revenue administration. Because it tests things around, for example, POA1, ask about you knowing your taxpayers, your tax register. And most African countries don't score A or B in that area, meaning we don't even know the number of taxpayers we have. So as a starting point, our taxpayer register. These are basic and primary, but it's very important because it goes through the value chain of compliance and administration. So we have to look at those and see how we do that. Here I just talk about the things I've kind of spoken and looking at the important legislation and administration. But the critical part here is thought leadership, understanding our environment, not copy-pasting, doing our own research, having the data to enable research, data-driven policy making, even in administration, even in resource allocation within the revenue administration, because we are digitalizing. Do we have data to inform us where we should push the human resources to? Does it go to verification? Does it go to audit? Or should it go to taxpayer education, being that we're reducing human intervention in terms of the compliance chain? So we also have data on the side of administration, not just in the policy process and such. I think in the course of time, I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Emeka. And I mean, he's given us a broad sweep, I mean, with quite some detail, starting with the data, why DRM is important. I mean, domestic resource mobilization is important. And I think this is one of the things that I'll try to emphasize three things before I ask the panelists to come through. First of them, of course, Africa's and Kenya's development imperatives are spoken for. You walk out of this place, you see. You see the deficit of public goods, which government should provide. If resources would allow, we can keep aside the fact about whether taxes are spent efficiently for a while. But the point is, the development imperative, whether you take it as our national development goals or sustainable development goals and all that, it's clear that there's a lot more to be done and the government needs resources in order to be able to, quote unquote, make those investments or provide those services that are required. And that financing gap, as is shown us through the data, is large. Actually, it's almost daunting. And he estimates it that the gap in Africa is almost $1.6 trillion. I think maybe that's perhaps in net present value terms. He's also demonstrated that the evidence suggests that conditional on the level of development, I think the tax to GDP ratios need to rise a little. We don't know by how much, even if we understand that tax to GDP questions are themselves the product of laws and compact about what people are willing and prepared to pay. He's talked about the significance of institutional capacity. I think that too is clear. And then he talked about the mix in taxation among African countries. I don't know whether the data had, and perhaps that's detailed, that could be provided in the report, but I don't know which countries were included. But he says that the mix of taxes for many African countries provides a problem because it's the higher dependence on taxes which are more subject to regressivity. And obviously that increases an equity question, which if you look at Kenya's, not just tax laws, but public finance management laws in the constitution requires equity in design of taxes and public spending. And then I think the main part again about that is basically enhancing tax policy and designing tax systems. He spoke about the peculiar demographics of the African continent, and that's clear for Kenya as well, a very young continent. That too has implications for taxation, not only in terms of the future, but it has implications for taxation design because if you have a young continent, yes, it means there'll be taxes collected in the future from the workers, but it also means that today people have higher dependency rates, which requires sensitivity the way you design those taxes. And that's especially salient for Kenya given some of the conversations, difficult conversations that we had in the last month with a couple of the finance bills. You have to design a system that's fit for purpose. That's taking his words entirely. So this, sometimes I get embarrassed when I hear people go to Germany and say, Germany's tax to GDP ratio is 40%. Let's have it in Kenya. Really? Germany has an unemployment rate of 2% or less. I mean, about 7% to be fair, or less. And here, underemployment and all that. So you emphasized a very, very critical question, which I think tax scholars make salient, but I think we need to actually say, you have to design your tax system to fit the structure of the economy. You talked about TNCs as well, and I think you're right, which is that question that more recently, there's always been some debate, especially because tax issues can also have political economy considerations, which is the view that, look, let's try and shift taxes towards transnational corporations. And you're showing us that that's a luxury that's available to some countries in Africa, not all. And so for countries, we have to design our own tax systems, not always thinking that transnational corporations are available, or be bullied into adopting global compacts, which might not necessarily have much for us to invest in. Instead, developing local systems, developing local capacity of institutions would be a priority. You did not mention this, but I think you mentioned something about how taxes respond to growth. I think economists call it tax buoyancy, which is you have to design a system, or think about systems in which tax rates collection grows in tandem with GDP growth. So if GDP growth is going, and tax as a share of GDP or taxes in general are flat or something that Kenya has experienced a couple of years back, then it tells you that something about the design needs to be reconsidered. And then you talked about the final question is, taxes are a function of law. The administration, therefore, of taxes, which for instance in Kenya's case would be the Revenue Authority, are responding to those laws, therefore collecting taxes that are legally quote-unquote mandated, to use Kenyan terms, but compliance are a question of, you didn't say this, but I'll say it, credibility in government. And I'm glad as well that you show that in general, 80% of people are willing to comply. So obviously the full force of the law should be given to those who definitely evade and intended to evade, but that the administrative service needs to understand how, or rather to desegregate between those who do not comply and try to help them with compliance one way or the other, and especially not to treat those who are compliant in a way that actually is discouraging or increases the cost substantially. So, and then of course there's the role of technology and data collection, because this is an information service, and the more information that is available, the more efficient tax collections would be. I think that's an excellent presentation. I hope it will be shared with everybody. Now I come to those who are in the crux of it in two ways. One, there are policy scholars sitting with us, the tax administration officials who work in the tax administration, and their businesses. And remember, one of the things that economists learn is that there's something called tax incidence. A tax incidence is basically where the tax person, or rather the tax collection agency, tax authority, meets the firm or the individual who has to make the payment up there. And so taxes tend to fall on individuals, households, or firms. So we have a good mix here for everybody to give us there. So we have six panelists, all sitting on one side or the other of the tax collection, or those who have to comply. And therefore, I'll have this opportunity, giving each of them about 6 or 7 minutes to tell us a couple of things and to respond to the presentation by Emeka. In addition to that, to tell us the experience, but here covering, say, challenges, opportunities, possible innovation, or even the question about tax design. And I'll start with Mr. Richard Kapasa, who's an acting commissioner of business facilitation in Zambia. From the Zambia Revenue Authority. Mr. Kapasa, you have 7 minutes. And you could speak from, so that you don't have to move up there, you could use your mic and speak from your seat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kwame, and good morning once again, everyone. Let me begin by thanking the colleague from ATA for the insightful presentation. I think for me, coming from Zambia, there are so many issues that are very relevant to our situation. Let me begin by speaking to the issue of the tax revenue targets that we have. I know in terms of the numbers that he was giving, I think we should be falling less than what he spoke about, the average of 80%. So for us, let me give as an example maybe the trajectory that we've had over the last 5 years or so that we see how important tax revenues are to national development. Beginning in 2019, our contribution to national tax revenue was 59%, 2020, 55%, we dropped. 2021, 49%. Then 2022, we started going on a different trajectory. This is 52%. Then 2023, 61%. And 2024, 70%. On 27th September, our Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning announced the budget, and the contribution of tax revenues there is estimated to be 71%. So you can see that over this period I've highlighted, the revenues have been going up. This just speaks to the issue that our colleague highlighted, that tax revenues need to assist in bridging or reducing that financing gap. However, although our contribution has been going up, the outturn, that's now the actual realized revenues, has averaged over this same period around 18%. Of course, in terms of what we've been budgeting is around 19%. That is just tax revenues. For total revenue, domestic revenues, much more than the 18%. It could average between 21 to 22%. Zambia is a natural resource endowed country, and one of our major sectors contributing to the GDP is mining. Copper is our standout product where we earn most of our forex. Now, in these revenue numbers I was highlighting, the mining sector has consistently been our major contributor. However, in 2023, the total contribution of mining taxes to our collections dropped to 30% from 38% in 2022. There are different reasons for this. Firstly, it has to do, of course, with commodity prices. You know, when they fluctuate, we are impacted. Then also issues of production. When production is low, the price also drops, then our revenues also respond in the same way. Then in 2022, government changed our mineral royalty or mining tax regime to align with international practice, things like deduction of mineral royalty against the profits. That was now allowed. And so we had an immediate impact on the revenues, which saw a drop or decrease in the mining contribution. Now, the lesson here is that we have this single sector contributing so significantly to our tax revenues. The question is, how do we diversify? Our government has prodded us as Zambia Revenue Authority to diversify the revenue sources. In times when this sector is not doing so well, we should not have this major impact. Added to this is the issue of the law compliance, and I think it was also highlighted. Even when we have, for example, met our targets as a revenue authority, when we look at the taxpayer compliance, for example, return filing only, we notice that post-COVID, we've still not recovered to the pre-COVID filing performance. We are at around 50% for some tax types and even below. And yet pre-COVID, we are around 70% and above. So for us, these are gaps that we are critically now looking at as a revenue authority to say, look, even if the mining sector is not doing so well, but how about these challenges of law compliance? Coupled with that, we have issues of tax gaps. When we look at the potential, we are still falling way below what we should actually be collecting. Therefore, going forward, on 27th September, like I mentioned earlier, the Honorable Minister announced our budget, and in that budget, our contribution as tax revenue is projected to be at 71%, an increase from 70%. So reliance still continues to be placed on the tax revenues to finance the budget. Now, when I compare the 2024, this is the current year, and 2025, there's an increase of 30 billion revenues. The measures the minister announced, they are only yielding 3 billion. So the difference of the 27 billion, we've been told, in fact, the minister announced in the budget that we have to bring up the administrative measures. Key among them is implementation of the compliance risk management, and also an institutional-wide implementation of the data analytics. So these these administrative measures are what we are looking up to bridge this 27 billion in revenue. And some of these, maybe I can just quickly speak to some of them. One key administrative measure has to do with the structure of the revenue authority. Previously, I think 3 years ago, or 3 to 4 years, we were an organization that was structured around the tax type. But now, effective this year, we've gone back to what we used to have in the past, to go for taxpayer focus arrangement. And with this structure now, we are saying, let's create a dedicated mining department. Because when we look at the challenges around mining, income taxation and the revenues, partly is how we were structured. There was no focus. We have so many artisanal and small mining companies or businesses, but yet we didn't focus on these. Now what we have done under the new structure is to create a dedicated department that will focus on these artisanals that are mining gold, that are mining these other precious minerals, so that we can look at the entire mining value chain. Yes, when commodity prices drop, but they haven't dropped for all the mining players. Other administrative measures we are looking at, we are implementing the electronic invoicing system to address the leakages in the VAT. And this one now, we fully rolled it out, and we are onboarding taxpayers so that we see the revenue leakages in the VAT. We have other administrative measures like supporting our central bank to implement what we are calling the electronic proceeds framework. This is basically a framework to track the exports. You export, we want to see the proceeds arising from those exports to come into our commercial banks in Zambia. So we are actively monitoring that space. And just maybe to quickly also wind up on the national budget, because it's something that we have to implement come 1st January. The minister made it clear that there are no concessions. So in the budget, there are no concessions. And what he only announced are 1 or 2 key revenue measures, among them, to build on what I was talking about, the issue of export proceeds tracking, is the issue of taxing remittances made outside Zambia. So if you don't have a tax clearance certificate, you are sending out money, we've introduced a 15% tax. All this is meant to just seal the revenue leakages around the economy. And lastly, most important, to appreciate the issue of data. We've gone full throttle. We've been guided by the minister to implement institutional data analytics. Under this, we want to connect the revenue authority to all economic transactions in the country through interfacing with various institutions of government. So thank you very much. This is what I can contribute. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard, and thanks for sticking to time. So I'll skip the order that's been established, and let's make sure that we speak fast and conclude, or rather hear from the tax administration side before we can speak to the rest of it. So next I'll come to you, Mrs. Rispa Simiyu. Generally, I'll ask for your impressions here, but there's also something that's very peculiar about Kenya's taxation system. Well, it's not a creation of the Kenya Revenue Authority, it's a creation of Parliament, but there's a peculiar thing about it is this. If you compare the revenue collections in Kenya, in my view, which are very impressive relative to GDP for this income level, it's very interesting that Kenya's is very different from the rest of the East African community, and especially the rest of Africa. Kenya's revenue is very dependent on income tax, and especially income taxes coming from payroll, labor taxes. And of course, that's got its own implications. What do you think that means, especially with respect to compliance, the application of technology? Is it the result that the Revenue Service has been very efficient and has some of the cutting-edge technology? This I heard from people in the region who says that if you want to study tax collection in the African continent, especially within East Africa, you get to Nairobi and come to a building around, what do they call it? Haile Selassie. So suggesting that the KRA has done fantastic work, that's worth emulation. But tell me, do you find that peculiar? Or is it something that compliance here has been softly encouraged to the extent that it's bumping up revenue sources? So that's one. But the other thing that I think it shows me, which worries me, is if you're too dependent on labor taxes in an economy in which there are 14 million households and 3 million people have regular income, is that an advantage or a disadvantage? Thank you.
Thank you, Kwame, and also thank you to ATAF also for the presentation. Let me start just by painting the picture on where our tax to GDP is generally. Yeah? So 2022-2023, around 13-14%. The plan is to move to upward of 20% in 2026-2027. And of course, the key area now to monitor is where we have the tax expenditure. So coming back to, I'll start with your question on, is it that we're encouraging compliance? Certainly, yes. For those who have been following, and I think for the Kenyans and those who have been following our news, when the finance bill didn't go through, it obviously behoves you to go back to the drawing board. And you ask yourself, the country has to run, country has to be funded from somewhere. It is a civic duty. What do we do differently? So over time, what we have been trying to do is try to improve efficiency, but to encourage compliance, but also at the same time, come up with different technological interventions to simplify that process. Because the feedback we have received times, again and again, basically is to say that some taxpayers, and a number, would want and are happy to pay taxes, but then the whole process appears a little bit complex. Now, this also links back to what actually Mr. Murray said earlier about the informal sector. Now, low compliance, what triggers low compliance? Is it apathy? Is it tax morale? Is it the complexity of the process? Now, back to the ATAF presentation, there was a mention of about, I think to ATAF or yourself, Kwame, you said about even 80% of people want to comply. And I like to put it in the form of a pyramid. I like to use the example of a pyramid. If you think of a pyramid, call it a triangle, simple triangle, and you split it into three. The top part is the smallest. The middle part tends to be slightly wider, and the bottom part is the widest. Now, this bottom part, which is the widest, these are those taxpayers who are happy, willing to pay, want to comply. So I would say the majority actually fall in that box. The middle part are those ones happy to pay, but could probably do with a little bit of nudging. And maybe this nudging could also come with simplifying the process to enable them pay. And then you have the very top part, which is actually the smallest part. Loosely, I like to look at this as the team that can't pay, won't pay, catch me if you can. But then they're the loudest. That's from where I sit. So basically, the second box and the last box, I think that is a positive story, that those who want to pay a larger population, just that they would need some facilitation, some support, probably even stakeholder engagement, sensitization to enable them do what they need to do. Now, again, back to the aspect of the informal sector. Sometimes we have grappled with this word informal sector because sometimes when you narrow in, informal sector is not exactly informal. It's just that some would actually want to appear informal, but actually, indeed, they're probably informal because maybe they are not regulated. A sector that comes with its own challenges, yes, very big contribution in terms of taxes, but then mostly I would say, and as had been rightly put, indirect taxes. Much easier because then with the indirect aspect is you can't avoid it because it's either part of the good, it's a necessity you have to consume. But then this informal sector is a sector that can contribute largely, but then they have challenges of poor record keeping. That's the nature of the sector. Largely cash-based transactions. Largely not regulated. And with this sector, some of the proposals we had put through was to have a turnover tax of 1% of gross income. Has that been successful? We are not where we would want to be. What can be done differently? Perhaps as we talk about collaboration, engagement, having a program that is focused on this group of people, listening to them, simplifying taxes, be it filing, be it payment. And of course, just to challenge Mr. Mrewi, sometimes it's easier to talk about now. When we come to the ground, it becomes a different conversation. So tax simplification, and of course, we will pick that conversation. Then looking at even KRA as an organization, we are going through a reorganization of the institution, and maybe just to simplify, to compare it to the case of Zambia, to see how best can we have a fit-for-purpose organization that also focuses on the MSME of the informal sector. Because then increasingly you realize increasing the taxes might not be the way to go, but it's more about building efficiencies and making it simpler to comply. Now, we did try this even with the rental income. You'd see all these high rises going up everywhere. Have we managed to crack it? I would say not quite. We tried by saying it was 10% of rental gross income. Pay 10%. We don't want to see documents or deductions or whatever in taxes. Pay 10% and you're good to go. At some point, feedback from the taxpayers is, can we reduce this and try and improve on taxation? Moved it from 10 to 7.5, hoping that then you'll increase the base. Did that work? Again, not quite. So you've reduced it by 2.5, but still those who are probably in that top pyramid, can't pay, won't pay, catch me if you can, perhaps even disappear, even from the wider spaces. Then we have the hard-to-tax sectors. So the informal sector, which I've addressed with its peculiar challenges. Then you have the digital sector. Now, this digital sector has increasingly grown, and I think this touches, is this a global issue? Pre the COVID pandemic, this digital sector was still vibrant. But I think the COVID times were an eye-opener to show that most of the businesses have moved from brick and mortar to the digital space. How do you get them? Again, that is a space where Kenya got in back then, 2021, thereabouts. It has been successful under the circumstances because you don't have brick and mortar. You're relying on trying to convince taxpayers that you're generating income. This is income derived or accrued in Kenya, and indeed, to just create a fair space, fair playing ground, then it is important that you pay taxes on that income derived or accrued in Kenya. Then you go to the agricultural sector. Like Zambia in the mining space, Kenya, big on agriculture. Agriculture contribution to GDP about upward of 21%. But when we look at the contribution to tax, it's just a paltry 3%. So again, looking for ways, be it technology, be it simplification, partly also getting lost in the informal sector. What can we do differently? All this goes into the tax base expansion. And this is the area we really want to focus on. And tax base expansion could be in the digital space, could be in the informal sector, could be in the agricultural sector. This then moves from those whom we audit every other day because perhaps easier to get. When you talked about payroll, it's really the established businesses because then the informal sector, still again a challenge because of record keeping and all this. But it's not that they don't have employment, and I think Mr. Murray confirmed that in terms of the contribution from this sector to the economy. So tax-based expansion. There was mention of the e-invoicing. This is eTIMS. We call it eTIMS, Electronic Tax Invoice Management System. So for VAT, when you look at VAT, VAT is that one tax head that my belief, and I'm very convinced that that is a tax head that should be best performing. Why? Because unless a product is expressly exempt, everybody pays VAT, even a small child, because then they would consume a product that if it's not exempt, it means even that small child pays VAT. But is it performing like it should be? No. We think it has a huge potential, and that also will create a level, even playing ground. Now, we are working on eTIMS rollout, where then taxpayers are expected to have, and this will give us visibility, so that every transaction then is supported by an eTIMS compliant invoice. When we have full rollout of that, it will not just focus on VAT. The law as it is, that it should roll out to other tax heads, for example, income tax, because then from the income tax perspective, you'll only take a deduction. The deduction will only be valid if it is supported with an an eTIMS compliant invoice. Now, with that full rollout, it brings visibility, and it also brings with it fairness and equity, because then everybody is brought into the bracket. System integration. Yep, systems integration. Systems integration, again, also to bring visibility, and this one I'll connect with the aspect of data analytics. System integration, both internally, so that then you have a full view of a taxpayer, end to end, from the customs side, be it from the importation side, all the way to conversion in the domestic market. Now, that is internal. Then there is an external element, government to government entity. What is it that is being done outside that we have no visibility, we view of? Now, it could be also with telcos, because everybody is on phone, largely the larger population, banking sector. Again, with this all integration, simplifying, visibility, objectivity, fairness, to name but a few. That will also improve our data analytics. Quickly, sensitization. We talked about moving from compliance and enforcement to being customer-centric. This has been pronounced very well in our 9th corporate plan. What can we do differently to work together, to facilitate, to be more customer-focused, customer-centric, as opposed to being the big brother with a stick? Technology, we cannot belabor that. That is the way of the future. Everybody is going in that direction. And if we remain in the manual space, they will be left behind, because then we are also not able to move our taxpayers with us. What is the role of private sector? Again, working with the private sector to co-create. What can we do differently as KRA? In the 9th corporate plan, again, an area we are hoping to engage even better, listening be it to MSMEs, listening to other taxpayers. What can we do differently to help? Is it have, when you're talking about simplified tax regime, one tax, borders, riders, matatus, public sector. Again, an area to look into. Managing debt, as I close, Kwame. Okay. Yeah. Managing debt, something that the Revenue Authority is known for. Again, we are known for taking. But now we are also giving back. Tax amnesty did a lot of that in the last regime, in the last Finance Act, under the last Finance Act. Tax amnesty, where you have paid your principal tax, we waive penalties and interest. That not only just helps even with your cash flow, but it also manages our debt. So last but not least, Bottom line is revenue authorities, as revenue authorities, and I believe I speak just not for Kenya and for other institutions, is that we sell a very difficult product. And as it is, then it means we start with a handicap. It's not like when I'm coming to sell fruits to you or a dress or whatever, and I'll say all beautiful things about it. We sell a very difficult product. But then again, going back to the civic duty and noting and appreciating that we have a country to build, and we are the ones to build this country. So I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Kwame.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I mean, you mentioned a very interesting thing about those people at the top who ask you to won't pay, can't pay, and catch me if you can, and they're the loudest. I mean, that's interesting. They shouldn't be loud. They should keep quiet. But I mean, that's a joke. Okay, let's go now to I'll ask Mr. Anthony Mudungu, who's a founder of Total Sky. You tell us what it is, and again, please, 7 minutes, and let's hear your experience and what your views are about compliance, how the product that you make, which is fairly unique, and what your experience with paying taxes, of course, and collecting taxes for government on behalf of your employees has been. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Oweno. At Totosai, we locally produce USB chargers. We manufacture USB chargers for low-power devices. Basically, what we have done and what we can even advise, maybe what we can do now to harness the potential of informal sector, you know, there are things that myself from SMEs and when I was in Form 1 now, well, I'm Form 1, and what those who are there experiencing is how they can be formalized, formalization initiatives. I think registration of a business for you to get a license to be formal, it's expensive and not easy. You know, if there is a way that one can be made easy for them, and you need now to find a way, if they make their business formal, give them a good example like tax incentives. Tell them, for good example, if you register a business, you are going to get a tax incentive. For example, an income tax, it's if you register a business today, an income tax is 30% of that. What if you tell these guys, when we say like tax incentive, we don't say like you reduce their tax. We as MSMEs, we like paying taxes because we know the value of our taxation. What we are saying, we don't want you to reduce our tax. We want us to give a progressive taxation. In a way, if I register my business today, now I'm formal. So the tax, I pay for the income tax. I don't just pay the income tax that % the first 1 year. Let me start with, say, 10% for the first 3 years. 15% for the other. I mean, let the tax grow as the business grow. But the moment I just register business today, I'm subjected to 30% of income tax, like a business that has been there for 50 years. That makes these businesses not become formal. They'll try to run away from this. And a good example from this is, I remember the chairman, Mr. Muleu, there had said, like, when you have some cows, you try to favor those that are bringing in more value. A good example is this. If you're an MSME, you're operating somewhere in your compound, you have built an industrial area in your compound, you are not subjected to these like income tax privileges. But if you take your business to a special economic zone, you know who can afford to be in a special economic zone. When you are in a special economic zone, you are given a 10% income tax. You pay income tax at 10% for the first 10 years. Now, between someone who is in a special economic zone and someone who has just opened the business yesterday, an MSME, who should be getting this 10% income tax for the first 1 year? You see, now, that is the thing that make most of the informal business feel like they are working to pay taxes. No. That's the thing that they make them not informal. So we need now to find a way of how we can make these business pay taxes as the business grow. Let not have it like you have to pay this, whether the business is there or not. And also now we need also to find a way of simplification now of their taxes, how they pay taxes. Like for those of us who use the iTax, those are the process. An SME requires something very easy. Something you can just use your mobile phone and USSD platform, blah, 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 very fast, your sales, your expenses, your net sales. No, it needs to be very easy because, again, you find most guys in the informal sector, they really like paperwork. They are away from books. They are the guys that you sell to. You are giving them the receipt that they don't even need the receipt. You are buying from them, they don't even give a receipt. They're just informal. So we need to find a way of being who they are in that area they are. Another thing that has been missing is a structured mentorship. This is access now to skills, development, and education. Most of the SMEs, they like paying taxes. They like being compliant. The only challenge is they don't know what they are supposed to be compliant of. They have no idea. So there is a need of kind of giving them education, even telling them the importance of the tax that they pay. You know, some feel like they pay the tax and the tax is rooted. But now if you come and educate them and tell them, no, when you pay the tax, the amount you pay, be it big or small, is the amount that we use to pay the teachers, police officers, doctors. You know, if you talk to them in that language, they will feel that the taxes they pay, it's contributed to something. But now, you just something is introduced, tax, waivers, nothing is told to them, that one is not compliant. So it's also a good way to have even us to mentor others, be it in informal sector, digital, like myself from informal now to formal. I've been mentored by most people, including the chairman, Mr. Moreau, I can see there. He has been working with me since I was in college, second year, up to date. So it's about mentorship, people who are guiding you, people who are asking questions, even yourself being a mentor of an entrepreneur in informal. It's always good to ask them, how's the business doing? Are you compliant to this? Why are you not doing this? I mean, these guys, to be specific, it's not that they don't like to be compliant. It's the thing is they don't know what they are supposed to be compliant of. You need to tell them, and then when you go out and you find them, you don't have this, they're very much okay. How do we start and how do we do this? Another thing, again, being informed with these guys, they rarely have bank accounts. Because you know, when a business is only just started, you put money in cash or in M-Pesa kind of stuff. Then if you go to the bank and then to borrow some loans for your business, there is no financial inclusion of an MSME that is informing the bank, because you'll be asked your cash flow, how is it, how much have you been banking with this, but the guy has money in cash. I think, you know, when you give these SMEs like us money in the loan, a good example, you don't give us a loan in a way that I'll be this amount I need to be paying every month whether the business is doing well or not. We need something like something you can call revenue-based financing thing. In a way, my loan, I just pay, yes, I'm paying back my loan, but in the way the business is going. Let me pay, say, like quarterly. So be checking in every quarter, what was the business sales? So how much do you make? And then this amount you are supposed to pay per month or per quarter of your loan. So that loan, what amount I'm paying, is based on revenue, not the amount that you do the formulas, the bank, and then you give the bank, you have to be paying this every month. I think these are things that we require in the businesses, especially if you're able now to give them tax incentives, let the business be taxed as it grows. Don't just have a figure that you're supposed to pay this and things become very easy. So we also need to have a structured mentorship. Let's mentor the entrepreneurs if they don't have, if they are not compliant. Please, it's all good to know why are they not compliant. Are they not compliant because they don't know? And if they don't know, how are you able now to assist them? And I think everything will be well. So far, every business wants to be compliant. It's only they want to be advised on what they need to be compliant on. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. So now we'll come to a researcher, an economist. So Naomi Mathenge, he's a senior economist with the World Bank. Naomi, go ahead.
Thank you, Kwame, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, listening to the presentations that have been made this morning, we've been painted for the big picture of why we need domestic resource mobilization. And for those of us who rely on data to tell the story, and we've been told about the huge financing gap, and we ask ourselves, where is this financing gap coming from? So we know about where our taxes, the biggest chunk of where our taxes is going. It's going to interest payments, it's going to pay our wages and salaries, it's going to pay pensions, But then again, you ask yourself, so from the taxpayer, what am I getting if I pay taxes? And I like what the chair from MSME said this morning, that taxes come from somewhere. And if from the national level, we understand the need for domestic resource mobilization, we ask ourselves, do we have the scope to collect more without necessarily increasing taxes? And the answer is yes. The data that has been given to us looking at our previous tax to GDP, we are coming from highs of 18%. There's a time we collected 18% of 18% of GDP in form of tax revenues. And now the numbers we've been given are 13, 14%. And the greatest, this has been attributed to low compliance. But even as we talk about the need for DRM, we have to ask ourselves, do we have a mutual understanding between the taxpayer and for example, the person collecting the taxes, KRA in this picture? Do we have a mutual understanding on the need for enhanced domestic resource mobilization? So as KRA, as a national government, we know why we need to collect taxes, because our needs are increasing. Some of them are non-discretionary, we have to pay them. But from the taxpayer's point of view, does he understand why we need to collect more taxes? And I think that's one of the areas where we need to focus on. And I like the conversation this morning focusing on capacity building, because we need to promote that mutual understanding. Then you will not have this segment of people saying, can't pay, won't pay, catch me if you can. If we all understand why we need to pay this understanding. And again, the need to promote greater efficiency and greater transparency and accountability. So focusing on efficiency and also being conscious of the consequences of our actions in collecting taxes. I'm reminded of even in our own homes, for those of us who have children, or our expenses. You'll go home and at the end of the month, look at the income that you have earned. So you have the incomes on the one hand, and then you have your expenditures on the other hand. And you have the people who are looking at you and saying, at the end of the day, I still need you to pay my school fees. I need you to buy me clothing. And you try and sit down with them and explain to them, I can't buy you this time because my income is less. But if that person, your household does not understand that, they have a right to ask for these needs, because to them that is their right. And so even the citizens will say, we have a right to service delivery. And we cannot say now, because we are paying all these non-discretionary expenditures, we are not going to still continue with service delivery. So there is need for creating that mutual understanding on the need why we need to enhance our domestic resource mobilization, not necessarily by raising taxes, but promoting efficiency. And what has been said here, you tell the informal sector, you need to be compliant. And they ask you, compliant of what? So at what point do we want to engage with the taxpayers? Do we want to engage with them only when it comes to ourselves telling them, you need to pay these taxes? We need to engage with them more, explaining the need, because they understand, but if we still have this segment that says, can't pay, won't pay, catch me if you can, and yet at a national level, or as a policymaker, as a policy analyst, we understand why we need to be collecting more. Otherwise, especially if you look at our national statistics, if you look at our debt levels, if you look at our increasing debt vulnerabilities, and we keep saying that we need more revenues. So what we've been saying, we've been mentioned about the informal sector being an engine of growth, but we also know that counties are also an engine of growth. And we had this big bang introduction of devolution. And counties were told that these are the revenues that you need to be collecting. They have the property taxes, they have the entertainment taxes, and they have these other levies and fees and levies. And when you look back and ask those who are at the county level, there's some staff who came from the national level and went to the county level, but was their capacity building in terms of what they need to do to also collect their own taxes? They have this part of the expenditures that are funded through own source revenue. And so what we've been doing at the bank is that we saw this challenge of counties' over-reliance on national revenues, given that almost 85% of the expenditures are funded from the exchequer. And we also asked ourselves, if we have counties as the engines of growth, and their over-reliance on the nationally collected revenues, what is it that we can do to also ensure that counties contribute to this? They also take responsibility of the need to enhance revenues even at the county level. So we did a study in 2022 in collaboration with the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and we realized at the time that counties were collecting about 31 billion Kenya shillings, and yet they had the potential to collect almost over 200 billion. And the question was then, why is it that counties are not collecting these revenues? Why is there so much over-reliance on national revenues? And on the one hand, we still have our needs growing. Again, if you look at the disconnect between the revenue targets and the actuals, and this is not just at the county level. I have to mention that this also happens at the national level, even with KRA. You look at the numbers and you say, this year we are targeting to collect X amount of money, but we collect X minus. And our budgets are based on what we have targeted to collect. So this, of course, creates the ripple effects of creating pending bills and all these other consequences that comes with not having, I would call it a credible revenue forecasting. And it was still happening at the county level. So we've been carrying a program under the Kenya Accountable Devolution Program to strengthen the institutions at the county level and to work together with counties. One, when we did this study and we established that the potential is over 200 billion, and we said it is not enough to just stand and say that as counties you can collect this amount of money. Establish where the weaknesses, and one of the weaknesses was the institutional level, efficiencies, so that you don't spend 10 shillings to collect 1 shilling. It doesn't make sense. So so what we've done so far is also come up with the revenue enhancement action plans. We are hoping that we can be able to work with all counties so that this national conversation is not just from the KRA level, it's not just at the national level. We're able to take it down all the way to the county level. And even the challenge to us is if we sensitize the population, the residents, well enough, we will be able to elicit even social support. We keep circling back to July when we had the rejection of the finance bill. And you have to ask yourself the fundamental questions. Why was the finance bill rejected? Was it because people do not want to pay the taxes? Was it because people did not understand the taxes that were being paid? Was it because it is just it was a question of won't pay, can't pay? And it was beyond that. There are those issues that were not contested, the tax compliance, the tax amnesty. We've seen the tax amendment bill. Those issues are still being talked about. Do the taxpayers understand why some of these measures have to be introduced? Or are we just sitting in our offices and introducing these measures without taking time to engage with our taxpayers? I liked what the commissioner said, that there is need for more collaboration. There is need for more engagement with the citizenry to build this capacity. And when I saw the theme for this morning, that it's capacity building to enhance domestic resource mobilization. So we have our role to play as policymakers, as KRA, as national government, but we also have our responsibility of engaging and collaborating more with our taxpayers. Because as the chair of MSME said, the taxes are coming from somewhere. They're coming from the people. I'll stop at that. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. I'll come now to Mr. Ashif Kassam. He's an independent director at the Kenya Revenue Authority. Your insights, please.
Good morning, everyone. I think I'll start slightly differently. The question is the why. Why does the government need taxes? We all know. But why do the taxpayers need to pay the taxes? And I think the issue is very clear. No taxpayer wants to pay taxes. Okay? That is the reality on the ground. So when we talk about education and other things, I think the issue is that you need to demonstrate to the taxpayer where the taxpayer money is going. And I think that calls for action. And I think sometimes we go into these long arguments about taxpayer education and taxpayer other things without demonstrating that there is a benefit. There are countries like Canada where the pay-as-you-earn rate goes up to, individual tax goes to about 50%, and people pay it, okay? And in certain countries, it's lower and people don't want to pay it. So I think the why question is, has to be looked at differently. Because you'll never convince taxpayers to pay tax money. But the other part is, how do you do it? We keep on talking about the why, but the hows are very critical. The how is broken down into 5 or 6 different areas. And every country that has been successful in expanding tax bases has worked on the how, because the how has made sure that tax avoidance becomes more difficult. And that with more taxpayers coming into the net, you are able to see reduction in the overall tax rates. And the first is unified payment systems, or a unified payment gateway. All the 3 East African countries don't have that. So when we are talking about tracing money transactions, if you don't have a unified payment gateway, how do you know what is coming in and what is going out? Because that is the best way of monitoring transactions. The second issue is no taxpayer keeps money in his house anymore under the pillow. Might be a few, but generally money is in the banks, with the Central Bank of Kenya, in government securities, in property, in shares. Today there are money market funds, SACCOs. Okay? Have you ever thought, if we link all the payments that these people are making in terms of interest, dividends, to a system? Today, most of those linking is very weak, and most of the interest and other things paid are in the general category. Yet everybody has a PIN. You can't do anything in Kenya without a PIN once you are 18. Okay? So if everybody has a PIN, and they are platforms, why is that not being connected? Okay? So when we want to mobilize tax payments, I think the how becomes very critical. And if the how is not resolved, everything else becomes a challenge. The third really is around when we talk about SME, MSME. We talk about it. Is there any tax act in East Africa or in Africa that deals with MSMEs? We have a 1 line of turnover tax, and we think everybody is going to follow it. Okay? So again, there is a complete change in rewriting the Tax Act. Okay? Now, I'll give you an example of Kenya, and I used to be a tax practitioner for 20 years, always fighting KRA until they decided that it's time to get me on the board, yeah? so I don't, but the reality is, in those 20 years, okay, very little has changed between the taxpayer and the tax authority. One is that the same issues around long times to address taxpayers' issues continue. Okay? The easiest thing for a taxpayer is to have an escalation process. If something is not done within a certain time, it is automatically escalated. And we talk about technology. Kenya is the country which has created the biggest platform for transfer of money. And it works. It works even using an SMS platform. So when we talk about technology and developing it, it's not difficult. But do we have an escalation process by which we are looking after taxpayer queries? The second thing is a framework. Today, if you look at TOT 3%, we have got TOT regulations that say if you are below 25 million, you don't need to keep stock records. We have got the VAT Act, which says your registration threshold is 5 million. If you're 5 million and above, keep stock records. The direct contradiction within our tax framework. And also the 3% TOT rate, how was it derived? I was involved in it. It was very simple. MSMEs make 10% gross margin, 16% of 10% is 1.6%. They make 5% net margin on average. 30% of 5% is 1.5. There is 3.1. You get your VAT on value add, you get your income tax in one rate. But have we made it simple for the taxpayers that we focus on the turnover and create a system? Okay? The other thing is we roll out big ideas without testing them. We don't user test them. Okay? Design testing is the most important way of bringing people on board. Stamford has done exceptionally well with the concept of design testing. A lot of the policies that are brought at government level, at the revenue authority level, are not design tested. And when something is not design tested, does it help the taxpayer on the ground? So I think having an SME framework specifically that is design tested is very critical. Okay? And then we talk about also revenue authorities. Okay? If we want to have SMEs, we need to restructure revenue authorities right across. If we don't restructure them, currently the biggest KPI of a revenue authority is how much tax did they collect. Do we have other KPIs? How long is every audit taking? Okay? Is there a KPI that's known to everybody? What should be that number? So I think the KPIs need to be restructured. Okay? And the whole issue around how we handle the staff numbers that we have into serving taxpayers rather than fighting taxpayers will be very critical if you want to achieve the why of why small taxpayers should pay tax. And I think that overall change in framework will be very critical to mobilize resources. There's one clarification I want to bring, is every time it comes to the Finance Act, it comes at KRA. Remember, KRA is only a collecting body. I always say we are the undertakers. The policy comes from the government and treasury. KRA does not write the tax acts, okay? But the issue is that even at that policy formulation, have we thought about why a tax is there? I remember when the VAT Act 2013 came in, the first and the second schedule, zero-rated and exempt goods, were very well thought through. And it was very clear that essential food and medication would be in those schedules, and exports. Today, based on lobbying, there's so many things that have crept up in those. So again, tax base, everything that gets into the first and the second schedule has an impact on tax expenditure. Again, we need to look at that. But the issue is, if you want to collect taxes, we need to resolve the how at the government level and at the implementation level, and that will then automatically transform into a wider tax base.
Thank you. Thank you. You've been a nice audience. We have just one more panelist, and then I'll come to the audience for your Q&A. So we have Mr. Brent Malahe, who's the Group Chief Strategy Officer for Equity Group. You have 7 minutes, sir.
So, good morning. So, the metric tax to GDP has been commented on, and a lot of the conversation has focused mostly on the numerator. And maybe just to make some comments on that before I focus on the denominator, where as Equity Group, not only are we a taxpayer, but there is a focus that we have in growing and evolving the GDP. On the numerator around tax, I mean, we appreciate that the Laffer curve for existing taxpayers, there is a limit when it begins to diminish. And when there's comments around broadening the tax base to include the informal sector, that speaks to partly the economic structure, and that speaks to the GDP in terms of the denominator of that equation of tax to GDP. So at Equity Group, what we are doing as a financial services group, as a bank, is essentially to grow that base. And for us, that's where, because we're a bank, that's where our role is. And the GDP, and there was comments around cyclicality of revenues. Again, that is a function of the structure of the economy. Zambia, we appreciate, is a resource-based economy. So one needs to look at the structure of the economy, why there is informal sectors, and it really speaks to the value chains. If you really drill down into the economic structure of any country, it really speaks to the value chains that the economy has. You'll appreciate that most African economies are primary producers. There is very little value addition, industrialization that has taken place. There is a famous picture that shows a cup of coffee where 1% of a $2.50 cup of coffee, 1% of that goes to a farmer. And that really speaks, and you'll appreciate that most African economies, agriculture contribution is quite high, reflecting, as well as mining, as is in the case of Zambia. It reflects that the level of value generated across value chains is quite low. And to transform that GDP so that it reduces the cyclicality in government revenue streams and it reduces the concentration and reliance on any one revenue stream, there has to be quite a lot of focus on the economic structure and to drill it down into value chains. So as Equity Group, what we've done, and we've really redefined what we believe the role of a commercial bank should be. For us, it's not just about intermediating the resources in our economy. It's really about piecing those that we have financially included, but to connect them systematically into value chains. And we have a business model that allows us to essentially capacitate, catalyze, develop, and connect informal businesses into and to be accepted into formal value chains. For those that are familiar with our Wings to Fly and what we do in the foundation, our foundation is not CSR. Our foundation is a capacity building capability that drives productivity gains. At the end of the day, GDP is grown through a function of productivity gains and an element of debt. So we're a financial institution. We can drive growth because we give credit. But also, to help grow that denominator, that GDP, we're also focusing on driving productivity gains in value chains. So we have put in place a Marshall Plan for Africa that ultimately looks to drive, to essentially capacitate, connect value chains across Africa, but also importantly, to drive more value-adding value chains such that our farmers, the miners, are not just extracting and growing and exporting, but also there's a level of value addition that's taking place. So we have been quite intentional at Equity Group to capacitate those in the primary sector, connect those smallholder farmers, those artisanal miners, to those that are value-adding on the continent. And this speaks to the industrialization policies, the import substitution industrialization policies that our governments have put in place. So we're working closely with our governments to ultimately grow that base. And the way we're doing that is developing local value chains and importantly, driving productivity in those value chains. So for us at Equity Group, I mean, I appreciate that the conversations has largely focused on the tax and how we collect, the efficiency around that, the leveraging of technology. For players like us in the financial services sector, our role, in addition to paying taxes, is to help grow that base and being more intentional in how we grow that base. So thank you.
Right. Well, thanks a lot. Thank you. I think that's very, very essential, yes. I'm one of the few people who's very uncomfortable with the obsession with tax to GDP ratio. Because there's no magic level. Of course, economists can measure what's the most efficient tax before it becomes inefficient. But so yes, as you say, that A taxation system presupposes that there are farms and that those farms will create value, and that as value that they create grows, obviously, then there's scope for government collection for the provision of public goods. I think that's an essential, very, very essential thing to bear in mind. I think the second thing that that I'd like to emphasize is, yes, we want maximum compliance is a good thing. Even if it's a dream, but it's a good thing. But there are also other things that make it easy and more difficult. And the credibility of the public sector generally, in my view, is one of the most important things, in my view, a serious challenge in Kenya today. As we saw just with the things that we had, there's a belief that yes, even when we pay, it's not converted into public goods. It actually becomes private goods. And that's something that we need. It's not a creation of the revenue service. It's not a creation of the businesses, but it tells you that the core governors of the country, especially those resident in the executive and legislative branches, need to do a lot more because they generate that. I think it's also been clarified to us that it's true. And I don't know why Kenya's press do this. The press corps should be a little better in reporting on tax issues because they make it look like the KRA cooks up the tax laws when we know actually Parliament does that, and the role is very, very clearly stipulated in the Constitution Article 209 to 212. Nobody else can pass tax laws, and that's why when the Gen Zs came for them, obviously there was a conversation to fix that. And finally, I think healthy farms are essential because that leads to healthy households. And the structure of the economy has been re-emphasized to us. So you can have the most efficient tax collection systems. If farms are dying, then we have a problem, right? We're going to have a problem. And then Naomi has mentioned something which is very, very important, and actually revenue forecasting methodologies adopted by the government of Kenya lack credibility. And then what it does, obviously, it drives up deficits. Those deficits issue in the form of debt. And of course, public debt is basically just taxes pushed into the future, right? So that's so it tells you that the role, it's an essential thing to actually bear in mind, so on the technical sides as well. But we know one thing. If you tax something generally, economics theory tells me, and I believe it because we've observed it, you get less of it. So the higher your tax levels, the closer you are. So the Laffer curve is a notional thing, it's a concept, but it's real. And I think it's been evident in the kind of some of the taxes that we've seen where raising taxes, especially excise tax, in some cases did not generate much new revenue, suggesting that we're very close to that inefficient side of taxation. And then the question of coherence. If you require one thing of a farm in VAT, for VAT compliance, and you require a totally different one for them, I think the tax coherence thing. But the one that I find most essential for me is if you put Kenya's tax code together, and tax code are all tax laws, right? If you put Kenya's tax code, so you have your VAT law, you have your income tax law, you have customs, and you have excise, and you put them together. One of my colleagues once, whatever it cites something like close to 800 pages of very dense legal writing. Forget about the regulations that go with it. When you have a tax system that is that complex, I think you're going to have the distrust that takes place because any rule can be interpreted in any way to disadvantage the taxpayer. And that's what taxpayers feel. So I think we have a general role to actually try as much as possible to simplify Kenya's tax code. It's far too large. And every year with new introductions, it actually makes it a more complex thing. Let me shut up because I'm not a panelist, and let me open now this conversation to the audience. Now we'll have somebody circulate the mics. We only have about half an hour, which means I have to dedicate 15 minutes to all of you to ask questions, which will be 5 questions. And then we'll come here and ask the panelists to give us their impressions. They'll be here during the tea break so that we can have one-on-one conversations with them. So we'll start, let me start with my left and come towards to the right. Anybody from that side? So we have him as 1. The second, okay, the middle row. The third, thanks that I have a lady. The 4th, and anyone in the final one? 5th. So we have 5. Let's start here, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your name and your question straight away. I know they've done a good job, so don't congratulate them yet. They've done a fantastic job, so let's save time by sparing that. Thank you.
My name is CPL Lawrence Maoto. Just a query on the moderator. Kwame, you just talked about it, about the complexity in the tax system. And I'm asking the Kenyan context we have what we call the national tax policy. I don't know where we are at the moment from the time we started having the discussion on the national tax policy. So in your view, if the national tax policy is implemented, would it go to help to reduce some of these complexities we see in our tax code? Because we have like the Income Tax Act, which is mutilated each and every year by the finance bill, such that today we have an income tax that I think cap 470 that was put in place, was it like 1980s, but over the years it has been mutilated by the finance acts each and every year. So does the implementation of the national tax policy go to help to reduce or do away with these complexities that we see in our tax code? Thank you.
All right, that'll go to the commissioner, certainly. Let's have the second question here. Yes. Please tell us your name so that we can tag the question too.
My name is Aoni Baiji from AGL Group. It stands for Africa Global Logistics. I have two questions, one for the presenter. In the slide that he presented on the efficiencies of the revenue authorities, he mentioned we were lagging behind and we had the least efficient, we were scoring the least efficient. Does that efficiency slide mean actually does it actually lead to less tax collection, or is it just the authority which is less efficient? Secondly, to Commissioner Rispa, very interesting. I fall in the second half of the pyramid, by the way. But you mentioned it becomes difficult. Yes, I have a couple of rentals. Just to give you an example, all these years I've been paying 10, 7.5, and then suddenly when I start paying the 7.5, I start getting queries, emails, send us everything from 2020, I don't know what. So, you know, I think that leads to the issue of enforcement. Perhaps the enforcement departments in your structure should be changed. I mean, not only in domestic tax, but I'm also talking to Commissioner Nyawanda here, by the way. They seem to have grown their own head within the organization. So I think when you're looking at what Mr. Ashif mentioned in terms of the whole structure of how you build the department, I think it's important to look at the customer service aspect and do away with this enforcement issue as people like me then start to, you know, get scared. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. There's a lady right here. Can someone send her the mic, please?
My name is Mercy Njoromoe from the Malawi Revenue Authority. My question goes to Emeka. In your presentation, you highlighted the fact that while international taxation is important, it may not or should not be a priority for all countries, particularly those with few MNEs. So can you please elaborate on how countries with relatively few MNEs can balance the focus on international taxation with broader domestic taxation priorities, and what factors should guide their approach? Thank you.
For crisp and clear, so row 4.
Good morning, Mick McGuigan from the UK Tax and Customs Authority. This morning, and I've given the links over to our colleagues in the KRA, this morning in response to a Freedom of Information request from the BBC, HMRC has confirmed that the top 60 individuals in the UK in relation to income tax in the tax year 21-22 paid $4 billion. That is at the time that was 1.4% of the income tax, and I would like to offer the assistance to our revenue colleagues and also to other revenue commissioners in the room to help them. that tax was not easily got.
All right, that's an offer to help. And then finally.
Yeah, good morning all. My name is Olufemi Olarinde from the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Nigeria. And from the discussion today, it has shown that the issue of revenue mobilization, about capacity building, someone spoke about taxpayers don't actually want to pay taxes. And so when you now make the situation more complex, it's even more of a problem to them. I'd just like to share a little perspective from Nigeria. The moderator spoke about tax law having put together about 800 and something pages, and this complexity is all over, almost everywhere in Africa. And so simplifying the tax system is another way to go. And in Nigeria, I'm just sharing an experience. We are undergoing a reform, a tax reform at the moment. And in my organization, I had that function for now. We are putting together all the tax laws into one document, which makes it easy for everyone to understand your obligation under every taxing provision and not replicate it. And it's true when you check our tax law, there are a lot of things we replicate in all the different laws just to take care of that. So just to share some perspective from Nigeria, we could all go through simplifying our laws so it could make it easier for our taxpayers to comply. Thank you. That's my intervention.
All right. Thanks a lot. So we have, I think, about 10 minutes, and we have 5 questions. Most of the questions have gone to the commissioner, and to Emeka. So the way to do it is actually to start from the end. If you have, no, let me do this. Let me start with Emeka since there were many questions to you, right? So you can answer those questions, and then your final comments, and then we'll go along the hierarchy. Of course, most of the other questions are to you, Catherine, right?
All right, thank you. I think I'll start with the efficiency question. So maybe to give background, within TADAT assessments, there are about 9 performance outcome areas that looks at the value chain of revenue administration. So it checks all the way from your taxpayer register to payments, filing ratios, but it goes as far as looking at issues around integrity. How many cases have you had, or how many internal audit reviews have you done? How many instances have you found of, whatever the staff officials have done? So it checks the whole value. In terms of connection to collection, yes, I think on the panel there was a lot of talk about improving efficiency, and what they actually test is efficiency of the revenue administration. So there's, I wouldn't say there's been proof of direct causality there, but we can see a correlation that if the administration is working as it should, if you know your taxpayers, if the filing ratio and time is as it should be, that would have an impact, because it also has aspects of transparency and how much you put forward in terms of information to taxpayers. In respect of prioritizing international tax versus domestic, so this is not a case of versus one or the other. I spoke a lot that my presentation was around questions of we understanding our environment. And this ties back to every discussion we've had. The tax laws, if you look at most of our tax laws, I know for Nigeria, it's from the 80s and 90s, some as far back as 50s. And we've never had a holistic review of the laws, which comes back to discussion around the Finance Act. It's been piecemeal. So there's not been a cohesive, holistic review of the law at once to bring it up to date. There's been piecemeal reviews. And when you do piecemeal, yes, there'll be incoherence somewhere as you do that, as you progress. So in the international versus domestic, it's more about understanding your environment as a country. Where do you allocate your resources? Have you built the foundation and the basics for you to allocate most of your resources to international tax? Or do you prioritize domestic while you still engage in, the international tax discussions and conversations? And why I say this is every cycle of 5 to 10 years, a new topic comes up and we all chase it. About 10 years ago, it was transfer pricing. A lot of countries put resources to transfer pricing. But the question is, for your jurisdiction, this is not a general statement. Is that actually a priority for the amount of resources you put to it? Currently, it's digitalization. We're all going after digitalization. Is the popular topic, and of course there's the whole global taxing, right? But it's understanding your position in that conversation. what is priority while you still keep abreast of that conversation and what is going on within that space. So it's all about understanding your country, doing the research, and not, copying and pasting or doing things because others are doing it, and having this whole concept of understanding. And to finalize, my final submission would be, we need a holistic, a whole of government approach. There's a little bit more of knowledge work to be done on the continent. I don't think we've been able to sit down and decide what tax system, what tax framework works within the continent. We usually talk about, for example, informal sector, but there's a big question around informal sector. We have the Income Tax Act. We have all the laws, which gives a baseline of when you should not pay tax. But we go back to try to tax those people through informal sector, for example, for those that have presumptive taxes, and we talk about simplification of creating a regime. Have we actually done the analysis to understand what informs informality? Is it a taxation issue, or does it go beyond taxation? Are we taking the easy way out of saying we want to tax informal sector? So again, this goes back to the knowledge work that needs to be done on the continent, understanding what we need to do within the continent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you have any comments?
Thank you very much. For me, government has pronounced the policy. The law has been put in place, and it now remains to us, the Revenue Authority, to ensure that we fully implement the identified administrative initiatives. What will help us greatly is technology. Let's now move to a point where we fully utilize the available technology. In Zambia, for example, we've set up a dedicated department known as the Innovation and Project Management Department with a dedicated innovation hub. The idea is that we have to develop in-house systems to support all these administrative initiatives that we've identified. It's costly, time-consuming to go out and look for a solution that will work for you. For us, we are saying in-house. And this is what is now making us realize all these identified administrative measures that we've put in place. Looking forward, I think we hope we will continue contributing more than the 70% towards the national revenue requirements. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kassam?
Just 2 or 3 comments. Before I go into that, I think a lot of revenue authorities, the investment in technology is very license-based. And the issue is that there are a lot of open source systems that can be customized. And I think the way to go is to have open source systems that bring down the overall cost. On the national tax policy, I think the tax policy, there was a question there, it's just not been implemented because the Finance Act 2024 was the first one that was taking it into account, and there were certain simplifications that were being brought in. But overall, it'll take time. It's not something that happens. But the aim of the national tax policy is to bring certainty in taxation. And I think over time, that is going to be the guiding factor of making the Finance Acts. On the complexity of the tax, my view is that you can't simplify it because there are so many sectors and there are so many issues that affect each sector. And if you leave it at a very high level, then the gray areas increase. So it is not the issue around the volume, but it's about the clarity and the area. So if we look at Kenya, if you put all the tax acts together, there are some areas that don't align. And I think it's the alignment that makes it clear. And then the Income Tax Act is quite outdated. That is one piece of legislation that needs to change. But coming back to it, I think there has to be a document which is, catering for the MSMEs. Whether it's a separate act or it is a clear guidance of 10 or 12 pages of what affects them, because that is where the majority of the difficulty is. And to me, there are only 2 things. They have to pay a turnover tax, and if they've got employees, they have to deduct the employment tax. And if you can simplify that code, in a very simple way, then that's where you'll cater for the majority. Anybody else who is not in the MSME, has the bandwidth to have experts internally or externally to guide them.
All right, so Rispa?
Okay, so I think I'll start from this way, going that way. I think from our Nigerian colleague was to give the experience and just basically resounding the importance of simplicity And I think as it's been said here, you can only simplify so much. So we do what we need to do to ensure that we onboard everybody. A colleague from HMRC, certainly we are always open to learn from others, so certainly I'll take you on that offer to support, because at the end of the day, then it comes back to all that we have been discussing here, of simplifying, improving compliance, and leading to domestic revenue mobilization. To Baiji, I think the key thing that was directed to me was about repurposing our enforcement department. I think that's what I got from you. So probably not killing it per se, but maybe repurposing it in terms of approach. Because if you look at it across the world, so to speak, there will always be those enforcement elements. But then the question is, should it be the first point of contact, or should it be the last resort? How then do we do it, and what do we do? By the time I come to you in terms of enforcement, what steps, what boxes, how many boxes have I ticked before getting there? Then on the national tax policy, I think that has been addressed, but the question was, will it help? And my simple answer is yes, because it brings predictability. And of course, predictability then attracts investment. And attracting investment then obviously leads to economic growth. And of course, improvement even in our tax collection. So certainly the national tax policy will be will come in handy. Now, overall, even as a wind-up, so many things have been said, and it's been bucketed in very many words on what we need to do. And I've tried to summarize some of the things that just cut across, the theme: efficiency, transparency, fairness, simplicity, that's where you include technology, being customer-centric, awareness, creating awareness, and of course, then last but not least, and I think this is very important, accountability. And I think accountability at all levels, which then I believe will automatically lead to improved compliance and of course economic growth. Thank you.
Anthony?
As I complete, I would advise, if you're able now to have a structured capacity building, in a way, you can at least have one or two entrepreneurs or people you can mentor. Your mentees are there and ready and willing to learn from you. Because like I was saying, some are not compliant because they don't know what they're supposed to be compliant of. But you are there, you know what they're supposed to be compliant of. It's always good now to at least have 2 or 3, be checking on how they are doing. And once once you mentor someone, they also mentor someone. And when we can, let's always consume what is locally produced. You don't have to buy something that your neighbor is just making there, but you chose to go and pick it 600 kilometers away from here. No, it's good. Let's consume what is there. Because if where you are buying one day it stops, you'll be embarrassed now to go where you have been living, so that it's always good. Let's consume what's locally produced. Thanks.
Naomi?
Next. I see the sign that our time is up, so I'll just say one final word, that what we have learned from July is that the future outlook of domestic resource mobilization will, among other things, depend on what and how we communicate it, capacity building, and strengthening institutions, which should be a long-term approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brent?
So I just wanted to stress what the Commissioner was highlighting in terms of the predictability, transparency, and simplicity to attract investment. As Equity Group, we have historically been expanding and deploying capital across markets and essentially investing in some of your markets. And what is key is the predictability in policymaking, including around the tax policies. So to the extent for investors, and we engage many foreign investors that are looking to come into the East African region, predictability, transparency, and ease of understanding of policy is key in making investment decisions. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now you have my permission to give a round of applause to our fantastic panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kwame, for leading us through that very exciting panel discussion. Allow me to just bring in the online audience. I'm informed that we have about 4,000 virtual attendees across all platforms. And we have received one question, so maybe I can just throw it to you, Kwame, and we can just have a quick response. The delegate is asking, kindly elaborate more on the role of KRA to a business debt management. The issue has not been well highlighted. Amnesty is a strategy to ensure compliance, but not a strategy to support businesses in debt management. Maybe a quick comment from one of your panelists on just that, from the online audience, kindly.
Well, that has to be whispered, right? It has to be.
Thank you again, and thank you to audience. You have asked about debt management. I've heard you talk about amnesty and a few other things in there. So I'm not sure I got it, but I'll try and touch and go everywhere. So debt management and linking it to amnesty. So debt management is positive for both parties, both the KRA, because then we are able to show real debt, real collectible debt, and from the taxpayer side, you reflect the right debt, amount of debt in your books. Now, linking that with the amnesty, what did the amnesty do? So amnesty gave a certain period and said between this period and this period, as of December 2022, if you've paid all principal tax, then it means your penalties and interest will be waived. Now, this was combined with an earlier provision where the provisions that did away with the waiving of penalties and interest. So this was a window that improved the process, because previously you'd have to write to the commissioner and write to and of course all the way to Treasury to justify why you qualify for this waiver. But now with the amnesty program, that does away with it. Now, again, moving on to the same issue of debt, I'll link it to the aspect of dispute resolution. Where you have any business transaction, disputes are likely to arise. What are we doing about it? We have opened our doors to the alternative dispute resolution module framework, where we're saying disputes will always be there, but let us agree to agree. Can we try and minimize our costs? Instead of taking it through the appeal process, come to the table, let's meet somewhere. I think that in itself, apart from the fact that it manages debt, it also builds relationships, and we find a way of improving the working capital of businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rispa Simiu, and thank you very much to Kwame Owino and your panel. May I kindly request that you take a step forward. We take a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we appreciate this panel that has opened day 3 for us. Please take a step forward. Joe will take the photo. They have opened for us the conversation around harnessing the potential of domestic resource mobilization for economic transformation. Our presenter was Emeka Nwankwo, who has asked us, are we talking about domestic revenue mobilization or domestic resource mobilization? Such great conversations that we've had. We had Richard Kapasa, who is the acting commissioner business facilitation from Zambia Revenue Authority. We had Brent Malahay, the Group Chief Strategy Officer at Equity Group. We had Ashif Kassam, who is an independent director at Kenya Revenue Authority. We had Rispa Simiu, Commissioner for Domestic Taxes. We had Anthony Muthungu, founder of Totosai, and Dr. Naomi Mathenge, Senior Economist at the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 11:07 hours. We shall take our break and be back for the plenary number 6. If you've been here for the last 2 days, or plenary number 2 today, and we shall be talking about environmental taxation. It's one of those interesting conversations you don't want to miss. We have our tea at the grounds near the pool area, but before you get there, you can walk by and just see the exhibitors that we have on ground. So see you then. We will be playing your video as you walk out to your tea. Let's continue with the networking and get ready for the next session. We reconvene at exactly 11:25. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your cup of tea.
Kenya, this land of diversity and resilience, has witnessed significant transformation over the years.
This passport can automatically be issued to all authorized stakeholders and devices and attached to any electronic documentation. Finally, the container is opened, the cargo is assessed, and illegal goods are seized. Following are some real-life examples of the power of Cargo Seer AI. This is a shipment of highly valuable smuggled motorcycles. Human operators did not catch this smuggling fraud. Cargo Seer AI did. In this case, Customs was able to recover $17,000 in almost lost tax revenue. This is a shipment of misclassified furniture. Human operators did not catch this classification fraud. Cargo Seer AI did. In this case, Customs was able to recover $12,000 in almost lost tax revenue. This is a shipment of undervalued maize. Human operators did not catch this valuation fraud. Cargo Seer AI did. In this case, Customs was able to recover $25,000 in almost lost tax revenue. So, are you ready to take control? For more information, visit us at www.cargoseer.com.
In the infinite realm of wisdom and knowledge, a sanctuary exists, shining like a beacon of light for all who seek to unlock the mysteries of tax, customs, and fiscal policy. This sanctuary is the Kenya School of Revenue Administration, where excellence finds its voice. Within its campuses in Nairobi and Mombasa, dreams take flight and futures are shaped. We are not just a school, but a cradle of inspiration where the minds of leaders and visionaries are nurtured. Guided by an unwavering commitment to excellence, we spread our wings wider. Collaborations with international bodies such as the World Customs Organization, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the African Tax Administration Forum became the stepping stones to our global recognition. Today, we stand tall as one of the 4 accredited World Customs Organization regional training centers in East and Southern Africa. Driven by an exceptional and dedicated faculty and using cutting-edge technology, we leave no stone unturned in our pursuit of greatness. Our programs, which are meticulously designed, equip our students with the skills and knowledge to conquer the tax, customs, and fiscal policy challenges of tomorrow. Within our state-of-the-art campuses, surrounded by tranquil and serene learning environments, we offer cutting-edge training in tax and customs. These spaces transcend traditional education, creating a harmonious blend of innovation and nature, ensuring that our infrastructure reflects not only our dedication to providing an unparalleled educational experience, but also our commitment to nurturing a peaceful and conducive atmosphere for learning. Trustworthy, ethical, competent, helpful, innovative, simple. These are the core values that guide our every action. We undertake to instill them in our students, shaping them not only as professionals, but as compassionate individuals who will make a difference. Beyond the physical boundaries of this esteemed institution, we extend our reach to the world. Partnerships with renowned Kenyan universities enable us to offer postgraduate and master's programs, empowering our students to reach greater heights. As the future unfolds, we continue to evolve and ensure the quality of our offerings. Our ambitions do not end here as we strive to be the leading African academy in tax, customs, and fiscal policy and create an ecosystem of knowledge that transcends boundaries. The Kenya School of Revenue Administration, where excellence is a journey, not a destination, and we are well on our way. To like-minded individuals, we say, Karibu Kesra. Over the past few years, the Kenya Revenue Authority has made significant strides through thoughtful planning and strategic execution. These efforts have resulted in notable improvements in revenue collection, enhanced customer service, streamlined business processes, and the development of a skilled workforce. As we look ahead, it's time to reflect on our achievements, address challenges, and set the stage for continued success in the years to come. To gain insight into KRA's strategic direction and the impact of our planning efforts, we spoke with the Acting Commissioner of Strategy.
So the authority identifies revenue mobilizations, operational efficiency, and customer service as the key strategic issues that will drive the implementation of the 9th corporate plan. And this will ensure that the authority mobilizes the much needed revenue for the government. At the same time, ensuring that we enhance collaboration with our stakeholders to enhance service delivery.
The Human Resource Division has been instrumental in building and supporting a workforce that drives KRA's mission forward. Their focus on talent acquisition, training, and staff well-being has been critical in ensuring that our teams are equipped to meet the demands of a dynamic environment.
To ensure success in productivity, one is building the morale of staff. Building the morale of staff is to ensure that they are having an enabling environment to do their work. So these should be done by ensuring that the staff are motivated. You can motivate staff either financially or non-financially. As long as they are motivated, they'll be very productive, they'll work with a lot of enthusiasm, and by the end of it all, we'll achieve our target of revenue collection. So one thing I would say is building morale of staff.
We need to embrace a defined culture that speaks to the authority and speaks to the Night Corporate Plan. We need to ensure that we empower the platform for employee feedback. We create a feedback channel that is trustworthy, and a channel that people are able to bring up situations that are not self-centered but they're authority-based, to be able to push us forward. Creation of a succession plan. That is, we need to use a defined career path whereby once you're in as an officer and you're in a specific department or unit, you know that if I want to grow in this career, this is the path I need to follow.
Customs and border control play a vital role in securing our borders and facilitating trade. Their dedication to improving operational efficiency and compliance has been key to supporting Kenya's economic growth.
With the introduction of ICMS, there was a simplified declaration module for SMEs to be able to comply with the requirements for cross-border trade in terms of lodging entries and seeking and acquiring clearance from other government agencies.
Through the presidential directive in last year, 2023, the president directed that we come up with a method of faster clearance of cargo. This means that through the Bill of Lading, the manifest and certificate of conformity, those documents can be used to clear cargo ahead of arrival. This has worked very well. Yes, we had challenges, but this was the opening up of trade facilitation, and especially to the shippers.
The future always can be bright. Bright in the sense that in the next 5 years, customs will play a very key role, owing the fact that now it will be the driver first for integration of the partner states. Number two, in terms of trade facilitation, you realize that now there's a lot of intra-trade between the partner states, and the customs will be the key player in terms of facilitation of trade, ensure that there's a level playing field, and also now make sure that there's efficiency that is achieved, and thereby growing the economy. So, all said and done, we are seeing customs taking a central role in terms of pushing for integration, and also now promoting industry and trade at the same time.
The Domestic Taxes Department has been at the forefront of our revenue collection efforts. Their strategic approach to taxpayer engagement and compliance has contributed significantly to our overall success.
Our department is engaging in expanding the tax base, and also we are also trying to bring our customers close to us, because you see previously we used to wait for customers to come to us. But because of the services that we are delivering to them, we have to go to where they are.
I'm hoping to have an innovative KRA where the slightest innovative idea that we have will be put in place and implemented. At the end of the day is for us to enhance revenue, to enhance compliance, and to be able to have a satisfied customer and a satisfied taxpayer.
Effective communication is critical to KRA's success, and the Marketing and Communication Department has excelled in ensuring that our messages resonate with both internal and external stakeholders. Their innovative strategies have expanded our reach and strengthened public trust.
Katika huu mpango wa 9 kuna alama imetumika ama harufu imetumika ambapo ni harufu ya manufaa sana. Harufu hiyo ni harufu ya ta, yaani 3 T's. Tunasema katika mpango uliokwisha ilikuwa mambo ni masita, lakini mpango huu tulionao wa 9 mambo ni matatu. Imezungumzia kuhusu ya kwanza, tax simplification, njia rahisi ya kuona ya kwamba tumeunganisha teknolojia na tumeunganisha bidhaa zetu iwe rahisi kwa mteja. Tunaangazia ya kwamba matarajio yetu ni kwamba tunatakikana mteja aweze kujihudumia hata akiwa ndani nyumbani. Kwa mfano, shughuli iliyopita ya watu kurudisha mazao yao katika idara return filing, unapata ya kwamba wengi wao walikuwa wanatoka majumbani hadi kuja kwenye idara kupata huduma ile. Kwa mtazamo wangu kama mfanyikazi wa hili shirika, ningependa kuona ya kwamba tunatumia kodi maalumu kwa simu yoyote, ili ukiwa nyumbani unaweza kubofa alama fulani na unaweza kurudisha mazao yao ya kodi ya mwaka bila ya kuja katika ofisi zetu. Na hivyo ndo tunatakikaniwa ikuwe, mambo ya kuwe rahisi.
Technology is at the heart of our operations, and the ICT division has been pivotal in driving innovation and efficiency. Their work in enhancing our systems and data analytic capabilities has laid the foundation for informed decision-making and improved service delivery.
We can use the ICT systems to facilitate both the internal customers and our external customers, so that our internal customers can work from anywhere in the country, no matter what happens in the wake of calamities, and at the same time our taxpayers can be able to file their returns from anywhere and anytime in the country through the simplified processes in KRA.
I believe ICT is really geared towards pushing at a very high level the integration of business systems, really pushing for the uptake of the data warehousing and business intelligence tools. This so that to allow the business teams to identify trends, use data-driven and intelligence-led decision-making.
As we move forward, KRA's commitment to thoughtful planning and strategic execution remains unwavering. With the collective efforts of our dedicated staff and leadership, we are poised to achieve even greater success. The future is bright, and together, we will continue to drive excellence in tax administration and revenue mobilization.
All right, so far so good, ladies and gentlemen. We are now preparing to go into our plenary session number 6. If you can hear me and you're still on your way here, kindly hasten your steps so that we can settle down. We are running a little bit behind schedule. It's now 7 minutes past the scheduled time to start the session. Calling upon our moderator, Flavia, if you're within the building, let's consult briefly. Flavia Howard, she's going to be moderating this session. Those at the foyer, we are kindly requesting that you make your way into the plenary hall so that we can get this session underway. Thank you. We should be able to do that in the next 3 minutes at most.
Nation. Today, taxation plays a pivotal role in funding essential government services and development projects. Kenya's journey towards revenue growth through taxation has been impressive. Over the years, the government has introduced various tax reforms, broadening the tax base and increasing compliance. This has led to a substantial increase in revenue collection. These funds are instrumental in supporting vital sectors such as healthcare, education, infrastructure development, and social welfare programs, which directly impact the lives of Kenyan citizens. The revenue collected through taxation forms the financial backbone of government agendas, including the bottom-up transformation strategy. This approach aims to uplift the most vulnerable segments of society, focusing on job creation, wealth distribution, and poverty reduction. Taxation empowers the government to invest in rural development, infrastructure, and programs that directly benefit marginalized communities. Taxation isn't just about collecting funds, it's about shaping the nation's destiny. It's a bridge that connects the aspirations of the government with the hopes of the people, fostering sustainable development and paving the way for a more equitable and prosperous Kenya. In this land of opportunity, taxation is not merely an obligation, but a promise of progress, empowerment, and transformation for all. These, together with all other government services, are paid for by our taxes.
So when Anthony Mudungu founded TotoSci in 2020, the idea was to manufacture USB cables for feature phone users in Kenya. 2 years ago, Made in Kenya visited him at his startup in Kiangwashi, that's in Kirinyaga County. This week, Edward Chwe returned to TotoSci and now tells us how Mudungu has not only doubled production, but is also a key player in the supply of accessories in Kenya's mobile phone and electronics industry.
In 2021, Anthony Mudungu's then-year-old startup, TotoSci, was making its first steps in manufacturing USB cables, targeting smartphone users in the country. When we visited him, Mudungu had assembled a 4-member team, largely made up of same-skilled staff, who needed his guidance in every stage of the project.
So these are people like, they have their skills, but now I have now also to train them to do what I want them to do. So on top of what they have learned, the skills they have, they are bringing in, they are doing what I have trained them to do.
Today, he has a fully experienced team handling the manufacturing of the USB cables. This team is made up of engineers and sales executives.
Here we just need to come with the basic understanding of what we are supposed to do, especially basics in engineering, and the rest we train them here. So this person who is coming here to work doesn't have experience of doing this anywhere else.
I'm a machine operator, and also I do electrical maintenance in this company. I've been able to carry out with my life as I get my income here. I also have a family I do cater for. So it has helped me to raise my family.
2 years ago, Mudungu had only one testing machine and one molding machine. Today, he has added state-of-the-art machines to his portfolio. This not only makes production faster, but Mudungu is able to customize products to meet customer taste and preferences. Further, production has also increased significantly from 200 to 2,000 USB cables per day.
We can design our products just the way you want. You want it any color, any length. You want it to be engraved with your name, your logo. Even if you want to do a picture here, we can do anything. We have the machines that are able now to check every raw material that we are using, whether it is up to the standards. The whole process starts with the cable cutting and outer stripping. And then we pass it now to the other machine that do the inner stripping of the wire now to expose the conductor. We pass it now to the soldering, where we're able now to do the soldering now of the wire and the connector that is normally now used now to charge or transfer the data. It goes now to testing. We call them the internal testing first. Okay. Pass. It goes now to internal molding. It goes back to testing. It goes back to external molding. It comes here now for visual inspection, and then it comes now to the laser blooding. Just if you wanted to have your name, your blood name, or your company, or whatever.
With this kind of production, Mudungu is now not only producing purposely for the retail market, but he is now a key supplier of accessories to industrial entities like Gearbox Europresa, the makers of motherboards, and has partnered with Safaricom as a key supplier of USB cables.
Industrial clients, it's my 60% focus. If you want now to buy our USB cable and charge or use it to charge your phone, you can just go to any Safaricom shop or go to Safaricom e-commerce platform called Masoko. You buy from there, and then you collect it in any Safaricom shop countrywide. And then we have the retail market.
TotoSci has also developed a new sustainability policy. Mudungu says they are now keen on the circular economy model with a waste management policy of recycling plastic waste and electronic waste.
So we don't have waste here. We reuse everything. We even use the waste plastic from the community whereby we collect and we recycle for use. In case we have like an electronic waste, we have an MOU with an organization called the We Center. We give them now to We Center.
With this venture now producing at least 2,000 USB cables every day, Mudungu looks forward to be a key supplier of mobile phone accessories across the country, at the same time playing a pivotal role in technological advancement in Kenya. But as he says, this can only be achieved if the key stakeholders create an enabling environment for local manufacturers and innovators. Edward Chwea, Made in Kenya, Citizen TV.
World trade in goods has increased dramatically over the last decade. Now, billions of shipments valued at $19 trillion move around the world every year. As trade grows, so does the potential for illicit commerce. Millions of shipments contain dangerous goods or are classified at a lower value to avoid taxes. Customs agencies globally report that they are able to effectively inspect only 5% of all incoming containers. What about the remaining 95%? This gap not only leads to revenue leakage that can go towards healthcare, education, and infrastructure for millions worldwide, it also endangers public safety and threatens the rule of law. This is exactly where Publican comes into play. Publican is a digital shipment inspection platform. It leverages unique data to digitally inspect and classify all shipments while flagging suspicious and fraudulent cargo for officer inspection. The platform also provides deep investigative capabilities on all shipment entities. Customs agencies can automatically and digitally inspect 100% of the shipments rapidly and accurately, relying on unique and valuable intelligence regarding any entity involved in the shipment process. This allows customs to make informed decisions within customs-controlled processes. We serve over 30 governments worldwide with massive-scale national mission-critical systems, catapulting customs and tax authorities into the digital age. With Publican, governments increase revenues while facilitating legitimate trade, mitigating corruption, cracking down on illicit trade, and minimizing threats to national security and safety. Publican, empowering customs and enabling free, fair, and safe global trade.
At Space and Style, our vision is to be recognized as world-class leaders in the provision of building solutions. Our company, which is headquartered in Kenya, started over 20 years ago as a trading business in natural stone-coated roofing tiles. Over time, we have transformed and diversified our product portfolio, and one key milestone for Space and Style is the venture into manufacturing. We have been manufacturing our Asili natural stone-coated steel roofing solutions together with our innovative and advanced FrameTech light gauge steel construction systems in Kenya. It is our intention to collaborate with other like-minded companies as we grow our export agenda through digitization. We can track our consignments, communicate with our partners to transact, and ensure that our products are received to their customers at the right time and in the right condition. Our commitment to sustainability is reflected in the choice of our products. We believe in the utilization of green technologies as we design our products for use in the building and construction sector in Kenya and in the African continent. We use automation in our manufacturing processes to deliver efficiency and high-quality outputs. One of our key strategic pillars at Space and Style is strategic partnerships. It is our belief that through our partnerships, we can collaborate and develop products for a diverse market. Our innovative FrameTech building technology can be used for diverse applications. These include affordable housing schemes, social housing, and any other commercial and residential applications. We welcome our partners to join us as we drive this transformation in construction using our sustainable building technologies and our FrameTech eco-house solutions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. If we could settle down so that we can start plenary session number 6, in which we are going to be focusing on strategic approaches to environmental taxation, a conversation that promises to be quite interesting, just like the others have been. Our panel is ready to take to stage, and 2 of them are actually going to be participating online, and I would like to recognize them because they are in the Zoom waiting room. We have Mr. Mtwalo Msoni, Tax for SGD's Program Specialist for Sub-Saharan Africa region in the UNDP. He's going to be participating via Zoom. We also have Mr. Matthias Qvist. I really hope I get that name right. It's Qvist. He's from the Swedish Tax Agency. He's also going to be participating as a panelist online. Alongside those 2, we also do have Ms. Caroline Amolo, who is the Director, Corporate Affairs, Ban Manufacturing. We also have Alice Kananu from KRA, a Green Customs expert, and also Nixon Omondi, who is from our tax policy unit in KRA. But before they take to the stage, Flavia, I will call you so that you can invite them. But before that, we have a video that is going to play to just set the mood for this particular. Just welcome. All right. If we could cue that video.
On 5th September 2023, during the Africa Climate Summit that took place at KICC, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Chair of the Committee of Africa Heads of State and Government on Climate Change announced,
to achieve green growth, we in Africa have committed to move with speed and under various effective frameworks to develop the necessary instruments, institutions, policies, and strategies through which we shall design and implement incentives that will accelerate the delivery of priority actions.
The Kenya e-mobility policy document has committed to reduce carbon emissions from transport sector by 32% in the year 2030. And Kenya Revenue Authority has singled out climate action as a key agenda.
The seal is okay.
To achieve this vision, the mandate of KRA through Customs and Border Control goes beyond securing borders and facilitating trade.
Customs mandate basically covers duty collection, so tax collection, trade facilitation, ensuring that our customers are able to get efficient services, and border control.
It started with Basigo and e-mobility companies' need to import lithium-ion batteries to assemble e-buses in Kenya. These commodities would attract a tariff of 35%. Further, Basigo was not at that time an authorized economic operator program, AEO. By recognizing the importance of supporting green innovation, Kenya Revenue Authority facilitated Basigo with their requests.
The reason we approached KRA, when we got the incentives in 2023 from the budget, we realized that there was an ambiguity in regards to lithium-ion batteries for electric vehicles. And for us, as part of the CKD kit, as I've said, we were moving towards local assembly. We needed that clarification. Would batteries which are exempted, which are supposed to be locally part of the local input, would lithium-ion batteries for traction of the buses be included?
Domestic Taxes Department had worked with them previously, and they were guided on how they can go through their parent ministry to get a letter to Treasury, which now enabled them to access the exemptions that they needed for them to be able to compete well with the other players in the industry.
We were able to finally accredit the company, having demonstrated its compliance to all the thematic areas that I've already mentioned. and we were able to accredit them into the AEO program.
Basigo attests that the results of the taxman and taxpayer partnering together were almost immediate, as the production of e-buses significantly increased.
Having this exemption and with the help of KRA, that has brought us to a point where, as of date, we have produced 13 buses from KVM with the goal of producing a total of 28 this year.
If we had not got that advanced ruling, the first kits would have arrived and then we would have had a tax dispute. So that gave us the impetus to actually understand how the law works, and they also gave us advice on how to go ahead.
The e-mobility company, with climate matters at heart, made a bold move. Instead of outsourcing the solution to a tax consultant, they went straight to the source, KRA. But why take these unconventional routes?
If I blow your trumpet a little, is we were given a contact with KRA, and we were told that there is a customer care department in KRA that you could actually deal with them directly as opposed to going through a consultant. And because time was of essence, we actually called and then wrote to them directly, and the response was was quite immediate. So that process started.
This is clear testament that government agencies can leverage on partnerships framework to enhance and improve service delivery.
You realize KRA is ISO 901-2015 certified. And one of the principles of ISO 901-2015 is continual improvement. Continual improvement means that we always look for the opportunities to improve and ensure that we improve in trade facilitation, in service delivery, in ensuring that our clients are happy to work with KRA.
When we look at trade facilitation, both international and domestic, we need to have an all-of-government approach to ensure that, one, when it comes to the ease of doing business indices that are measured, taxpayers and our clients feel that government is working for them.
Basigo's success story is proof that Kenya Revenue Authority is not just a tax collector, but an enabler of businesses, a facilitator of trade, a protector of society, and stakeholders should proactively establish a collaborative approach as working together builds a future where borders are no longer barriers, but bridges to economic prosperity.
We were very skeptical. We were very, very skeptical at the beginning. And I confess, being Kenyans, we've never looked at our tax authorities with a positive way. It's impressive that now we are even been on this channel, having this interview, talking to the tax authority. This is something that we would be doing hashtags elsewhere. This is actually an opportunity for us to continue just that conversation and encourage other business people, instead of fearing, engage.
To the traders, the importers, the business owners of this country, if you see areas that we can improve when it comes to service to you, reach out to us. Give us that information. We'll be able to analyze it, review it, give feedback, and implement what needs to be implemented.
Where we are looking at now is not just to stop at the achievements we've had, but ensuring sustainability and continuation of these processes and solutions. How to ensure, I talked about integration with the different stakeholders and partners, but looking at technology, automation, and bring our stakeholders along the way.
There you are. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Basigo, a very innovative initiative in the area of environmental taxation. Allow me to now welcome the moderator for this session, Ms. Flavian Howard, co-founder, Nairobi Climate Network, to introduce our panel and run the rest of the session. Welcome. You want to use these for them?
Yes, use this. Great. Thank you very much. Ooh. Thank you very much. You can hear me now. Great. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm very excited to introduce this session today. First, by way of introduction, my name is Flavia Howard. I'm the co-founder of the Nairobi Climate Network. We are a community of more than 1,500 professionals, all based in Kenya, all working towards climate action. So we bring together the private sector, the public sector, academia, and international institutions across all types of climate solutions, from e-mobility, so Basigo is one of our members, all the way through to nature conservation. So we really want to unite all those stakeholders in Kenya who are working on climate action to create a more thriving environment for climate solutions in Kenya. So really excited to be here today and to talk about those issues of environmental taxation because it is such a key part of that enabling environment. So on that note, I want to call up today our panel. So starting with Ms. Caroline Amolo, who is the Director of Corporate Affairs for Byrne Manufacturing. We have Ms. Emily Ngolo, who's the Economies Program Officer for Oxfam Kenya. We have Alice Kananu, who's from the School of Revenue Administration. Nixon Omondi from KRA. And we have Mr. Rodney Omari. Is he with us as well? Who's from the PA. I think he might be joining us later. He will be joining us for the keynote. We also have online Mr. Mtwalo Musoni from the UNDP, as well as Mr. Matthias Kvist from the Swedish Central Excise Liaison Office. Can I just confirm that you're both online and you can hear me? Excellent. Look, I can see nodding, but I'm not sure if we can hear you. Okay, we'll see if we can get that sound sorted before we call on you to speak. Before we dive into the initial presentations, I also just wanted to build on that short video and sort of explain why we're here talking about climate change at a tax conference. And I think the main issue is really because climate change has a massive impact, on the taxation status for Kenya. You ask any farmer, they know that climate change is real and it's here. And the projections are that climate change could cost up to 7% of Kenya's GDP by 2050. That's every year. So it could have a huge negative impact. And so what we need to do is reduce those emissions. And of course, Kenya has only contributed 1% to global emissions so far. So the majority of emissions reductions have to come from the global north, and they have to come from those countries that have historically caused the problem. But at the same time, Kenya does have a role to play, and indeed you saw in that video, Kenya is committed to reducing emissions by 32% by 2030. And what that means is that the climate smart, the sustainable choice has to become central to Kenya's economy. It has to become the default. And actually, Kenya's already at an advantage here. 92% renewable energy driving Kenya's grid. That is world leading. So there's a huge advantage. And actually, a global company that is considering where to source their global supply chains for manufacturing, if they're faced with a decision of an economy that is coal-fired versus Kenya, which is geothermal mostly, that's a clear choice. Kenya is a natural advantage in that situation when you take those carbon emissions into account. So with the right incentives and the right policy environment, making a climate-smart choice can actually be really in Kenya's benefit. It can be a huge opportunity. So yes, it's a threat. It's also an opportunity. And what we want to do today in this panel is talk about how environmental taxation can play a role there, how it can set the stage for creating those solutions and that sustainability to become the norm. So to kick us off, I'm excited to invite Alice from the School of Revenue Administration, who's going to talk to us about what that means from a customer's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavia. Gentlemen and ladies, good morning. Media team, can I have the presentation? All right. So I'm going to share some information to create some perspective on the commodities that are involved in trade, international trade, which are consumed in the domestic market. Where is it? Yes. So yesterday we were talking about green customs, and we said that the customs globally are concerned and have been called to action to support the work of relevant stakeholders in fighting environmental crime. And so the customs is concerned about those commodities that are prohibited and those that are restricted. And in this regard, we are referring to them as environmentally sensitive goods. And we can learn more about these goods from the various treaties that are speaking on how trade is being conducted and bringing about environmental degradation. These are some of the goods which the customs has to clear on board vessels. They include possible hazardous waste, radioactive waste. Those are metallic objects, including those ones. They include genetically modified organisms, as well as species of animals and plants found in the wild. Certain commodities we use for safety in our establishments, known as ozone, which could be containing certain gases which are banned or controlled. Others which we use in our domestic spaces for creating cooler temperatures. There are others which we use to clean in our houses or establishments. Cosmetic products containing, possibly containing mercury. These ones were flagged to be containing mercury. And if you go to our local markets, we may find them. Food items which we are consuming every day, especially the blemishless ones. Including near end-of-life products, used products, which we are happy to get at a small fee. Chemicals, which we use in industry to spray our automobiles, used in the certain textiles because of their nature. This is an orphaned elephant because the mother was killed so that the tusks could be used to make certain artifacts, which are beautiful to have in the house. And certain practices which we conduct in order to advance our agricultural agenda. We are also talking about those near end-of-life commodities, electricals, electronics, and others, which once they are discarded in our domestic market, they are no longer useful. Individuals or companies engage in recovering certain precious articles from them. And some of them don't have any skills on how to do it, so you can imagine the impact on their health and the environment. We also have a few sets of data from Interpol and the UNEP concerning those who engage in illicit activities concerning those commodities or goods we have talked about, and how much they gain from it. And it's not just about wildlife, it has to do with other serious crimes. The World Trade Organization and the United Nations Environment Program told us that if international trade forces are properly harnessed, they will make the world economy more sustainable and resilient to environmental risks, jobs, and equality in line with United Nations Agenda, Global Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Interpol also says this trade is worth almost 152 billion, should be more now, in that year. And it's connected with forest crime. So I'll quickly move on to a couple of case studies. A long time ago, in the country of Japan, there used to be this company called, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, maybe Chiso Corporation. It was a chemical company in southwest of Japan, and it was a plastics manufacturer. I got these images from the open sources. It was located in a bay called Minamata Bay. And they used mercury as an input in the manufacture of their plastics. What they used to do is just to discard the wastewater into the ocean. I'd like to go back. I think I was going too fast. I wanted to show you there. So in 1932, between that period stated there, hundreds of tons of mercury seeped into the clear waters of Minamata Bay in Japan. And it led to poisoning. So many people were poisoned, and those are the symptoms they developed after consuming the marine animals which were from that ocean. They became paralyzed, they went into coma, many of them died, they lost their vision. And we can read more from the open sources. So Minamata disease is a type of poisoning from mercury. And these people, the community there, were able to get poisoning from the fish and the shellfish. It even affected the cats because they consumed the fish. Even the fish themselves were affected. That is tuna. Those are some of the victims. This was an exhibition by that gentleman. I got these images from him, and it was taken it was prepared in 1996. So these are this is the human face of the impact of industrial activity. Eventually, this is what happened to them. They were normal people living in society, just like us, and they could fend for themselves, but they lost everything as a result. So some of them became very poor, they were discriminated against, they couldn't work anymore. That is the factory, that is the hamlets of Subo Dan in Minamata, where Minamata disease was first reported in 1956. So this is an image also from the open sources on the global use of mercury. You can look at the coral-colored spaces. East and Southern Africa, you can look at the consumption. And where do we use mercury? Dental, amalgam, measurements and control devices, batteries, electrical and electronic devices, and other devices. So this team here, according to this news article, is working together to assess the level of mercury pollution at the dump site. Let us now talk about chemicals which are used in pesticides, chemicals in industry and their byproducts. These are some images, and these impact on the biodiversity. So the chemicals end up on our plate, and there is evidence that there is poisoning as a result of the pesticides. It ends up in our dairy products. And basically, I just wanted to share that information with you. And even as I sit down, we can watch the video. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies.
They feel very overwhelmed, very. The story of the hummingbird is about this huge forest being consumed by a fire. All the animals in the forest come out and they are transfixed as they watch the forest burning, and they feel very overwhelmed, very powerless, except this little hummingbird. It says, I'm going to do something about the fire. So it flies to the nearest stream, takes a drop of water, and puts it on the fire, and goes up and down, up and down, up and down, as fast as it can. In the meantime, all the other animals, much bigger animals, like the elephant with a big trunk, could bring much more water. They are standing there helpless, and they are saying to the hummingbird, what do you think you can do? You're too little. This fire is too big. Your wings are too little. And you're big, so small, you can only bring a small drop of water at a time. But as they continue to discourage it, it turns to them without wasting any time and tells them, I am doing the best I can. And that, to me, is what all of us should do. We should always feel like a hummingbird.
Thank you very much, Alice, for sharing the story and indeed the video with us all. I would turn now to Mr. Kvist, who's joining us online from Sweden, who's also going to tell and share some stories from their experience. Mr. Kvist, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Over to you.
Okay, great. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our experiences of how we introduce environmental taxes in Sweden. As the movie showed, we must work together. There are big countries with big trunks. There are small countries, the hummingbirds, but we all must work together to do what we can. And many countries, they are implementing carbon taxes and other environmental taxes at the moment. And there's a lot of interest all over the world. In Sweden, in the end of the 1980s, something changed. We became more and more aware of the environment and the problems that pollution caused. We had the population of seals decreased sharply. We had lots and lots of problems with the environment. So we decided that this is the moment that we should work together. The people and the government, they agreed that something must be done. At the same time, we had very high income taxes, and we decided to move away to lower the income taxes and introduce environmental taxes instead. We decided we should set up goals. I think we were in the same place as many countries are now. We were thinking, how should we do this? How should we introduce these environmental taxes to work together? And there are some things that need to be considered. We were working with transparency and dialogue during this process because the people, they were interested in finding a solution. The companies, they were interested in finding a solution. And also the Swedish lawmaking process is a very transparent process where all the stakeholders have the opportunity to give their input. And during this process, these dialogues with the stakeholders, it's also very important to remember that the authorities, and for us, the Swedish Tax Agency, was a very important stakeholder. In order to move swiftly, the Swedish Tax Agency, when we hear about the introduction of a new law or the change of a law, we put together a task force with people that are representing all different areas of the agency, IT people, communication strategists. We put together senior tax officers, the legal department. We are all working together to implement this tax or this change as quickly as possible. It's very important with public acceptability, where when you're introducing an environmental tax. And actually, I recommend the United Nations handbook on carbon taxation. It's a very good handbook where Sweden has participated in the making of it. It contains a lot of information on how to implement environmental taxes. It's important with trust in the government and administration, and this trust requires transparency. When we introduced the carbon tax in 1991, the people were informed that the tax rate will be low starting out, and then after a while, it will be raised. So the tax rate started out very low, giving the companies and society time to adapt to these new rules. Also, when we introduced the sulfur tax, we informed everybody that we are going to, or rather the politicians, they talked about implementing this sulfur tax. And by the time this sulfur tax entered into force, the companies, the producers, they had already reduced the sulfur in the fuels. So giving time to adapt, having a transparent discussion is very important because we are all in this together. Lots of thought has to be given into the scope of the tax. Who should pay the tax? What should be taxed? And in Sweden, we have chosen to tax early in the chain. We tax the large companies. Instead of going after all the consumers. It makes it a lot easier for the tax agency to know and understand the taxpayers if there are fewer of them. We have some examples of where the definition of taxable goods is very important. For example, we have lubricating oils coming into Sweden. It's not a taxable fuel, but it may be used as fuel in trucks. And when it's used as fuel in trucks, it's a very dirty fuel. It pollutes a lot, but it also becomes a taxable product. So it's important to identify what should be taxed and what should be exempt, because you need to exempt certain areas, certain fuels, certain sectors in order for the societies to survive. I mean, if you make a tax with a very high tax rate, low-income households, they won't be able to pay. You can't have people starving or freezing to death. So you need to think carefully about the exemptions and maybe lower tax rates for certain areas. In Sweden, we have, for example, lower tax rate on the energy tax on electricity in certain parts of Sweden. Also think about how the revenue should be used. Be transparent. That's our experience. I've heard an idea that you may let people experience the benefits of the tax even before you have received the tax money. You may let them see if everybody pays their tax, this will be the result. Also, there will be undesired effects, and it's important to think about these effects and how they should be handled. In Sweden, when we introduced the carbon tax, it was a part of a broader tax reform, as I said. We lowered income taxes, and instead we choose to tax polluters. And also finding the correct tax rate, it can be pretty hard to find out exactly what tax rate is the correct one. But don't be afraid to adjust. In Sweden, we have changed the carbon dioxide tax rate 41 times in 33 years, sometimes twice per year, and it works. The tax must be perceived as fair. If it's not perceived as fair, then people will be less likely to pay this tax. And one very important thing also is there must be alternatives. We introduced a congestion tax in the two largest cities in Sweden. We, at the same time, we built parking places outside the cities, so people could go to these parking places and park, and then take public transportation into the cities. When we introduced a tax on plastic bags, we didn't have a tax on reusable plastic bags. So overnight, almost, in the supermarkets, these single-use plastic bags, they disappeared. There were only reusable plastic bags and paper bags. Thank you. Also, an ongoing dialogue with the stakeholders is very important. They need to know that you listen to them. In the introduction movie, we heard an officer say, if we can do something better, let us know. And it's important to show that you listen. You can go forward a couple of steps in these slides, please. Go to the form here. Thank you. Just one step back, please. Thank you. It's important that you follow up on the taxes. Does it have the intended effect or not? We have had taxes where the effect wasn't achieved. So it was removed, it was reworked. We tried another time. So don't be afraid to try. it doesn't have to be perfect at once. This is an ongoing process. But also, I would like to say that predictability and stability and coordination are very important in this, when you look at this. In order for people and companies to adapt, they want a clear roadmap. They want to see what will happen this year, next year, in a couple of years. So they know that this is something that they have to do, and they know how to do it, how to adapt. Also, coordination with other taxes and other instruments. The carbon tax, it's known to be a very efficient tool, but it doesn't work alone. You need more instruments, and the coordination between instruments can sometimes be a little bit tricky.
Mr. Kvist, I'm going to ask you to wrap us up now so we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, so just next slide, I'm going to show the results. The tax on plastic bags, it was introduced in March 2020. You see the result. The revenue from sulfur tax was high in the beginning, and then it's got lower and lower. Next slide. This is the carbon tax rate. It was low in the beginning, then it was raised for households, and a little bit later on, it was raised for the industry. And now we have a very high carbon tax rate. Next slide, please. But you see, the carbon tax revenue, it has remained pretty much the same. And the final slide. During this time, the carbon emissions decreased and the GDP, it was increased. So you don't have to decrease the GDP while you're reducing the emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about environmental taxes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, round of applause, please. Thank you. What I really liked about that is the progression from Alice, you talking about some of the outright bans that are needed from a customs perspective around things like mercury and the kind of the journey that the global economy has gone on from kind of those incidents in the 1950s where those harmful substances need to be totally banned, through to kind of how taxation can be used as an incentive to kind of improve products, to improve their impact on health, and then even now, you know, talking about carbon taxation, which is something that is so difficult to tax because it is so intangible. But yet, you know, these more and more sophisticated mechanisms are being developed to do just that. I'd love to now invite Mr. Rodney Omondi from the Ministry of Environment to talk about what's actually happening in Kenya today, and particularly with regards to the Climate Change Amendment Act and the recent carbon market regulations. If you, Mr. Omondi, would you like to take the podium? Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Omari.
Thank you. The moderator, I want to stand on the protocol already established. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Yeah, my name is Rodney Omari. I'm here to represent my cabinet, my principal secretary, engineer Dr. Festus Ngeno, from the State Department for Environment and Climate Change in the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. And I think this is a very timely session because, as we know, as a country, we are in the midst of trying to find out how we can guide the country in terms of how do we take care of the environment that we've been bequeathed by our forefathers and how we make sure that the same is left even in a better place as we give it to the future generations. So thank you for the invite, and on behalf of my peers, I would want to say thank you for this, so that then the audience and everyone who is watching online gets to know what the government of the Republic of Kenya is doing in this space of environmental tax, which is, I think, to be fair, fairly new in terms of, we've been paying tax, but we've never specified or, put it in that specific term that we are paying an environmental tax. So, I'm to speak on the overview of climate change and its impact on the environmental taxation in Kenya, and again on the current situation in the country and policy measures to mitigate climate change effects in Kenya. First, ladies and gentlemen, as government, there is that document which guides us, and everyone who has been following everything in the past few weeks knows that we are guided by the Constitution. And the Constitution that was enacted in the year 2010 puts environment and environmental conservation and protection at the core of it. Actually, within the preamble, we recognize that environment is key, and everything that we do, we have to be cognizant of the environment around which we are going to do everything. And of course, within the Constitution, it obligates each and every one of us, not just government, to make sure that we ensure a clean and healthy environment for everyone. And that is a right. And as government, we have to make sure that that promise that was given by in the Constitution is carried out. So how do we do this as government and as the Ministry of Environment? We have to take that promise and know that, and I know the previous speaker talked about transparency. We have to tell the citizens the status of how the environment is. And of course, within the Constitution, it has given the minister or the cabinet secretary every 2 years to come to Parliament and give the state of the environment address, more or less like the state of the nation. And this Friday, I would want also to invite the panelists. Maybe at some point I'll share the link. We are also going to share the state of climate, the state of the climate in the country. That will be an online webinar on that. So this is part of our transparency framework to make sure that people are aware of what the government is doing. But what is the government doing now? This is a session on taxation. Taxation is all about how do we collect resources so that government can provide the resources that the people expect it to do. And usually, the challenge is on how we increase the revenue base. That is usually the first question. How do we increase the revenue base? And you'll hear about, don't just tax the employed, and so on and so forth. But then, as environment, as people in the sector of environment, what are we doing to increase that revenue base before you tax them? And to this end, there are areas that are emerging, and that is climate change. It is not new, but it is a newness, or it is effect, or it is severity is becoming apparent, because the last 5 years we've experienced quite the severest drought we've ever experienced in 40 years. And as you know, when you have these kind of challenges, it has a direct effect on livelihoods, because livestock keepers will have most of their livestock wiped out, and that, of course, is a big negative to the economy of the country. So as government, we need to make sure that we safeguard the livelihoods that our citizens have painstakingly built up. So what are we doing in this area? We, as a country, we have signed on to protocols and the treaties. We are a member of the UNFCCC, that's the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Popularly, we call it the Paris Agreement, or before that there was the Kyoto Protocol, or even the Earth Summit, which gave birth to these conventions. And to this end, we have the Climate Change Act, which as a country and as government we enacted in the year 2016 to give us a framework on how we deal with climate change. And climate change has a devastation to most sectors of the economy, be it transport, infrastructure, be it agriculture, livestock, and all these other things, which of course has, again, a negative impact on employment, because as you know, agriculture is a mainstay of our economy. So what are we doing in this Climate Change Act? We have the policy, but of course, some of the emerging issues that came out of the Paris Agreement, which was in 2015, is when we enacted this law, we did not, fully benefit from from what it promised. One is on the climate, the carbon market framework. So once government realized that we had an opportunity to, trade, Kenya is not a net polluter in climate change terms. But then the global north, having that burden of polluters, had this framework to make sure that they can trade the carbon credits. I know this is quite technical as it is at the moment, but we are in the process of trying to now make sure that we demystify this talk of climate, carbon market, carbon credit, so that then our people get to know what is going on so that they can benefit. And it's all in that principle of transparency, making sure that our people get to know what is going on. And to this end, last year, 2023, we amended that Climate Change Act. Now we have the Climate Change Amendment Act of 2023. The import of this amendment was to make sure that we give a legal framework for carbon trading. Because before, everyone was talking about, oh, I hear about carbon credit, but I don't know what it is. How am I going to benefit? Because then, at the end of the day, then you as taxmen or taxwomen or revenue, when you want to look at the numbers, you want to know what is the size of this market. How am I going to tap into this? And then, of course, what does it mean to the rest of the country? So we are trying to unpack this by coming up with this legal, framework. As you know, there is no taxation without legislation. So last year, we amended that law to give a legal framework to carbon market trading. And, well, those ones who are in the legal field know that you can't really start working on just a law. You need regulations to give flesh to that. And this year, actually last month, we went through Parliament, the Senate and the National Assembly, and they acceded to the first regulation under that amended act, which was the climate change carbon market regulations of 2024. This is, of course, to give that legal framework to this new act. And then we need three more regulations. One on the carbon registry, because there are some aspects of the Climate Change Act which we have to make sure that we do, but then we've done the first. The benefit of having this regulation is that now we have in place the DNA. The DNA is the designated national authority. In this case, that responsibility was given to our regulator in the environment sector, which is National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, as the DNA. The DNA is like the focal point for the country to negotiate and to have that registry, so that then as we sit with the global partners at the UNFCCC, that the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, then we will be engaging other countries, other stakeholders outside this country, and of course within the country, within this kind of legal and institutional framework. So then that aspect gives us that institutional framework. So the architecture of our climate change governance is set, and it is of course in place. So why are we doing all this? It's the reason being, there are two aspects of the climate change talk that we need to clarify. We've been trading in carbon, and actually Kenya is one of the top countries in Africa in terms of carbon market trading. Most Kenyans will tell you they don't know that, and rightly so. It's because what we've been doing is what you call the voluntary trading, where people decide to sell the carbon, their carbon credits in the open market on their own volition without the government coming in. So what that meant is that our people, most of them who are illiterate in this talk of carbon market, were being swindled. They were middlemen and all that. People coming, making people sign things. These agreements, they sign off. Someone builds one classroom and tells them that is your share of the carbon that your village or your region has given. And as government, when we noticed this, we had to come up with this legal obligation because you can't compel. Now, under the UNFCCC, there are two frameworks. There is, of course, the one that is, regulated, which is what this amendment does, and of course the other, which is, voluntary. What this amendment does, and it's important, is that the communities, Kenyans, there is an obligation. It's a must that 40% of the proceeds of this carbon trading is with the community. Of course, there is that, there is that other law which is on the natural resource, community sharing framework. Some of them it's 5%, 10%, but ours is 40%. To make sure that our people gain from this thing. And of course, this then now speaks to that transparency. But for us as government to make sure that people are aware, we need everyone to be on board. We need the non-government organizations, those people who have been there trying to uplift people in the northern Kenya. We have the North Rangelands Trust, which is the big corporation dealing with carbon market. Now, people need to be told, what is your share? Have you signed this agreement? And of course, public participation is at the core of these things. So at the end of the day, we have to make sure that these dollars which were being negotiated in the global north and being left there, it is coming home, to use a popular term, it is coming home. So that then, as a sector, from environment, we are widening the revenue base. I saw, and don't quote me, I think the conservative estimate was about, the forestry sector was about bringing about 11 billion just on taxes from mainly nothing, because we were not getting anything. And this kind of thing, we were expecting in the north of 50 billion. Of course, the people who do the crunch, who crunch the numbers will tell you, but at the end of the day, we are trying to widen the revenue base. And therefore, we can then now bring this revenue. Of course, now it's with the people, and that's where you come in, the tax. Because as government, when you've widened the tax base, we've widened the revenue base, then there is an opportunity of saying, we are going to tax at this rate, and that is not me to say. That's, of course, the regulator, which is KRA, to come up with the numbers on how first to balance so that there is fairness, so that you don't start taxing too much something that is new and fragile, but then there is an opportunity here. There's a big opportunity here. Secondly, I want to say something about what the government and through the ministry is coming up to make sure that we deal with... Mr.
Murray, can we make this your final point, please? Thank you.
We deal with the waste management, thank you. And that is coming up with the regulations to make sure that we bring to life the principle called the polluter pays principle. And that is to make sure that imported materials or goods are subjected to a kind of a tax to make sure that at least the extended producer responsibility, which is a requirement under the Solid Waste, Sustainable Waste Management Act, Section 25 of MCAR2, is also given. So these are opportunities to make sure that as government, we provided our, some of the tools that and the instruments that you can have to make sure that we provide the promises that we promised in the Constitution, which is to making sure that we have a clean and sustainable, healthy environment. So lastly, these measures sometimes may sound unpopular. Why are you taxing, imports and all that? But then human beings, we are born to be responsible. Even the Bible says you've been given the Garden of Eden, and you are given a responsibility. So it is our responsibility as government and citizens to make sure that what we pollute, we also have to take responsibility for. EPR, for those of you who are not aware, is extended producer responsibility. Long gone are the days of where you produce something and you're not held accountable to what happens to that thing at the end of the day. We have to make sure that when you manufacture something, especially the problematic waste, those bits of waste which are very hard to recycle, to making sure that we as government and we as a people make sure that the environment stays clean and it's safe for everyone. And of course, there are other issues that we'll be talking as we join the panel, but that is basically the framework that we have within the country in terms of the climate structure and the measures that we have in terms of taxing the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think particularly those questions around carbon credits, I would love to come back to, because I think that's a very exciting topic, especially with Ben on the panel here today. We've got a short time for questions, so we're going to run through the rest of the panel. I'm going to ask all of you to keep your responses nice and short so we can get through everyone. But I actually want to open by turning to Mr. Musoni online. We've heard a lot about different types of taxation here, from the customs to EPR to carbon taxes. Where are all these taxes trending? What is the kind of global picture of environmental taxation looking like? And is it doing enough to tackle the scale of the challenge that we have? Over to you.
Thank you very much for letting me join in. I would have loved to be with you, of course, but I am here virtually. And firstly, I want to mention that within the UNDP, we like to look at it as taxing for the environment and not necessarily environmental taxation. For the core reason is that taxing environment is meant to have dual-pronged outcomes. The first is revenue raising, and we do know that revenue authorities like KRA, governments are measured based on how much tax they're able to raise in relation to GDP. But it's tax for what? Which brings us to our second perspective of taxing the environment. We're taxing the environment because we do know that we are at this stage where, like you had made mention, that by 2030, Kenya will lose 7% of its GDP due to climate change. So we need to reduce on those carbon emissions. Essentially, what I'm trying to put across is that taxing the environment should have the foresight in mind that it's not only about us collecting more revenues from the taxes, but it's more about us being able to influence the behavioral patterns that individuals have. From the UNDP perspective, we present an offer to countries to self-diagnose to what extent their tax policy, tax administration aligns to achieving the goal on climate action. And not only do we look at this, but we also want to also stretch across different SDGs. We heard earlier from our colleague from the private sector mentioning about how tax incentives can basically create that room for us to be able to import more sustainable products in terms of batteries and in terms of other products. We also know that, and we've heard that, taxation on plastic products would also discourage the use of these products. So broadly, the conversation, coming back to your question, the conversation is going around introducing carbon taxes as presented by our colleagues from the Swedish government, which are easier to implement, especially when imposed at high stream level. The idea of having these taxes at upper stream is basically to ensure that the few set of taxpayers, basically the ones that are producing, extracting, or importing fossil fuels, are liable to making these tax payments. And we do know that when you import them upstream, of course, going downstream, it will make these products less attractive and less accessible, and eventually would be aiming to drive the consumption patterns of people to demand less of these products that are harmful for the environment. There are few cardinal things that we need to note when introducing carbon taxes. And I know we did talk about the failed finance bills where the Gen Zs rose up against. So in there was embedded an environmental levy. And I think of the certain products, I'll pick on diapers. So I think there was a proposal to tax about 98 Kenyan shillings per unit of a diaper. And if the communication is not right, it basically looks to the consumer to say governments want just to raise more revenue, raise the cost of living, but communication needs to be right, that this is not about revenue raising only per se, but it's about reducing your consumption patterns of things that are perceived to be harmful to the environment.
Great.
There's a big conversation around what is the right tax rate. And I think we had talked about the Laffer curve earlier. And I think in the instance of environmental taxation, the slide that was shared by a colleague from Sweden is quite important.
Yes.
Tax increases have not necessarily led to more revenue over time. And this is very important. What we need to pay close attention to is the behavioral patterns, the behavioral change, because we are taxing for the environment and not taxing the environment. Essentially, we want behavioral patterns to change for the good of the environment. We don't want a high tax base, a 40% tax to GDP ratio with no planet to stay on.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I think that's a really good point coming back to that whole polluter play. It's about that behavior change. I'd love to turn now to Nixon from KRA. We've heard a lot here about the different types of taxes and how they incentivize change. And Kenya, as we know, has been a leader, particularly in the plastics ban, has been really kind of forward-thinking. Putting carbon aside for one moment, because we are going to come back to that, but what's next? What is next on the agenda in terms of Kenya showing that leadership and influencing that behavioral change to benefit the environment?
Thank you, and very good afternoon to distinguished panel and our participants, all protocols observed. So when we talk of environmental taxes, basically we are looking at not just revenue mobilization, but the long run is to have sustainable development in line with the SDGs goals. So it's not just collecting taxes, but we're also looking at incentives that will, encourage the good industrial practices that is protecting our environment. I always like one quote at the Ololua Trail, that we don't have any other planet. There's a lot of, clamor to get somewhere in Mars and those other planets, but we have the Earth to protect. So if you look at the global trend very quickly, we have a number of taxes applicable, to plastic pollution taxes. You see that in the United Kingdom. You see taxes that deal with congestion, traffic, heavy traffic on our roads in London and Stockholm. There are also tax incentives on electric vehicles, and that should ring a bell, what has been happening in Kenya. We have incentives on eco-labeled products, and I'm happy that my colleague from Sweden had spoken about that. In the US, there are instances where there are rebates on energy stars. So if you are an energy conserver in the US, you get a number of stars, which then enable you to get some tax rebates. Just to mention but a few. Coming home, I think this is also very important to mention before I delve into the Kenyan case. In the UK, they have a landfill tax, okay, where you pay an environmental tax on top of normal landfill rates. Where I come from, there are a lot of, this extractive holes and pits where some gold is coming from, and who will fill in those pits? I think it's a serious environmental issue. So in Kenya, there are a number of initiatives to protect our environment, both as incentives and also to discourage the environmental degradation activities. So we have VAT on petroleum fuel, and also, of course, diesel products at that rate. But because we know our LPG is very dear to us, which is green energy, there's a 0 rating on that respect. But we also have an exemption on solar products and products that exclusively, produce solar energy. And this is part of what businesses can take advantage of, including exemption on electric buses. Actually, it's actually zeros rated together with related equipment. That goes together with the excess duty on such products, but very key on income tax. We have very good incentives in tax of investment allowances or capital allowances on any machinery or measures that one take to reduce emissions and also to conserve the environment. It's actually treated as part of your capital investment. And there are instances where if you invest more than 2 billion, you can actually be eligible for a 150% investment allowance. We also have a very low tax rate, which is a very new addition to our law in the year 2022, on entities that are involved in carbon trading and emission trading systems, provided those organizations or companies are registered with the Nairobi Investment Financial Center Authority, which of course seeks to promote financial activities in Kenya and in Nairobi. We're also aware of the plastic ban. I think Mr. Omari must have spoken about that. But we also have various green fiscal incentives under the draft policy. So maybe something to follow up. And as Mr. Omari was speaking, I think as a tax practitioner and a revenue authority officer, the opportunities that some of these activities and incentives present, I think is enormous, given the pressures of revenue authorities to raise target. But key, I think, for this audience also, is having data, as you mentioned, so that when we make our policy, then it is a policy that is sound, policy based on data that is available, I think, as was presented by Mr. Emeka in the morning. So allow me to stop at that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I'm really glad that you brought up, it's not just about taxation, but it is also incentivizing the right things too. Emily, I'd like to turn to you now from Oxfam, and thinking some of those specific examples, the types of industries that could be affected by this. What are the types of things, the types of goods and services that we're actually looking at here that would be affected by environmental taxes?
Thank you, Flavia. Before I answer that, just to recognize that in this discussion, we've recognized that we're not only talking about taxation, but we're talking about a dual function of taxation as a strategic tool to ensure environmental sustainability. The reason why I'm starting with that is that because our policy responses and everything we do is crucial, of course, in shaping the environmental future. In civil society, we are very keen on ensuring that any policies that are affected or when taxation is implemented, it does not unduly burden the underserved in the community. It does not become regressive. So even as we're talking about environmental taxation or taxing for the environment, it's important for us to ensure, and this is a challenge, to the ministry and to all of us, but for us to ensure that as we're pursuing the environmental function, we do not, it's not at the expense of progressivity. And I'm saying this in the context of now in Kenya, the recent finance bill that was quashed. There were a number of policy proposals there that were to come in for the essence of protecting the environment. One of them, for example, was the eco-levy that we all heard about. And even though that levy was to target certain products and certain goods, that were harmful to the environment, we know that manufacturers would pass this cost to the consumers. And one of the target groups that would really, really suffer in this case, for example, would be the girls, the women, or, underserved families in the community. This is just a challenge, to the ministry and to all of us. In preparing these in preparing these proposals for taxation, we've been told that it's very important for us to have inclusive stakeholder engagement and transparency and accountability. The only, reason why some of these tax proposals in the finance bill were not very favorable to the community is because I can imagine there was no stakeholder engagement for such things. Even as we're pursuing environmental sustainability, we have to ensure that progressivity is still upheld. Apart from progressivity, some of the proposals actually become counterintuitive. I'll still go, again, just to humor us, to the finance bill. There was a 5% withholding tax on interest on bonds. And this included green bonds. It wasn't excluded from that. And obviously, this would make it more expensive for investments in green initiatives to come about. So this is counterintuitive. We need to make sure that the taxation proposals we come up with are, one, fit for purpose, are inclusive in the way we, come up with them. And they also do not unduly burden the underserved in the community. Just to mention one of the other areas in which environmental taxation can come about. I know time is running out, but someone, I think it's my colleague here who mentioned the extractive sector. We know we're a very natural, resource-rich country, and in very many of our counties in the coast and all over the country, a lot of mining and a lot of exploration is going on, but we're not sure, what taxation measures are being put out for these mining companies to pay. The polluter pays principle is in our the draft policy that was spoken about here. But we're not really sure, how much actually goes into ensuring that these companies actually pay, ensuring that the revenues that are derived from, these mining companies and the mining the mining companies go to the communities. We're not actually sure how much they pay, even though there's a lot of environmental degradation that occurs. There's a lot of pollution that occurs as a result of the mining activities and exploration activities. So I think there are many areas in which we need to ensure we tap the environmental taxes in, but even as we do so, we need to make sure that progressivity, it's not at the expense of progressivity.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's a really, really good point. Got some applause over there. There we go. And I think those two principles of making sure that they're being progressive, but also that polluter pays. And one thing I just wanted to touch on in that regard is the difference between a carbon tax and a tax on a carbon credit. Because a carbon tax is taxing a polluter who is emitting the carbon. But a tax on a carbon credit, so a carbon credit is part of the solution, right? If if you're constructing a building and you need to pour concrete, there's not many alternatives to that. So you might pay me to use a clean cook stove or to plant some trees on my farm, and that would be a carbon credit. You can't reduce your emissions from concrete, but you can pay me to plant trees so that I will be reducing or avoiding those emissions. And so a tax on me, in that instance, is a tax on a carbon credit as opposed to a tax on the polluter. And I think that can be, there can be confusion around that. Carbon credits are extremely complicated. And I'd love to turn to you now, Caroline, to think about, the impact that these kind of carbon taxes, these carbon credit taxes have in Kenya. What impact does that have on you as a developer of carbon solutions? And kind of what incentives do you need to expand the work that you're doing?
Thank you so much, and thank you to my distinguished panelists and all participants. That's a really good question, because I think, as you say, carbon credits are still a very abstract concept. There is a huge information gap, not just in Kenya, but in Africa as a whole. And it's always good to take an opportunity to try to respond to some of these concerns so that from a regulatory perspective and from a layman's perspective, we kind of get to a balance of understanding what this is really about. With regard to how taxation is impacting our work, and we at Burn are basically in the line of manufacturing. We are the makers of clean cook stoves, so we're basically impacting deforestation as a major mitigation activity for the continent, because we do distribute our cook stoves across the continent, and to date we've distributed upwards of 4 million cook stoves, and each cook stove is able to reduce carbon emissions by a certain number, and that is what is calculated, and we trade it in the market and get financing from that. And that's the whole complexity, which I don't want to go into right now because of time. However, it's very important for regulators, especially in conversations like this, where we are proposing taxation and how to get more revenues for governments through carbon financing, it's very important for an understanding to be there on how we use financing from carbon trading. A lot of misconceptions exist. Some of those misconceptions border on there is somebody who's making profit and getting rich by trading in carbon from our territory or from our market. And that's where regulation, of course, is very important, because we can't, overlook people who do that. But at Burn and with other similar project developers, a lot of what is earned from carbon financing really goes to ensure that we're able to broaden the impact of our products. We subsidize the cost of our cook stoves, and a lot of us sitting in this space today have seen or have used our Jiko Koa product, which is one product we have. We actually have a range from wood products through to electric and LPG, but the charcoal product is the most popular across all our markets in Africa. So what happens is that the cost of producing one cook stove is actually roughly $50. However, when you go to the retailer, you'll find that it doesn't retail at $50. It retails at a subsidized price, meaning that we're using the carbon credits, carbon financing, to reduce the cost to the end user. So there's community benefit at the point of sale, and that's how we're enabling more and more people to access clean cooking solutions, because we know that the rural populations are actually they are causing a lot of deforestation because they're depending on wood and biomass to do their daily cooking, and any energy production in the home basically is dependent on biomass. So we want to make sure that as many people as possible on the continent are able to afford the technologies that really are mitigating climate change. And carbon subsidies become very important to that process. Without carbon subsidies, we're not able to get these clean cook stoves to the end users in a manner that is affordable and sustainable. I want to come to a point that you also mentioned, and I know we're out of time, so I'm going to be very quick, but there is need in a conversation like this with these proposals and with government to have a discourse around implementation and application of the proposed carbon tax. There already exists an additional administrative fee on carbon credits, which in Kenya, with our regulation, is $4. That means that in the carbon market, right now, the going price for a carbon credit is around $12. So you minus $4 from the cost of a carbon credit, that is a fee that already goes to government, and it enables us to basically do our work. In Ghana, that fee is around $5. In Malawi, it's $3. So it depends on the market and what government comes up with within the regulatory framework. However, an additional carbon tax applied to people or companies that are working to effect mitigation activities will basically stifle this market. It will demotivate, it will de-incentivize, and it will make Kenya lose its competitive edge when it comes to attracting investment in green manufacturing or green industries. So I think how it is applied is very important. A carbon tax really, from our perspectives, should be applied to those who are polluting, the polluters, who we are working so hard to ensure that we mitigate those emissions that they are emitting into the environment. So I think there is a need to interrogate application even as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And I know that just on that one, there is now a Carbon Markets Association of Kenya, which I know is working very hard to engage with government and improve that dialogue between government and between the developers. And so I'm sure that will be an important step of part of the next process. I know we are running out of time, but I do want to make sure that we have some time for questions for the audience. So I am going to just take 5 minutes. I'm sure that there's a lot we could say. So please, put your hand up if you do have a question. We'll take 2 from the audience, 1 from online, which I have. But please do keep your questions short. Bear in mind, you are standing in between your colleagues and lunch. So any questions? We have 1 question over there, please. And 1 here. I think that's all I can see. Can we get them a microphone, please? Okay. Okay. There we are. Yes, let's get that gentleman a microphone, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Bernard Odoyo from Mabati Rolling Mills, and I like the topic we are discussing today because we are on the right path of protecting our planet. I have just a few concerns to Mr. Omari, and he's talked of, I'm a believer of effective communication in any success of any plan or any project. So effective communication on this carbon credit trade at the village. What are the plans that you want to drive this information down to the village people so that they get aware of all this carbon credit taxation and benefit, and how do they effectively contribute into this environmental degradation? Second question is that...
I'm sorry, we're given for time. Would you mind if we limit you to one question, please?
Just one burning one, because all this we are doing, I think, is basically we are trading or curative measures. But I believe if we eliminate all these together in terms of investing on renewable energy, for example, coastlines in Africa, we have the tidal waves, which can, if we really invest on the tidal waves, can really power the whole Africa, give us the green energy and green and renewable energy. What are the plans in investing on all these sources of renewable energy so that we can really eradicate or eliminate all these issues altogether?
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take this question here, and then I'll put them to the panel, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andrew, Fiscal Policy Specialist at Rome Electric. Rome Electric does electric motorcycles and electric buses. So I have a comment and a question. One, the comment is appreciation to Kra for taking the time to understand our products and curate the tax benefits that accrued to the organizations doing local manufacturing and local assembly, similar to Basigo and similar to my colleague here from BAN. So thank you for that. Now the question is, how do we do more benchmarking to be able to set more progressive policies? Like Matthias said, already there's, in Sweden, there's the carbon tax policies are very advanced there. They've done so many alterations. So how do we do more benchmarking as revenue authorities in Kenya and in Africa, so that the benefits that we get from Kra are also replicated by other revenue authorities across Africa without having to go back to the drawing board? How do we do that exchange of knowledge, exchange of ideas, and also a more progressive tax policy through AfCFTA across Africa? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Maybe, I don't know whether I could squeeze 2 online questions very quickly.
Yes, I've got them here.
You got them?
Yes.
Okay, hope they're the same.
Okay,
Proceed.
I was going to put the second one, which is how or why is environment not a category under the non-profit organizations exemption category? So we'll come back to that one. I would like to turn that first question around plans to disseminate information to the villages. So essentially, kind of how do we educate communities, in particular around carbon credits? I'd love to turn that question to both Emily and Caroline here. What is your response to that? How do we, carbon credits are incredibly difficult to explain. And what's your approach to how we actually share that information and make sure communities know what they're signing up for?
Thank you for that question. I'll take it first and pass it to Emily. From our burn perspective, very subjective to what we do, is that we have capacity building inbuilt in our processes with our distribution teams, our distribution channels, as well as with our government relations processes. We have inbuilt we have inbuilt community empowerment and capacity building. Some of that happens, and this is not just for Kenya, it actually trickles to all our markets. I'll give an example of Malawi. Malawi have issued us an LOA, and part of the process has included our teams going to the villages and working through village leaders, local administration officers, to get capacity building around carbon credits, why they're using our stoves, what's the difference between our stove and other stoves in the market, why is it at that selling price, and all the information they need to basically make a decision and sustain the impact that we're looking for. So it's inbuilt in our processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily.
Thank you very much. Just for me not to duplicate, as Oxfam, we work with local organizations that have, their roots in the local communities. And I think what we need to do, similar to what my colleague has said, one, capacity building, but using the local community, village elders, go deep into the community to ensure you sensitize them on these issues. Apart from this, our partners that we work with have also found that using local media works quite a bit to sensitize the community on these things. For instance, for us, we've worked in Kajiado County and Turkana County just to sensitize the community on climate change. And I think this is one of the areas where the local media can go and speak to the community in the language that they understand and get these messages across. Apart from that, just empowering the community to hold their leaders accountable. So this goes from them knowing who exactly they need to reach out to or to hold accountable, as well as knowing the processes. So for example, the legal processes that they would be required to participate in, in public participation, and so on and so forth. So I think it's a myriad of things that you need to do, but at the end of it all, it really needs to reach the community in a way that they understand, in the language that they understand, for them to be able to be empowered to hold their leaders accountable.
Thank you very much. For the question from Rome, I'd love to turn to our two online participants, if you're still with us. The question to you both is, how do we do more benchmarking for these progressive policies, knowledge exchange, and make sure that as KRA, we are implementing the very best possible? I think we may have lost. Yes, you're both still there. Please, one of you jump in.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in first. So I think I mentioned that one opportunity that lies, and as early as next week, we'll be helping the government of Kenya and KRA to self-diagnose to what extent tax policy and administration is meeting the objectives of climate action, which is SDG 13. So we have a tool called the SDGs Taxation Framework, which is basically a tool that helps governments self-diagnose to what extent their taxes are addressing certain targets that are enlisted in the SDGs. So we'll have a comprehensive look at all the legislative framework, and a comprehensive advice will be given on what needs to be improved for us to move towards the climate action. So this is an offer from UNDP that we'll be working with KRA on.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Kvist, if you had a quick thought on that too, please.
Yeah, well, benchmarking is of course important, and it's also important to set the target. What are you benchmarking against? Do you need do you want to cap on emissions, for example? Then you have to measure emissions and see, does this tax have the intended effect? You can benchmark the entire process against similar countries, for example, to see how their taxes are working. The flow of information in a transparent manner is very important here. We are all in this together, and I believe that the solution is working together and exchanging information freely.
Great. Thank you very much. I'd love then, we've got one last question coming from online, which is, why is environment not a category under the non-profit organizations exemption category? So I'd love to turn that to Nixon, and you can also offer us a closing thought on, what are the next steps that KRA can take in terms of scaling impact for environmental taxation. So maybe you can give us both at once.
Thank you. Allow me to answer that using a scenario that I met a week or 2 weeks ago. You find an entity which is outside the country is incentivizing another company in Kenya to grow trees. So they are given a number of dollars for each tree that they grow. And when the trees mature according to the agreement, the company is able to sell those trees or fell the trees and sell them for other purposes. So the issue is the monies they are receiving, is it a grant? Is it business income? If it's for VAT for the policymakers in the house, is it a supply? Those are some of the questions that policymakers like us encounter. And then you ask, the ministry as the regulator, how does that span out? Is it transparent? So when others look at those who give environmental incentives as non-governmental operations, then again, in the eyes of the law, we have to look at it in terms of our own paragraph 10 of the first schedule, whether it meets the qualification criteria. So it might not be direct, yes, it's a non-governmental organization, but we look at the underlying business that is being done by the entity. On my closing thoughts, I think in the future, and this is not, I'm not saying that it's going to be there in the next law, is that we see a potential carbon taxes on the many areas that we've mentioned, extractive wells and landfills and landmines and things like that. We also see an enhanced tax incentives, which goes to the core of protecting our environment. And as has been mentioned by Msoni, that yes, we must have a lot of benchmarking and collaborative work with not just other revenue authorities that are ahead in terms of environmental taxation, but we are looking at exchanging information, which is critical. We are looking at public participation. I think that is a lingua in Kenya. We know what it means. We are also looking at funding initiatives by multilateral organizations. But we also see an effect like what the example I've mentioned on carbon credit systems taxation, because we must have a way of either exempting it, incentivizing it, or taxing it to ensure that our tax system is fair for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do need to wrap up now. So I just want to say a huge thank you to all our panelists and especially those who've joined us online. I know lunch is waiting, but I just want to give our final word to Mr. Omari. Any closing thoughts and reflections on what the panel has shared today? Maybe 1 or 2 sentences. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And just one word. By the government coming up with this legislative framework, it is out of the realization that the carbon market was a huge opportunity, one that was not in our books before. But as government, then we need to make sure that we also look at the, the emerging, opportunities that we have. This is one of them. He has talked about, the incentivization. First, we are trying to tell Kenyans that we now have a market that is over 100 billion shillings per year in terms of capacity and the promise. And you can imagine, even before you tax it, this is money that is coming directly to your citizens. So if the KRA decides to look at that as maybe another avenue to get their revenue, we have provided that, that promise. So it is as the question that was asked, and I wanted to finish with that, is within that legal framework of the, the amended carbon market regulations, is that we have local development committees who have to be informed and they say sign on to any project that comes. And that 40%, everyone gets to know. Right now, no one knows that Kenya is a top market in terms of carbon, but with this legal framework, then that transparency comes in. And of course, with the Constitution providing for public participation, it goes without saying that there must be a meaningful engagement with the people. And of course, we have to demystify the language and the esoteric nature of these words, carbon trading and all that, to make sure that people get to know why this is there, how this is there, and how they can benefit. And at the end of the day, when you hear the Minister of Finance reading the budget, he starts with a promise, oh, we'll build these roads, and then they talk about the taxes later. This is where we are going to get the money. So we started with a promise, this is where the money is, so that then KRA, we are not in the business of taxing Kenyans, but we are in the business of trying to make sure that we have a clean and safe, healthy environment for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We will close it there. Thank you very much for having us all, and thank you to all our participants. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Flavia, and your panel. A big round of appreciation for this panel. It is quite evident that they had more content than the time that was slotted for them, but I believe they have done justice to it. If you could kindly step forward for a group photo. We also appreciate the two panelists who were with us online. That was Mr. Vist and Mr. Msoni. A round of applause for them. I know they are still following. I wish there was a way of getting them into this group photo. Maybe Alan is going to do a bit of photoshopping, I don't know. He's digital like that. A good smile for the camera. Very good. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now way past 1:30, so we are way behind schedule, but I will request that as we proceed for lunch, we try and manage that time so that when we come back, we have sufficient time to do justice to the last plenary session. So let us try as much as possible to limit our lunch session to at most 2:30. Let us be here before 2:30 so that we can be able to kick off the last plenary and then proceed to close on time. So we'll proceed. Make sure you do pick your lunch voucher and proceed to our usual lunch venue, the Nyama Choma Ranch, where we had dinner last night and we've been having lunch there. Enjoy your lunch, but then again, try and make it as quick as you can. Without, of course, choking. Bon appetit, ladies and gentlemen.
Kenya is one of the biggest exporting countries of flowers in Africa. As of 2019, an estimate of 180,000 tons were exported from Kenya, and this roughly translates to an average of 7 million stems a day.
When you look at the flower business, it is highly interconnected, and flowers must be at the right place at the right time. Any small delays along the supply chain means that everything can just go wrong.
Currently, for our members, for them to export a single shipment from their farm to their customer, they have to experience or go through an average of 200 different types of communications. So this includes phone calls, emails, commercial invoices, certificates, and which is really a challenge.
The government agencies, more or less, as far as the export processes are concerned, work in silos, meaning there is no data sharing, there's no collaboration between the organizations. So this makes it a little bit hard for the exporter. This essentially becomes, at the end of the day, a very expensive activity. It also consumes a lot of time.
We want to make it simple for businesses to actually trade better so that they focus on their core business. So if it's a flower farm, their core business is to grow flowers and sell the flowers. And therefore make the entire pipeline work for them to ensure that the flower or the fruit gets to the market in the shortest time possible.
The initiative by TLIP to ensure that we simplify the business and reduce the paperwork in the supply chain is very important.
If you're sending anything from Kenya to maybe the Netherlands, right now we have to share those documents manually or through the plane. And most of the time those documents get lost on the way, and then the cargo gets stuck there. A lot of frustrations with the agencies.
In our industry as a carrier, every minute counts. 10 to 20 minutes is something significant if you compile it in something to do like a year. If the process is well implemented and we save on those bits of 30 minutes, in a year you'll see our cost of running business is very fair.
The technology we use, blockchain technology, for me, it's about bringing trust to all these actors so they trust when they exchange their data. The cross-border trade costs has enormous effect on the cost of goods. The cost of goods has enormous effect of how many jobs and how much we can buy.
For us, the biggest benefit is Eastern Africa or the African continent starts getting more integrated into global supply chains, which is a big thing for us to be able to trade fairly and competitively with other people across the world.
In the complex tapestry of global trade, customs processes play a pivotal role. Today, on International Customs Day, we explore the theme, Customs Engaging Traditional and New Partners with Purpose. Join us as we delve into the stories of customs agents, traders, and officers, witnessing the transformative power of collaboration in the world of international trade. Our journey begins with customs agents, the architects of efficient trade corridors. Through purposeful collaboration, they have evolved, integrating technology for shared responsibility and efficiency. Let's hear their insights on the changing dynamics of their roles and their partnerships that drive customs operations.
Uhusiano wetu kama agents na maofisa ama na customs kulingana na digitalia sahi imerahisisha sana kazi yetu. Kwa sababu saizi hata kufikia ofisa si ngumu na ofisa kushughulikia kwa urahisi sana kwa sababu ya digitali ya sasa. Hapo nyuma ilikuwa ni makaratasi unabeba mengi, inakusumbua kitambo umalize kushughulikia gari, ilichukua muda mwingi sana. Sasa hivi kwa sababu ya kidijitali kazi imekuwa rahisi. Unaweza toa hata gari 10-20 kwa siku kulingana na ile urahisi wa kazi.
Zamani hatungeweza karibia ofisa alikuwa ni kama
alikuwa ni kama tuseme bosi. Saa hizi ofisa ni mtumishi, na unajua tofauti ya mtumishi na bosi iko. Saa hii KRA ofisa unaweza kaa naye, kama kuna shida anakusikia, na kama ni kazi pia mtaelewana, kama hakuna popote ambapo tunakosana.
Traders, the heartbeat of international commerce, share their experience navigating customs processes. From a time of bureaucratic hindrances to today's narrative of purposeful collaboration, traders and customs authorities work hand in hand. Discover how this collaboration has streamlined documentation, reduced bureaucracy, and brought predictability to trade operations.
Before the introduction of the one-stop border post, which brought all the government agencies, which brought all the players that are involved in cross-border trade under one roof, it was hell, it was difficult. We had to move from one office to the other. Right now, first thing, the government brought in the one-stop border post, where all the government agencies, all regulators and the private sectors involved in supporting cross-border trade are in one. You can be able to access them. The government introduced the digital platforms where we can be able to track our entries. When a small-scale cross-border trader lodges an entry, they're able to track where the entry is, which government agency is working on what. The second thing, we are able to do payments digitally. It is very easy from the comfort of my home or my phones. I can be able to make payments without going to the bank. The other thing is that when it comes to security, there are surveillance cameras here.
Tulikuwa na uwizi wingi pia, kwa sababu mtu atakuja kwamba ni clearance agent, maybe sio clearance agent. Kuna pesa zilikuwa zinatumika yenye hauwezi jua inaenda wapi. Mtu anaitisha pesa kwamba huyu custom officer anataka pesa na maybe anaika kwa mfuko yake. So jina za custom officer pia ilikuwa inatumika vibaya. Na pia environment haikuwa mzuri. Kulikuwa na mambo za crime mingi sana, unasikia mtu amepoteza mzigo, mtu amepoteza pesa. Right now hizi vitu unaweza kuaccess mwenyewe kama uko na hata ukiwa nyumbani. Before hata ufike hapa tayari umeanza kuaccess vitu kwa e-citizen. So imeisia vitu, na before ufike hapa hata kwenda kununua vitu ngambo ile tayari umeshaenda kwa sauti platform, umeshajua procedures zenye inatakikana, unafaa kuabiri ofisi gani na ofisi gani ili ujipate cheti gani na cheti gani.
Na hili wameimprove juu kitambo tungekaa 2 to 3 days. Baada jana nimekuja asubuhi na sasa hii naona process inaendelea vizuri.
Sasa hiyo benefit ni yetu hii kuenda haraka haraka. Unaona? Juu sasa nikimpigia simu kama niko Kisumu, alikuwa na gari gani? Fulani. Namtumia majina, ID, kila kitu. Ukifika hapa, makaratasi imeshatoka. Sasa ile mzigo iko juu yako, hiyo ndio inakuweka hapa.
Now we turn our attention to the guardians of border security and compliance, customs officers. Their journey reflects purposeful integration of technology, empowering them to enforce regulations efficiently. Explore success stories where partnerships enhance enforcement without impeding the flow of legitimate trade.
With collaborations that were going on, there is various collaborations that we do. This involves various law enforcement agencies at the border, that is government, other partner government agencies. We work together to ensure that we smoothly allow goods to come in, and this has been successful in ensuring that when we are doing a verification, we are saving time on clients, because we bring them together. We say that all the agencies need to be present at a certain verification at this time. This saves the time taken to verify goods. At customs level, we always engage our various partners, such as partner government agencies. So we ensure that also we go wider and get the other stakeholders, such as traders, clearing agents. So there is a constant engagement.
Customs officers' jobs become better when they work with new and old partners. Because when you look at our roles as customs, we talk about facilitation of legitimate trade. Now, when you're working with the partners, both old and new, you realize we take advantage of each other's roles and each other's objectives and each other's expertise.
With the concept of one-stop border post, especially where the different partner agencies working at the borders were put together under one roof, that cut clearance time from the previous of about 3 weeks, clearing a single consignment, to about less than 6 hours within the day. So that is one of the key successes that we have seen with collaboration, where all partners are working together, they are talking to each other, they are sharing data, they are sharing information, they are even sharing platforms of clearance, and that has greatly improved business. With that also has come the concept of the authorized economic operators, where clients are able to enjoy the different partnerships that we have in government by getting priority clearance across board.
As we conclude our journey, the customs landscape emerges as a dynamic arena where traditional and new partners come together with a clear purpose. Through the lens of customs officers, traders, and agents, Bridging Borders Customs in Collaboration paints a vivid picture of an evolving landscape, a landscape where collaboration shapes the future of international trade.
Every year, thousands of customs officers X-ray millions of cargo containers. They are on a mission to protect our national economic security by stopping illegal goods and collecting tax revenue. But their mission is becoming impossible. There are just too many containers and not enough time. Did you know over 70% of container X-rays are ignored? Did you know that over 80% of customs fraud is not detected? Because of this, billions of dollars are lost every single year. We have to do something. Introducing CargoSeer AI. CargoSeer AI is the next generation cargo analyzer and revenue protector. It automatically analyzes 100% of scanned cargo, with each shipment taking just 7 seconds to complete. CargoSeer AI is also fully compatible with all container X-ray scanners. CargoSeer AI can increase customs tax revenue by more than 40%, while increasing container capacity by more than 300%. So, how does it work? CargoSeer AI automatically analyzes each X-ray scan in 7 seconds. Results are presented immediately in the custom CMS or in a customized, dedicated interface. Following that, each operator can immediately confirm the output. If they choose, operators also get AI image augmentation and automated AI data enrichment for deep after-the-fact investigation vectors. Then, a manager go, no-go is automatically presented for optional senior management confirmation. For every shipment, a fully customizable digital shipment passport is automatically issued. This passport is unique, immutable, and securely linked to the shipment. This passport can automatically be issued to all authorized stakeholders and devices and attached to any electronic documentation. Finally, the container is opened, the cargo is assessed, and illegal goods are seized. Following are some real-life examples of the power of CargoSeer AI. This is a shipment of highly valuable smuggled motorcycles. Human operators did not catch this smuggling fraud. CargoSeer AI did. In this case, Customs was able to recover $17,000 in almost lost tax revenue. This is a shipment of misclassified furniture. Human operators did not catch this classification fraud. CargoSeer AI did. In this case, Customs was able to recover $12,000 in almost lost tax revenue. This is a shipment of undervalued maize. Human operators did not catch this valuation fraud. CargoSeer AI did. In this case, Customs was able to recover $25,000 in almost lost tax revenue. So, are you ready to take control? For more information, visit us at www.cargoseer.com.
In the infinite realm of wisdom and knowledge, a sanctuary exists, shining like a beacon of light for all who seek to unlock the mysteries of tax, customs, and fiscal policy. This sanctuary is the Kenya School of Revenue Administration, where excellence finds its voice. Within its campuses in Nairobi and Mombasa, dreams take flight and futures are shaped. We are not just a school, but a cradle of inspiration where the minds of leaders and visionaries are nurtured. Guided by an unwavering commitment to excellence, we spread our wings wider. Collaborations with international bodies such as the World Customs Organization, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the African Tax Administration Forum became the stepping stones to our global recognition. Today, we stand tall as one of the 4 accredited World Customs Organization regional training centers in East and Southern Africa. Driven by an exceptional and dedicated faculty and using cutting-edge technology, we leave no stone unturned in our pursuit of greatness. Our programs, which are meticulously designed, equip our students with the skills and knowledge to conquer the tax, customs, and fiscal policy challenges of tomorrow. Within our state-of-the-art campuses, surrounded by tranquil and serene learning environments, we offer cutting-edge training in tax and customs. These spaces transcend traditional education, creating a harmonious blend of innovation and nature, ensuring that our infrastructure reflects not only our dedication to providing an unparalleled educational experience, but also our commitment to nurturing a peaceful and conducive atmosphere for learning. Trustworthy, ethical, competent, helpful, innovative, simple. These are the core values that guide our every action. We undertake to instill them in our students, shaping them not only as professionals, but as compassionate individuals who will make a difference. Beyond the physical boundaries of this esteemed institution, we extend our reach to the world. Partnerships with renowned Kenyan universities enable us to offer postgraduate and master's programs, empowering our students to reach greater heights. As the future unfolds, we continue to evolve and ensure the quality of our offerings. Our ambitions do not end here as we strive to be the leading African academy in tax, customs, and fiscal policy, and create an ecosystem of knowledge that transcends boundaries. The Kenya School of Revenue Administration, where excellence is a journey, not a destination, and we are well on our way. To like-minded individuals, we say, Karibu Kesra. Over the past few years, the Kenya Revenue Authority has made significant strides through thoughtful planning and strategic execution. These efforts have resulted in notable improvements in revenue collection, enhanced customer service, streamlined business processes, and the development of a skilled workforce. As we look ahead, it's time to reflect on our achievements, address challenges, and set the stage for continued success in the years to come. To gain insight into KRA's strategic direction and the impact of our planning efforts, we spoke with the Acting Commissioner of Strategy.
So the authority identifies revenue mobilizations, operational efficiency, and customer service as the key strategic issues that will drive the implementation of the ninth corporate plan. And this will ensure that the authority mobilizes the much needed revenue for the government. At the same time, ensuring that we enhance collaboration with our stakeholders to enhance service delivery.
The Human Resource Division has been instrumental in building and supporting a workforce that drives KRA's mission forward. Their focus on talent acquisition, training, and staff well-being has been critical in ensuring that our teams are equipped to meet the demands of a dynamic environment.
To ensure success in productivity, one is building the morale of staff. Building the morale of staff is to ensure that they are having an enabling environment to do their work. So these should be done by ensuring that the staff are motivated. You can motivate staff either financially or non-financially. As long as they are motivated, they'll be very productive, they'll work with a lot of enthusiasm, and by the end of it all, we'll achieve our target of revenue collection. So one thing I would say is building morale of staff.
We need to embrace a defined culture that speaks to the authority and speaks to the ninth corporate plan. We need to ensure that we empower the platform for employee feedback. We create a feedback channel that is trustworthy, and a channel that people are able to bring up situations that are not self-centered but they're authority-based, to be able to push us forward. Creation of a succession plan. That is, we need to use a defined career path whereby once you're in as an officer and you're in a specific department or unit, you know that if I want to grow in this career, this is the path I need to follow.
Customs and Border Control play a vital role in securing our borders and facilitating trade. Their dedication to improving operational efficiency and compliance has been key to supporting Kenya's economic growth.
With the introduction of ICMS, there was a simplified declaration module for SMEs to be able to comply with the requirements for cross-border trade in terms of lodging entries and seeking and acquiring clearance from other government agencies.
Through the presidential directive in last year, 2023, the president directed that we come up with a method of faster clearance of cargo. This means that through the bill of lading, the manifest and certificate of conformity, those documents can be used to clear cargo ahead of arrival. This has worked very well. Yes, we had challenges, but this was the opening up of trade facilitation, and especially to the shippers.
The future always can be bright. Bright in the sense that in the next 5 years, customs will play a very key role, owing the fact that now it will be the driver first for integration of the EU partner states. Number two, in terms of trade facilitation, you realize that now there's a lot of intra-trade between the partner states, and the customs will be the key player in terms of facilitation of trade, ensure that there's a level playing field, and also now make sure that there's efficiency that is achieved, and thereby growing the economy. So, all said and done, we are seeing customs taking a center role in terms of pushing for integration and also now promoting industry and trade at the same time.
The Domestic Taxes Department has been at the forefront of our revenue collection efforts. Their strategic approach to taxpayer engagement and compliance has contributed significantly to our overall success.
Our department is engaging in expanding the tax base, and also we are also trying to bring our customers close to us, because you see previously we used to wait for customers to come to us. But because of the services that we are delivering to them, we have to go to where they are.
I'm hoping to have an innovative KRA where the slightest innovative idea that we have will be put in place and implemented. At the end of the day is for us to enhance revenue, to enhance compliance, and to be able to have a satisfied customer and a satisfied taxpayer.
Effective communication is critical to KRA's success, and the Marketing and Communication Department has excelled in ensuring that our messages resonate with both internal and external stakeholders. Their innovative strategies have expanded our reach and strengthened public trust.
Katika huu mpango wa 9 kuna alama imetumika ama harufu imetumika ambapo ni harufu ya manufaa sana. Harufu hiyo ni harufu ya ta, yaani 3 T's. Tunasema katika mpango uliokwisha ilikuwa mambo ni masita, lakini mpango huu tulionao wa 9 mambo ni matatu. Imezungumzia kuhusu ya kwanza, tax simplification, njia rahisi ya kuona ya kwamba tumeunganisha teknolojia na tumeunganisha bidhaa zetu iwe rahisi kwa mteja. Tunaangazia ya kwamba matarajio yetu ni kwamba tunatakikana mteja aweze kujihudumia hata akiwa ndani nyumbani. Kwa mfano, shughuli iliyopita ya watu kurudisha mazao yao katika idara return filing, unapata ya kwamba wengi wao walikuwa wanatoka majumbani hadi kuja kwenye idara kupata huduma ile. Kwa mtazamo wangu kama mfanyikazi wa hili shirika, ningependa kuona ya kwamba tunatumia kodi maalumu kwa simu yoyote, ili ukiwa nyumbani unaweza kubopa alama fulani na unaweza kurudisha mazao yao ya kodi ya mwaka bila ya kuja katika ofisi zetu. Na hivyo ndo tunatakikaniwa ikuwe, mambo ya kuwe rahisi.
Technology is at the heart of our operations, and the ICT division has been pivotal in driving innovation and efficiency. Their work in enhancing our systems and data analytic capabilities has laid the foundation for informed decision-making and improved service delivery.
We can use the ICT systems to facilitate both the internal customers and our external customers, so that our internal customers can work from anywhere in the country, no matter what happens in the wake of calamities, and at the same time our taxpayers can be able to file their returns from anywhere and anytime in the country through the simplified processes in KRA.
I believe ICT is really geared towards pushing at a very high level the integration of business systems, really pushing for the uptake of the data warehousing and business intelligence tools. This so that to allow the business teams to identify trends, use data-driven and intelligence-led decision-making.
As we move forward, KRA's commitment to thoughtful planning and strategic execution remains unwavering. With the collective efforts of our dedicated staff and leadership, we are poised to achieve even greater success. The future is bright, and together, we will continue to drive excellence in tax administration and revenue mobilization. Kenya, this land of diversity and resilience, has witnessed significant transformation over the years, and one of the key driving forces behind its progress has been taxation. After gaining independence in 1963, Kenya developed its own taxation system, gradually modernizing it to meet the needs of the growing nation. Today, taxation plays a pivotal role in funding essential government services and development projects. Kenya's journey towards revenue growth through taxation has been impressive. Over the years, the government has introduced various tax reforms, broadening the tax base and increasing compliance. This has led to a substantial increase in revenue collection. These funds are instrumental in supporting vital sectors such as healthcare, education, infrastructure development, and social welfare programs, which directly impact the lives of Kenyan citizens. The revenue collected through taxation forms the financial backbone of government agendas, including the bottom-up transformation strategy. This approach aims to uplift the most vulnerable segments of society, focusing on job creation, wealth distribution, and poverty reduction. Taxation empowers the government to invest in rural development, infrastructure, and programs that directly benefit marginalized communities. Taxation isn't just about collecting funds, it's about shaping the nation's destiny. It's a bridge that connects the aspirations of the government with the hopes of the people, fostering sustainable development and paving the way for a more equitable and prosperous Kenya. In this land of opportunity, taxation is not merely an obligation, but a promise of progress, empowerment, and transformation for all. These, together with all other government services, are paid for by our taxes.
So when Anthony Mudhungu founded TotoSci in 2020, the idea was to manufacture USB cables for feature phone users in Kenya. 2 years ago, Made in Kenya visited him at his startup in Kiangwashi, that's in Kirinyaga County. This week, Edward Chwe returned to TotoSci and now tells us how Mudhungu has not only doubled production, but is also a key player in the supply of accessories in Kenya's mobile phone and electronics industry.
In 2021, Anthony Mudhungu's then-year-old startup, TotoSci, was making its first steps in manufacturing USB cables targeting smartphone users in the country. When we visited him, Mudhungu had assembled a 4-member team, largely made up of same-skilled staff who needed his guidance in every stage of the project.
So these are people like, they have their skills, but now I have now also to train them to do what I want them to do. So on top of what they have learned, the skills they have, they are bringing in, they are doing what I have trained them to do.
Today, he has a fully experienced team handling the manufacturing of the USB cables. This team is made up of engineers and sales executives.
Here we just need to come with the basic understanding of what we're supposed to do, especially basics in engineering, and the rest, we train them here. So this person who is coming here to work doesn't have experience of doing this anywhere else.
I'm a machine operator, and also I do electrical maintenance in this company. I've been able to carry out with my life as I get my income here. I also have a family I do cater for. So it has helped me to raise my family.
2 years ago, Mudhungu had only one testing machine and one molding machine. Today, he has added state-of-the-art machines to his portfolio. This not only makes production faster, but Mudhungu is able to customize products to meet customer taste and preferences. Further, production has also increased significantly from 200 to 2,000 USB cables per day.
We can design our products just the way you want. You want it any color, any length. You want it to be engraved with your name, your logo. Even if you want to do a picture here, we can do anything. We have the machines that are able now to check every raw material that we are using, whether it is up to the standards. The whole process starts with the cable cutting and outer stripping. And then we pass it now to the other machine that do the inner stripping of the wire now to expose the conductor. We pass it now to the soldering, where we're able now to do the soldering now of the wire and the connector that is normally now used now to charge or transfer the data. It goes now to testing. We call them the internal testing first. Okay. Pass. It goes now to internal molding. It goes back to testing. It goes back to external molding. It comes here now for visual inspection, and then it comes now to the laser blooding. Just if you wanted to have your name, your brand name, or your company, or whatever.
With this kind of production, Mudungu is now not only producing purposely for the retail market, but he is now a key supplier of accessories to industrial entities like Gearbox Europresa, the makers of motherboards, and has partnered with Safaricom as a key supplier of USB cables.
Industrial clients, it's my 60% focus. If you want now to buy our USB cable and charge or use it to charge your phone, you can just go to any Safaricom shop or go to Safaricom e-commerce platform called Masoko. You buy from there and then you collect it in any Safaricom shop countrywide. And then we have the retail market.
Totosai has also developed a new sustainability policy. Mudungu says they are now keen on the circular economy model with a waste management policy of recycling plastic waste and electronic waste.
So we don't have waste here, we reuse everything. We even use the waste plastic from the community whereby we collect and we recycle for use. In case we have like an electronic waste, we have an MOU with an organization called the We Center, but we give them now to We Center.
With this venture now producing at least 2,000 USB cables every day, Mudungu looks forward to be a key supplier of mobile phone accessories across the country, at the same time playing a pivotal role in technological advancement in Kenya. But as he says, this can only be achieved if the key stakeholders create an enabling environment for local manufacturers and innovators. Edward Chwea, Made in Kenya, Citizen TV.
World trade in goods has increased dramatically over the last decade. Now, billions of shipments valued at $19 trillion move around the world every year. As trade grows, so does the potential for illicit commerce. Millions of shipments contain dangerous goods or are classified at a lower value to avoid taxes. Customs agencies globally report that they are able to effectively inspect only 5% of all incoming containers. What about the remaining 95%? This gap not only leads to revenue leakage that can go towards healthcare, education, and infrastructure for millions worldwide, it also endangers public safety and threatens the rule of law. This is exactly where Publican comes into play. Publican is a digital shipment inspection platform. It leverages unique data to digitally inspect and classify all shipments while flagging suspicious and fraudulent cargo for officer inspection. The platform also provides deep investigative capabilities on all shipment entities. Customs agencies can automatically and digitally inspect 100% of the shipments rapidly and accurately, relying on unique and valuable intelligence regarding any entity involved in the shipment process. This allows customs to make informed decisions within customs-controlled processes. We serve over 30 governments worldwide with massive-scale national mission-critical systems, catapulting customs and tax authorities into the digital.
In this case, Customs was able to recover $12,000 in almost lost tax revenue. This is a shipment of undervalued maize. Human operators did not catch this valuation fraud. Cargo Seer AI did. In this case, Customs was able to recover $25,000 in almost lost tax revenue. So, are you ready to take control? For more information, visit us at www.cargoseer.com.
In the infinite realm of wisdom and knowledge, a sanctuary exists, shining like a beacon of light for all who seek to unlock the mysteries of tax, customs, and fiscal policy. This sanctuary is the Kenya School of Revenue Administration, where excellence finds its voice. Within its campuses in Nairobi and Mombasa, dreams take flight and futures are shaped. We are not just a school, but a cradle of inspiration where the minds of leaders and visionaries are nurtured. Guided by an unwavering commitment to excellence, we spread our wings wider. Collaborations with international bodies such as the World Customs Organization, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the African Tax Administration Forum became the stepping stones to our global recognition. Today, we stand tall as one of the 4 accredited World Customs Organization regional training centers in East and Southern Africa. Driven by an exceptional and dedicated faculty and using cutting-edge technology, we leave no stone unturned in our pursuit of greatness. Our programs, which are meticulously designed, equip our students with the skills and knowledge to conquer the tax, customs, and fiscal policy challenges of tomorrow. Within our state-of-the-art campuses, surrounded by tranquil and serene learning environments, we offer cutting-edge training in tax and customs. These spaces transcend traditional education, creating a harmonious blend of innovation and nature, ensuring that our infrastructure reflects not only our dedication to providing an unparalleled educational experience, but also our commitment to nurturing a peaceful and conducive atmosphere for learning. Trustworthy, ethical, competent, helpful, innovative, simple. These are the core values that guide our every action. We undertake to instill them in our students, shaping them not only as professionals, but as compassionate individuals who will make a difference. Beyond the physical boundaries of this esteemed institution, we extend our reach to the world. Partnerships with renowned Kenyan universities enable us to offer postgraduate and master's programs, empowering our students to reach greater heights. As the future unfolds, we continue to evolve and ensure the quality of our offerings. Our ambitions do not end here as we strive to be the leading African academy in tax, customs, and fiscal policy, and create an ecosystem of knowledge that transcends boundaries. The Kenya School of Revenue Administration, where excellence is a journey, not a destination, and we are well on our way. To like-minded individuals, we say, Karibu Kesra. Over the past few years, the Kenya Revenue Authority has made significant strides through thoughtful planning and strategic execution. These efforts have resulted in notable improvements in revenue collection, enhanced customer service, streamlined business processes, and the development of a skilled workforce. As we look ahead, it's time to reflect on our achievements, address challenges, and set the stage for continued success in the years to come. To gain insight into KRA's strategic direction and the impact of our planning efforts, we spoke with the Acting Commissioner of Strategy.
So the authority identifies revenue mobilizations, operational efficiency, and customer service as the key strategic issues that will drive the implementation of the ninth corporate plan. And this will ensure that the authority mobilizes the much needed revenue for the government. At the same time, ensuring that we enhance collaboration with our stakeholders to enhance service delivery.
The Human Resource Division has been instrumental in building and supporting a workforce that drives KRA's mission forward. Their focus on talent acquisition, training, and staff well-being has been critical in ensuring that our teams are equipped to meet the demands of a dynamic environment.
To ensure success in productivity, one is building the morale of staff. Building the morale of staff is to ensure that they are having an enabling environment to do their work. So these should be done by ensuring that the staff are motivated. You can motivate staff either financially or non-financially. As long as they are motivated, they'll be very productive, they'll work with a lot of enthusiasm, and by the end of it all, we'll achieve our target of revenue collection. So one thing I would say is building morale of staff.
We need to embrace a defined culture that speaks to the authority and speaks to the ninth corporate plan. We need to ensure that we empower the platform for employee feedback. We create a feedback channel that is trustworthy, and a channel that people are able to bring up situations that are not self-centered but they're authority-based, to be able to push us forward. Creation of a succession plan. That is, we need to use a defined career path whereby once you're in as an officer and you're in a specific department or unit, you know that if I want to grow in this career, this is the path I need to follow.
Customs and Border Control play a vital role in securing our borders and facilitating trade. Their dedication to improving operational efficiency and compliance has been key to supporting
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a quarter to 3 p.m. So if I could kindly ask members of the Secretariat to mobilize our guests to get into the room and get seated. We need to start as soon as a few minutes ago. Members of the Secretariat, the ushers, kindly mobilize the team outside, mobilize all our guests to get settled so that we can get into plenary session 7, the final plenary. It's been a long, successful summit, and we want to bring it to a successful conclusion. So if you can hear my voice, wherever you are, kindly get into the plenary hall so we can get the afternoon going. Thank you to all those who have made it on time. Thank you so much. I want to believe that we all enjoyed the lunch that was served. Very good. I'm getting an answer from down there. It must have been delicious and sumptuous. That also means that part of the afternoon your body is going to be digesting the food. So allow me to remind you the tricks that we learned yesterday or the day before to keep you awake. So when it's time to clap, clap loudly. The sleep disappears. When it's time to respond, respond with energy. It's one of, yeah, like that. Yes or no? Yes or no? Ah, very good. I like that. I like that. Because if you don't speak it out, you're likely to start struggling with the digestion. But we are going to find a way of keeping you awake.
mazao yao ya kodi ya mwaka bila ya kuja katika ofisi zetu, na hivyo ndo tunatakikaniwa ikuwe, mambo ya kuwe rahisi.
Technology is at the heart of our operations, and the ICT division has been pivotal in driving innovation and efficiency. Their work in enhancing our systems and data analytic capabilities has laid the foundation for informed decision-making and improved service delivery.
We can use the ICT systems to facilitate both the internal customers and our external customers, so that our internal customers can work from anywhere in the country, no matter what happens in the wake of calamities, and at the same time our taxpayers can be able to file their returns from anywhere and anytime in the country through the simplified processes in KRA.
I believe ICT is really geared towards pushing at a very high level the integration of business systems, really pushing for the uptake of the data warehousing and business intelligence tools. This so that to allow the business teams to identify trends, use data-driven and intelligence-led decision making.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to get into plenary session number 7, our final session, as we bring this summit to a wonderful close. And as we do that, my co-MC will now turn into moderator for this session. So I want you, all the appreciation you've been holding back as she has been emceeing, I want you to give her a long and loud round of appreciation, Wamba Wageni, so she can come here and moderate this team of panel. Even our panelists are here, so Wamba Wageni, take it away. Another round of applause. Remember, it's one way of keeping awake after lunch. Karibu sana, Wamba.
Isn't Julius great? Thank you very much, Julius. Let's appreciate Julius as well in the same breath. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here almost home. Almost home. It's been a great 3 days of exchange of great ideas, exchange of experiences. And here we are in the last session, plenary number 7, powering trade facilitation and domestic resource mobilization. That has been our theme, and our conversation right now will be about technology. Leveraging on emerging technology and innovation to enhance revenue mobilization. Now, the reason why we have a few empty seats on the stage is that a couple of my panelists are also online, actually just 2 of them. So allow me to introduce my panelists. Alan, you're so far. Do you want to come closer on this side, perhaps? You can come with your microphone so that we make the stage a bit more fuller. And we are joined by a very special guest this afternoon, Honorable Moses Kuria. He is the Senior Advisor, the Council of Economic Advisors in the Office of the President of the Republic of Kenya. Yes, a round of applause. Thank you very much, Honorable Moses Kuria, for joining us. For this conversation, he's got taxation and technology at his very heart. So thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, we will begin our discussion this afternoon. Let me first just let you know who's joining me on stage. I have right next to me is Alan Lule. Alan Lule comes to us from Oracle. Alan, please wave so that the crowd can see you. Thank you very much, Alan. I have Kamal Budhabati. Kamal Budhabati is the CEO of Craft Silicon, which is a fintech company. I've got Ken Mbobwa. Ken Mbobwa is the acting Deputy Commissioner of ICT at the Kenya Revenue Authority. And then I have Joe Kanywa, who is the head of digital transformation at Safaricom PLC. Joining us, thank you very much, yes. Joining us online is Daljit Rihal, who is the Chief Digital and Information Officer at His Majesty Revenue and Customs. Before we begin this conversation, we have a presentation. But before the presentation, what are we looking at in this particular plenary session as we bring our Kra Summit to a close? 6 things. Number 1, we want to talk about integration of AI and machine learning, artificial intelligence and machine learning. How can we use AI and ML to automate processes, detect tax fraud, and predict taxpayer behavior? Number 2, we'll talk about blockchain optimization. How can we use blockchain to improve transparency, security, and traceability in transactions and enhancing trust in tax systems? Ladies and gentlemen, I think you can agree with me if I say that trust has been one of the conversations, the buzzwords that we've had in the 3 days that we've been here. Trust between the taxman and the taxpayer, trust between the customs officer and the taxpayer. That's what we're going to be talking about. The third thing we'll talk about is the role of big data and data analytics in analyzing all the data. All of us can agree that we handle a lot of big data. But I think the conversation here has been how clean is the data that we are handling. All right, so that's something we want to look forward to. And then optimization of chain analysis to track and analyze visual transactions for critical taxation decisions. We'll also talk about integration of systems to enable real-time revenue tracking and optimization. Are there revenue administrations that have integrated their systems, and therefore what are the outcomes? What are the learnings that we can get from there? And finally, taxation of virtual assets. As digital economies grow, this session will explore the taxation of virtual assets such as cryptocurrencies. I think that's a new buzzword that we're hearing. And what does that mean in a taxation spectrum? So ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat for this afternoon. But to get the ball rolling, allow me to welcome, joining us virtually, is His Excellency Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo, Kenya's ambassador to Belgium and the EU. He will make a presentation to get this conversation started. Professor, can you hear me? Okay, I think I can see Daljit. Good afternoon, Daljit. How are you today? Okay, let's get Professor Ndemo online, please.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Nice to be here.
All right, thanks, Daljit. We'll be coming to you with a few questions. But first off, let's get the presentation around leveraging on emerging technology and innovation to enhance revenue mobilization by His Excellency Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo. There you are, Professor. Good afternoon, Professor from Nairobi.
Good afternoon.
Greetings to you from the over, I understand, about 5,000 online and physical attendees who are joining us for this Kra Summit. We're looking forward to your presentation, Professor. Please go ahead.
I think I'm asking that you share my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Can we have his PowerPoint presentation shared, please? Professor, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for asking me to make this presentation. I've had a couple of challenges with the link, but I hope it stays steady for some time. I am happy to discuss about this topic because of the changes that we are seeing in the tech sector. And it is critical that we begin to look at how we can take advantage of the emerging technologies in order to come up with new ways of looking at our revenues. I would address, this is my agenda, mainly, well, there are so many, you can look at the list there, but I would focus mostly around AI, blockchain, big data, then look at mobile payment, cloud, and stop at cybersecurity, because virtually all new technologies have some role to play in this space of revenue collection. And it's critical for us that we leverage these technologies to improve productivity in our revenue collection, such that we are capable of funding our development projects. And so let me first talk about how the need for adopting new tools and strategies. This is basically to optimize revenue collection. We streamline processes, we improve the efficiency, and hence we enhance tax collection systems, mainly by also leveraging the same to reduce fraud and evasion of tax. And of course, you would have a happy Kenyan when we have improved the customer relations. I think you have done a lot of work in this space around customer relations. There are some hiccups which we get as taxpayers, but let me move first to talk about automation and artificial intelligence. There are several AI-powered analytics that we can leverage in order to analyze volumes of data to identify revenue gaps. I don't know how far you are in several spaces with respect to revenue collection and how much we have deployed multiple technologies. For example, taxes like sales tax should not go to the collector. I think they should be coming directly, meaning if I filled my tank and I pay, that should directly land on KRA the same second it lands onto the customer's space. Then look at forecast the future trends, detect tax evasion. This is very critical because in this new tech, we can begin to make better predictions that we have never made before. Predict taxpayer behavior and optimize revenue collection. I think you've seen this working very well with mobile platform operators. that they are now able to provide credit to previously people who would not have gotten credit because they have understood their behavior. Then a lot of routine taxes processes can be done by AI, and again to improve. Then automate tax return processes. I think you are doing a lot of work in that space. We are getting a lot of hiccups, especially when I work on it from this end. Then reduce errors, free up human resources for complex taxes, which can improve on our future. Then I think I moved. Sorry. The process automation, this is imperative in the sense that you don't, we need to move from the taxes we used to do, the tasks that we used to do manually and automate. I know there is a lot of debate that people lose jobs, but it is not true. We are seeing more jobs actually created. We begin to manage the efficiencies. This is what I was talking about. If you talk to so many people who say they want to put the invoice through KRA and report their taxes, there is a lot of hiccups. I don't know whether you are getting that. Then we are able to conduct compliance checks. Of course, we reduce errors, minimize human errors, free up human. I've talked about it. I should actually move on to the other. So on blockchain, just yesterday we had a meeting at the EU, and for sure, 100%, this technology is going to be deployed mass because even our crops that we have, coffee, tea, and the other crops, they are going to trace them from source to the end. And there is no reason why we should not begin to think about traceability to get tamper-proof records, use government to track transactions in sectors like real estate, commodities, e-commerce. The amount of transactions that are going through various platforms around e-commerce, they are enormous. You can't have a human being to go through that in order to help understand what is happening. We need to be able to trace in order to reduce fraud and improve tax compliance. Then we need to get into these smart contracts so that we are able to understand, especially those who are getting regular incomes from certain places, that should be in place. And as I said, well, there are some hiccups. I don't want to say much, but we know the hiccups we have in terms of payment from various organizations, how they fall behind. Then it is the customer who suffers, the KRA customer who suffers if the employer is not remitting this. When I was at the university, we have such problems. Then we improve our tax collection and we reduce the disputes that we keep on having all the times. I'll move very fast so that we can. Big data, this is a blessing that we are having, but we are not using it heavily. We are focusing more on revenues, but it is important that we begin to do predictive models to understand virtually what's happening in the space of tax collection. That way, it feeds well into government, and then there is better planning, there is better forecasting on future incomes. We can even look at how many young people who would be earning next time. Um, before we look at increasing tax rates, it would help government, even in parliament, to understand how to collect this revenue to avoid increasing taxes when fewer people are paying. Then we need to customize policies around data analysis to help tailor-make some tax policies and incentives. Let me expound on this. We have a huge informal economy. For example, we can use means of collecting it in such a way it doesn't bring resistance, especially if we start with very little taxes, which they themselves understand that they are going to help before we move, bring them to the brackets that we have at the moment. A lot of countries are doing this to discourage informality, create formality, meaning then they can plan and do other things. Our economy is largely informal. We need to create incentives at the beginning for people to be able to pay taxes, even if it is very little. Then they get into the behavior and the practice of making payments. If I had time, I would say much more about this, but I would move. This is a big area: mobile payment systems and fintech. I think you know now that a lot of improved tax collection is as a result of data from mobile platforms, and they can be able to provide more information. Then we begin to facilitate the easier ways of making payments, to increase accessibility and the compliance. Of course, micropayment, as I said, is a big problem, but when we understand the data and understand the systems, we can be able to collect a lot more than we have collected before. Then it can help us to capture from much of the informal sector is a huge area, but I also disagree that we should go straight the way we tax them without getting them to get into the culture of payment of tax. But it's good that we are into mobile payment. We need to encourage this because of its importance. At some point, we discouraged many of them. They shifted from mobile payment into going back to old methods. I brought this issue of cloud computing because we cannot continue to invest in new resources because technology keeps on changing. You can't keep pace. And because of that, it's good to leverage cloud computing such that we don't spend resources. Then we are told we are shifting this technology to these new ones. Then we have the investment in infrastructure becomes a very huge expense, especially when technology changes. We need to think about cloud computing. I know some people say, oh, we can't, the laws don't, will do us better than it has done before. I don't want to comment more because we've been in these traps in government where we invest in software, it changes, then we are stuck with the software. I sort of moved very fast. Let me say something about cybersecurity. Here we need to create an army of young people whom we have in huge numbers because cybersecurity is the biggest thing at the moment and it keeps on changing. We need to put measures to protect against fraudulent activities. Otherwise, some people would be collecting taxes and you think it's going to Kenya Revenue Authority, but it's not going there. And we prevent identity theft, all kinds of things, ensure the integrity of the financial data. This is very, very critical. It's becoming very complex with the advent of artificial intelligence. So I would say we need to spend a lot more money in this. But at the same time, we need to protect the data because KRA has got a lot of information about individuals. If it is leaked out there, it is very problematic to privacy and other issues. We need also, if I can conclude, I was moving so fast because I know my time is run out. We can be able to have we have now transformative opportunities in artificial intelligence, in blockchain, in mobile payment systems, which have enabled us to collect a significant amount of data. Of course, there are other technologies like IoT, which gives us new possibilities. Remember, I said a lot of taxes can be collected directly, but this means that the collector doesn't have to have this if we have proper technologies, IoT and AI, to get the money quickly into the government. Enhance revenue mobilization through innovative solutions because we have the technology. We spend more time building capacity in data analytics for predictability, then that would lead to improved compliance and enhanced transparency, and everybody will be happy in the country. Sorry that I had to move very fast. My gadgets here were not cooperating, but I'm happy that at least I've finished without a hitch. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please, for His Excellency Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo, Kenya's ambassador to Belgium and the EU. Thank you very much, Professor, for taking us through and just painting broad strokes of our conversation this afternoon. AI, blockchain, mobile payments, cloud computing. Just remembering that the end goal is for compliance and for revenue generation. Acknowledging the presence of the Commissioner General for the Kenya Revenue Authority, Mr. Humphrey Watanga, thank you as well for joining us in this conversation. That just proves to us that it's going to be a hot and heated debate. My eminent panel, let me just make note that we also need more ladies in the tech space to join this conversation. But let me start with you, Alan. Professor has painted a very beautiful future of AI and blockchain and what that can do for us in terms of leading us to the next frontier. But you've worked in this space for quite some time, and I'm just wondering, is AI, artificial intelligence, is it the panacea to all our problems? Have you encountered any challenges? Does it present any challenges from where you sit, Alan?
First of all, I think I'm really impressed by the way he took us through all the different technologies. It was really in-depth, and the use cases are very practical for revenue agencies. So the first challenge we are really seeing with AI is, of course, the fear of adoption, right? Governments usually want to first wait and watch. Right? But in that wait and watch, you're losing opportunities. And that emanates from either lack of knowledge or awareness, because new technologies as they come, and I'll tell you one thing, no one is reinventing the wheel, right? When the first printing press was invented, right, people didn't want to take away jobs from the people who used to copy the books manually. So they refused it. But when you realize the printing press can print 4,000 books in an hour, compared to a copier taking 3 years to do the same work, you realize that it was improving. It was making work easy, and the people sell books to sell more. So, and it has happened even when the first computers came out, people were hesitant. So there's that fear, and it emanates from lack of knowledge. So if people are empowered and they're aware, where I'm coming from at Oracle, we try to do our best to enable our customers, KRA, TRA, URA, on the emergence of AI. We have AI built in all our systems, so it even makes it easier for you because it's already pre-integrated for you, okay? Maybe the other thing that I really notice is the legacy systems. Of course, as new technologies come out, and there's a law about this called Moore's Law. Moore's Law says that computing power will double every 48 months, right? And it's very practical. If you look at the first laptops we had in the 2000s compared to what we have now, the computing power is almost 8 times. And it's a defined physics law. So we have to appreciate that this will always happen. There will always be new technologies coming. So we have to really, in order to keep up with these opportunities that the professors talked about, we have to keep up and upgrade our systems, have our systems protected, because again, the cybersecurity angle comes in, right? If you have an old system, it's more prone to being hacked than a newer system, because all those issues have kind of been sorted. So I think those are my views really on AI and the challenges that we see.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Alan. Allow me to bring in Kamal. Kamal, you've had the professor speak, and he's speaking especially in the space that you're in, of fintech and big data, predictive analysis, mobile payments. 2 questions for you. One is just your reflection on professor's presentation, and thank you, Alan, for also giving us your reflection. But also, as you give us your reflection on professor's presentation, I want you to also just give us an understanding how digital payment systems such as mobile money and digital wallets can really be leveraged to enhance tax compliance, which I think also Professor has alluded to it.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I think the ease of payment is playing a very critical role when it comes to the payment. You know, if you look at it, it's not that the citizens may not want to pay the taxes. It's not that the citizen always fear paying the taxes. It's the challenge that they used to face in terms of paying the taxes, and also paying the taxes at the time when they have the money, and then the due dates come in when they are out of money. I mean, a couple of years back, I remember there used to be a long line outside the KRA building on the due dates, and they go all the way from the KRA building to kilometers far, just people lining up to pay the taxes. I remember that. When mobile payments came in, I think it's the ease of payment that helped people to start paying the taxes. And obviously, there are also cases where the tax amount can be very small. How do you make a small payment to the revenue authority? You know, the charges that you pay or the efforts that you go through making a small nano payment to the revenue authority was just impossible. Now, when the technology came in, the electronic payments came in, especially with the mobile taking all of us over, this is something that becomes extremely easy. I can just open up my phone, use appropriate technology, like M-Pesa and the others, to make sure that those payments are done. Okay. So I think I just want to add that it's the ease of payments that has really changed how we interact with our revenue authorities.
Okay, thank you, Kamal, for that. We're listening first to the private sector, and then now we'll move to government. So let me bring in Joe. Joe comes to us from Safaricom. Joe, 2 things. One, give us a reflection on what you've had Professor present. It's really squarely in your space. But even other than that, from private sector, what innovations or advancements in Safaricom are being explored to enhance convenience and efficiency of tax payments for both individuals and payments? And also just write that with what Kamal has talked about, even the small payments that taxpayers need to pay. Joe.
Okay, thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be back to this stage. I've been on this stage on many fora. Always a delight to come back here. I think Prof did a good job at what we call being a provocateur. You know, I think we are seated with Dr. Iregi, a former CEO of Brit. I mean, he was asking, what is a provocateur? And then I learned is the person who comes before a panel or before a discussion and then raises or implants some perspectives to shape the conversation. I think Prof did a good job at that, especially to highlight many of what we call the emerging technologies. We call them emerging, but that also creates a connotation that there is also emerged technologies. We always forget about that because stop talking about AI if you don't even have a system of record, to be very honest. That's building a castle in the air. Are you better off? The ICMS will still be important. The ITAC system will still be important. The ERP systems will still be important. The databases that you have. If you haven't figured that area, then talking about the icing on the cake, which are the emerging technologies, is trying to run too fast. You need to run with multiple speeds. The first speed should actually anchor you and make sure that the business is running, the organization like KRA is running efficiently with those systems of record. And then bring now the accelerators, what I call systems of intelligence, like artificial intelligence. An ERP system, ICMS are systems of record, but then systems of intelligence need to come as an icing on the cake. But I think also the takeaway that I got from Prof is that what he described is what I do at Safaricom. My work is to make the business to be future fit. Really simple stated, but very difficult to achieve. And even a revenue authority like KRA, you really have to ask yourself, are you really future fit? Today, future fitness for an organization is pegged on digital. If you cannot figure out digital business, then you're becoming irrelevant. And when I say digital business, it doesn't matter whether it's public sector or it's private sector, by the way, or it's a non-government organization. Digital business, when we talk about it, people think e-commerce, but that's just a bit of it. You have to go and define it as the exchange of information electronically, regardless of the situation, including the collection of taxes, which is what we are discussing here. And because a solution like the fintech solutions that we are discussing here, solutions like M-Pesa, they're already digital by nature. Remember, automating something, transferring something from paper to a database in itself, that is a transformation, what we call digitization, and many people just say it. But digitization is really just converting something analog into machine readable. And then we go to the next level, what we call digitalization. Those two words, the people use them interchangeably, but they mean very different things. Digitalization now implies the bringing in of intelligent technologies like the ones Prof described, IoT, blockchain, artificial intelligence, robotic process automation. When you infuse them in the business process, whether that business process is intra or it's pervasive, it cuts across and even goes to the external parties. You put KRA in the middle, you can have so many hundreds of entities that you interrelate with. Then how do you interrelate with, say, Treasury? How do you interrelate with the taxpayer? How do you interrelate with the large taxpayers? How do you interrelate with the informal sector? Digitalizing that and making it intelligent, fraud-proof, something that there's no repudiation, that you can tell a transaction happened, and there is no cancellation of that. That's what we call digitalization, making the business process very, very, very important. So I see a lot of similarities between what I do at Safaricom, mainly to achieve three things: improved customer experience, which at KRA you would call taxpayer experience. And number two, to create operational efficiencies across board. You need to reduce costs. You cannot be collecting this revenue and then leaking too much of it. You need to create those operational efficiencies. And then number three, very important, productivity improvement. If you don't use technology to help you to become more productive, productivity basically means doing more with less. You want your officers, wherever they are in the field, to be very productive. They should not be coming back to the office to ask for things. So AI can help you to be productive, but productivity is a function of how much information you have, particularly on the go. So I see a lot of semblances and similarities that will help you to get there. Back to you, moderator. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Are our businesses future fit? I think that's what we're picking up from there. So we've painted a picture of what's happening in the private sector. Joe has educated us the difference between digitization and digitalization. Let me bring in government, and here I want to bring in His Majesty Revenue and Customs. I have Daljit Rihal, who's joining us online. Daljit is the Chief Digital and information. Officer Daljit, your smile is telling me that you can hear me loud and clear. Fantastic, excellent.
I can.
Excellent.
Let me start by saying I'm privileged to be here today, so thank you for the invitation. And I'm really looking forward to being part of this panel. Apologies, I wasn't there in person, but that was because of timing. I couldn't make it. Now, I really enjoyed listening to the professor, and everything he said resonates with what I am doing here to modernize HMRC. And really, the key takeaway for me that I'd like to share with you all is that software as a service, is that evergreening digital presence through software as a service. For me, that is the cornerstone of the entire sort of technology strategy. And why I say that, it's because it is the thing that keeps us secure and evergreen, because we have a legacy estate that we constantly need to patch, we constantly need to buy new servers, we are always held to ransom by the sort of scaling of traditional mainframes and kit. Whereas when we move to the cloud and we move to software as a service, a huge chunk of our problem space goes away. And with it comes the added advantages and benefits. So of the software engineering platforms, you automatically get included into the big data and the artificial intelligence libraries that come automatically with the adoption of software as a service platform and platform as service thinking. So by migrating out of clunky old data centers and legacy estate, you're actually leapfrogging. Not only is your software kept evergreen and always patched and always sort of secure, but also you then have the ability to move from a cultural change of IT, which is generally business requirements find their way into the hands of people in IT who then go away and develop. What we're seeing is with the software as a service comes additional benefit of allowing business teams to actually start configuring services that they want rather than the IT people doing it. So there's a better, healthy partnership. Plus, with that approach, you get all of the millions, hundreds and thousands of functions that come automatically with that kind of arrangement, and they are embedded and already AI enabled. So in addition to that, separately from that, obviously, a lot of the big data challenge is mainly really to do with permission to analyze data and making sure that when you're analyzing it and you are making conclusions from that data, that there's always a human being in the chain. And that's where the sort of complexities of using large language models and artificial intelligence hits policy. So we've adopted an approach to roll out all of the AI wherever we can, but in use cases that don't make automatic decisions, but they help citizens to navigate the complexity. So they don't kind of go and sort of decide things. They just say, if you're looking for this kind of thing, I can get you there quicker. And those are the
recording
sort of,
stopped.
Technology.
Okay, I think I lost you there. So
please go ahead.
I don't know if you can still hear me, moderator.
I can hear you, Daljit. We can hear you.
Yeah, so I got a message to say the recording has stopped, so I don't know if that meant I lost connection. If you can still hear me,
AI, Daljit, it's AI.
Yeah, so our AI adoption.
Recording in progress.
So our AI adoption is in that space of increasing productivity and not in automatic decision making. Some other pieces around the sort of distributed ledger technology and distributed computing are playing out in things like e-invoicing and automatic settlement, and also addition to that, a growing need for payment systems to start adopting things like open banking and open banking standards. So by and large, most of our taxes in the UK are filed online, and a lot of that is digitization rather than digitalization, and we're now in the journey of going from digitization to digitalization. So everything the professor said is part of the journey here, is part of how we're trying to modernize and make the system fairer and more usable by all the citizens. So I will end it there.
Okay. Thank you, Daljit. Just bringing
Back to you.
All right, thank you, Daljit. He's challenged us. Where are your processes as an organization, as a revenue authority? Are you in the digitization or digitalization stage? But also just bringing in the perspective of the humans who are going to utilize this AI and the ML, that we can't leave them behind, because it just feels like there's that thing called AI and machine learning and blockchain, and that the humans are on this side. So let me hear the Kenyan perspective from Ken. Ken Bobwa comes to us from the Kenya Revenue Authority. He is the acting head of ICT there. So Ken, two things for you. One, what were you hearing? What's your reflection from Professor Ndemo's presentation? But also, let us know how the Kenya Revenue Authority is currently integrating technologies into its tax collection processes, and have there been any observable results?
Thank you very much again, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. The KRA 9th Corporate Plan recognizes the use of digital transformation to mobilize our revenue. When I was listening to Ambassador Professor Bitang Ndemo, he was actually ticking the right boxes, as if he was actually reading a corporate plan. So his presentation is actually relevant, not only to the KRA of today, but to the KRA of future. And I think the question of whether we are future fit is part of the reasons why we're here, so that we can be able to understand exactly where the industry is moving to. We can understand the technological advancements that we have in the various fields, and see how we can then be able to utilize this technology and innovations for purposes of revenue mobilization, for purposes of cutting the cost of doing business, and for purposes of ensuring that we meet customer expectation, who are actually the taxpayers who are here today, and I know this resonates very well. In terms of implementing emerging technologies from a KRA perspective, KRA has been one of the most forward-looking public institutions as far as embracing technology is concerned. We began the technology journey a while back, almost like 2 decades back, and we have never looked back. We've never been afraid of embracing technology. I know partly because we play in the same league with the people on this particular panel, and so we basically have to be like what you say, ahead of the light in terms of ensuring that we embrace the latest technology so that we can expand our tax base and also mobilize our revenue mobilization. Maybe some two use cases that I can be able to very quickly point out. One is the use of Internet of Things. I mean, this is the ability to be able to use the different technologies, bring them together to solve a problem or to offer service. And I know over the period of the last 2 days, we have had this particular discussion. And the use case that we have as Kenya Revenue Authority is the electronic cargo tracking system, whereby we are able to use wireless communication. We are able to use GSM cards. We are able to use a computer component we call an e-seal. And we are able to actually geofence the road using GPS to be able to track cargo that is moving across, across our country. And this does two things. Number one, it cuts down the cost of our doing business as Kenya Revenue Authority. And number two, it ensures that the northern corridor and the corridors, the trade corridors in this country are secure and predictable, and that we can be able to assure our traders that they will actually receive their cargo on time, And we can also, and we've also been able to cut down on the number of people who actually do the actual job, thereby, of course, reassigning these resources to other more useful activities like serving our beloved taxpayers. I think the second use case is the use of blockchain. Again, and I'm glad that Ambassador Professor Bitang'endemo also mentioned this, in his presentation, and this is why we resonate with it, is because one of the challenges that we've been having as Kenya Revenue Authority is actually visibility of taxpayers and visibility of data. That has been a challenge, and I'm sure that probably Safaricom has more visibility than we do, and we want to get to that particular level where we have similar visibility as Kenya Revenue Authority, just like Safaricom has, and other telcos, of course, and the banks. And one of the things that, two use cases here. Number one, we are in the process of implementing a solution that will enable us achieve one of the proposals that actually Professor Bitang'endemo has mentioned, and this is having visibility of financial transactions, having visibility of especially digital transactions. Again, this is not for purposes of, this is for purposes of ensuring that there's a fair share of taxation, across everyone. There's a lot of visibility that we do not have, especially in the digital space, and the idea is to actually be able to get to this digital space. Remember, previously when we had cash registers, we had the physical ETRs. Now, the cash registers nowadays are actually the pay bills and the till numbers that are being run by the various technology partners. How do we then move to that particular space? Yet this business moving into that particular space. And these are some of the things that we're working on. And the next, I think, use case is visibility of data from source countries. Again, we know that we need to be able to make Kenya an efficient economy in terms of ease of doing business. And the only way we can be able to do that is if you can be able to get data from source so that you can be able to offer pre-arrival processing of the consignments that are coming into this country. And this is one of the use cases that we are taking with the use of blockchain so that we can be able to receive data from source, from the source country. Before the cargo arrives, we already have visibility of this consignment. We have already cleared this consignment. So it's from vessel to truck, and we are able to deliver the consignment more efficiently and effectively and be able to improve the turnaround time of our ports and improve the productivity that my colleague mentioned. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Ken. That's fine, yeah. For just enlightening us that KRA is not only business future fit, but technology future fit if KRA is utilizing blockchain and the Internet of Things. Delegates, we also want to bring you into this conversation. So if you have any question at any point, please don't wait until the end. Just raise your hand. We have our microphone roving and we will take your questions to the panel as well as the online community. So if you have a question regarding the discussion we're having right now, please feel free, raise your hand at any one point. I will see it and we will bring you into this conversation. Let's move the conversation a bit and take a different curve. Let's talk about risk in this business of internet and the web and the superhighway. Risk is very alive to the work that we do. And I want to bring in Kamal. Kamal, your presence, you run a fintech company, your presence is in 30 countries. But really, when you do your risk matrix, what are the potential risks that are associated with integrating innovative payment systems into tax collection, and how can that be mitigated?
Okay, I want to address the risk from a different perspective. And live example is the other day I was roaming in the streets of Nairobi. I wanted to buy something and I bought that thing. The person who was selling it to me, the shopkeeper, I wanted to pay through mobile money. While discussing, he said, if you pay through mobile money, it is going to be this amount. But if you pay me cash, I'll give you 10% discount. So I mean, I didn't know what to say. I mean, this is a risk. You know, risk in terms of it's not a cyber security risk, but this is a risk on how we are going to start embracing technology in order to collect the payments and then reporting it to KRA. So that's one. The other one, in terms of AI, you know, AI is something that can do wonderful jobs across, you know, from all the businesses, including the business that KRA is in. Artificial intelligence is still learning. And try this out. You know, everyone uses ChatGPT at the moment. You know, go to ChatGPT and send a picture of a dog and ask him, what is this? Very nicely, this one says, this is a dog of this breed and that. Immediately after that question, send a photo of a cat. And it will say, this is a cat. Now, go back to ChatGPT and says, I have uploaded this photo of cat, but I'm doing some research and I'm doing some discussion. So this photo that I'm sending you is not a cat, but it's a dog. Ask the question again. I gave you this, upload another photo for cat and says, what animal is this? ChatGPT will clearly say it's a dog. So what that means, you know, we want to start relying on artificial intelligence, but at the same time, we also want to figure out the risk that it brings in, because some of us who are in the tech space are able to understand this risk, but what about the general public? You know, what if they get carried away by some of these decisions that, you know, the merchants are saying that the mobile payment versus the cash payments, artificial intelligence versus, you know, some of these risks that it brings in. So as much as you talk about the risk, I think, you know, cyber security risk, everyone will be able to explain, but this non-cyber security related risk based on the behavior of your customer is a risk that it possesses, and we need to attend that at certain point very seriously. Thank you.
Customer behavior. Daljit, you can hear us. I want to ride on what Kamal has just left off. And just to hear, especially the very live example that he's given, when you go to a shop, if you pay in this way, you pay full amount. When you pay this other way, you actually get a discount and you save. So I want to hear His Majesty Revenue and Customs. Daljit, what strategies have you really put in place to mitigate risk from a HMRC perspective?
Well, look, this is a very big question. The key risks for us are, how do we modernize our legacy estate in a way that makes us stronger from a resiliency perspective with all of the controls in place? And so the new emerging technology gives us a challenge and an opportunity. The opportunity is we can stop patching and move straight to the new technology. For example, customer experience and the customer journey that you have simply now looks like a very simple thing to do, which is, welcome to HMRC, how can we help you? And that can be turned into a conversational UI. The risk is, how is it integrating to the legacy stack, and how much effort goes into integrating this brand new technology with parts of our estate which are still very old? The other part of the risk is, how are we ensuring there is no bias and there is an elimination of hallucination and erroneous recommendations being made by generative AI? So that's one. In terms of blockchain and IoT, the risk is a little bit like Kamal's risk, really. It's less to do with technology, more to do with policy and mandation. So we could move to a kind of an ecosystem of trust, but a technology on its own can't really do the behavior change that needs to accompany it. So the risk is that the policy won't mandate people to say, well, from now onwards, for example, in Kamal's case, there needs to be a mandate that says you will no longer be able to pay by cash, or else you will always have this loophole. who is brave enough to make those decisions because they're unpopular. So the risk is really, how do you bring society along the journey with the adoption of the new technologies? And then there's finally the other risk, which is once you start to automate, once you start to increase productivity, what are you telling your people their future is about? So, you know, they will automatically jump to the conclusion, I'm being displaced because what I used to do is now being automated. But really, that's a risk, and we need to have an approach around, well, actually we're moving the human beings up the value chain rather than doing the mundane tasks. They are doing more valuable tasks. So there's lots and lots of risks. There's obviously the ever-growing risk and emerging risks of new technology. So as well as making us productive, offering us the potential to be more productive, it also offers the potential to agencies that want to harm us to become more productive as well. So, you know, how do we keep up with all of that? So there's a whole category of risks which go through the entire supply chain of how our systems operate, all the way from decisions around policy design, through to integration with our legacy systems, through to uncovering the people impacts of that. And then finally, you know, technology is just an enabler for a lot of this. It's really down to, does the citizen want it? Should we not be getting led by customers as well? So it's that fine balance. So often there are trade-offs that need to happen. And to do that, you have to really construct what a kind of a prioritization of risk management, and really sometimes you will not do some of this stuff because the risks are too high. And unless you can approach it scientifically, it's very hard to convince people to come on the journey with you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thank you, Daljit. Thank you, Daljit. Allow us to move from risk. I think Daljit has left it off where Alan began, in the fear of adoption. Now, in Professor's presentation, one of the key outcomes of leveraging on technology, Professor said, was improved compliance. So allow us to move from risk into compliance. And I want to bring in Alan, because Alan, at the beginning, you told us how you've worked with various revenue administrations across especially the East Africa region. And I really just want to hear from your experience of working with various revenue administrations, how revenue agencies can leverage on blockchain to enhance tax compliance and thereby increase revenue collection.
So I think he had already discussed about that with blockchain, but still, there are still other ways, I think, from the perspective of getting that transparent, immutable record, right? The thing about blockchain is that once you have a record, it cannot be manipulated, because once it's generated, it's cascaded to thousands of devices at the same time. So even if one system is broken, you still have other regional systems around the blockchain ecosystem that contain that record. So one of the ways I think I would see this playing out is one, blockchain-based VAT system, right? Where when a supplier has goods and they're bought by a retailer, that record of that transaction is sent to a blockchain ledger. So this blockchain ledger will retain this record for a long period of time. It's immutable, meaning it cannot be destroyed, right? And then through smart contracts, again, a blockchain feature, it can calculate the tax to be paid and then send the money to KRA or whatever revenue authority, and we keep that record of that transaction. This, of course, helps with compliance, because you have this single transaction that's immutable, that is that you can count on, right? You don't have to have the fear of maybe this transaction is not the right one or it's a fake transaction, because it's a single transaction, it's immutable, and it's distributed. So you find that in that kind of use case, blockchain plays a big role in helping tax authorities to become compliant. Also, when you now integrate it like with biometric systems, then you keep that single record of a biometric, say, fingerprint. So when you have different custom agents logging into the system, you are certain that whoever is logged into this system is the right person, right? You don't have an issue where users share passwords and things like that, which in the long run bring to greater risk, okay? And then lack of compliance, because once people can manipulate the system, you then lose tax, right? So blockchain can play different use cases, and we can apply as per, the requirement. So customize it for a particular individual, yeah.
Thank you, Alan. Let me stay on that trail of thought of the sanctity of records that you had just mentioned as you began to speak. Yeah. And I bring in Joe into this conversation, still on compliance. Yeah. Joe, from your perspective as one of the leading telco operators, and I think you corrected me and told me that you're not a telco operator. You will tell us who you are. But Joe, how has your organization, which offers digital payment solutions, how can that leverage or help the revenue agency increase its compliance and increase its revenue collection? In other words, what products have you done to support, have you produced to support this process?
Thank you for bringing me back to the call. I was almost taking a nap. This sofa is quite comfy over here, save for the great conversation that are happening. But before I go to what Safaricom is doing, of course, naturally, we look at ourselves as a catalyst for digital transformation in society, naturally, because we are permeated society in ways that you know better than I do. Because especially with the coverage, network coverage, we normally forget that the network is the most important thing. We talk about computers and emerging technologies, but we forget that without that superhighway that we call the network, then all the other things, you can have the most powerful AI models, but at the end of the day, if you cannot connect, you cannot ping that particular server, then you are talking hot air. The network will remain very, very, very important, and I dare add that a secure network. I need to add the word secure there, because security is essential in any network. Even for a revenue authority like yourself, you have to look at your wide area network, your local area networks, and the metropolitan area networks, and how they interconnect, and make sure that they are secured. And hopefully, chances are they run on a Safaricom, either fixed network or a mobile network somewhere. So we look at ourselves as a catalyst really for digital transformation in very many areas. The fintech space, you can see almost 100% of our subscribers are already also subscribers of the fintech space, which is fantastic. So if we are talking 40 million, almost 40 million M-Pesa users, the question is, how comes KRA doesn't have that kind of number in its tax database? And I think the president has alluded to that question at some point. And this already answers you in a very simple way, the power of digital in actually bringing, especially the informal sector, into the tax bracket. It won't be about dipping pockets into people who already pay taxes. It will also be about expanding the tax bracket, because that's how personally I think that we'll be able to surpass the very, very ambitious targets that we are seeing. But again, talking about risks, I wanted to mention this because I was actually itching to chip in on that conversation. The more you get digital, the higher the chances that you're also risking your business. That is also something I have to tell you. If Osama bin Laden had decided to be analog forever, probably, he would still not have been caught by the CIA. But at what cost, really? How long are you going to stay behind a rock? So you are digitalizing your business, but also understanding that the more things are connected, the more things can go wrong. That is just the plain reality. Nowadays, we are going to an era which we call ubiquitous computing, UbiComp. It means that virtually everything is connected to everything. The watch you are wearing, the clothing, maybe it becomes smart, the home stuff that you have, home appliances, the computer, the car that you drive or you are driven in, if you are a boss. Everything is becoming connected. That's what we call ubiquitous computing. But now with the challenge with that is that when we are that connected, then adversaries don't also rest. The number of cyber attacks that we are seeing, I think it's Cyber Security Week, coincidentally, we are meeting here. And I was following that conversation, almost 1 billion attempts every other month on very many websites. And we all know what happens. So the more we connect ourselves, even at KRA, the more you connect to your systems, even as a Safaricom, the biggest thing that we have to contend with is really the risk to the business and to the organization. I look at M-Pesa as a mission-critical system. You guys know better than I what happens when we have a downtime. Unfortunately, some downtimes are caused by reasons beyond our control, like a DDoS attack, a distributed denial of service that hit us. Today, we have automated so much that we are trying to reduce any even scheduled downtime for M-Pesa from minutes to seconds. Like we can change over a very major system, or we can change something at the infrastructure tier, or at the platform tier, or the application tier, or at the app that you use in 4 seconds. We don't even need to tell communication authority that we are actually doing that change, because they won't even notice it in the first place. That's what we are talking about, mission critical systems. Even the tax systems that KRA runs, I look at them as mission critical systems. So you should have the level of agility to that level. But that's the business. Then let's talk about the business ecosystem. There's no organization, even when it comes to digitalization, we talk about finding strategic partnerships. You won't do everything alone. So you won't figure out cloud computing alone as KRA. You won't figure out AI alone as KRA. The same thing as Safaricom. We won't figure out these things on our own. So we find those strategic partnerships. So if it means working with folks like Oracle here, yes, we do. We run a lot of the applications. We have built a data center in Limuru, actually. The really top-tier data center in Limuru, because Limuru is naturally cooled. And we've seen hyperscalers or tech firms like Oracle wanting to come and lease in there to run their local cloud there, which is fantastic, because you, as a government agency, you actually want to run your solutions in country, because again, the transit to the international, you don't want someone to tell you, we run this in the Cayman Islands. Come on, you cannot really depend on that. So you want these systems actually to run at cloud level, that is at international and global level, but in country. So we are seeing a lot of strategic partnerships. So we as Safaricom, we don't just say that we are the best of the best. We look at where it makes sense to partner. And even you as KRA, especially to de-risk your business, you need to look at that. And not just from technical perspective, people, skills. Remember, digital transformation is as much about people as it is about technology. We forget that so much. And when I say people, I mean, if the society is digitally illiterate, then it becomes very hard to transform it. People are still using the phone we call the Tululu. You know the Katululu, the one that cannot figure out the internet. We are also trying to see how can we digitalize the society, because there's no point leaving them behind. If you have a phone that cannot connect to the internet, already you are digitally excluded. It's that simple. And these are the majority of devices that we have in our network, and by extension, other tech costs. So, moderator, you also asked me, are we a telecommunication company or are we a technology company? So, every organization in the world that is traditionally a telecommunication company is shifting because of what's happening in the world of technology. So, you will hear more the word techco instead of technology company. What does that really mean? It goes beyond connectivity. Of course, I explained the merits of connectivity, but we need to go beyond the telecommunications. We need to be able to help society like ourselves and businesses like KRA to figure out things like machine learning, artificial intelligence. So can we offer you not only the capability, buying a GPU, a graphical processing unit is not that cheap on your own. Probably you might want to outsource that. You can run it in an Oracle cloud that's running in a Safaricom data center, and you will save yourself a lot of money in that process. But then, what about the drivers? Imagine a powerful vehicle, a Ferrari, but you don't have a driver, for example. Okay. The drivers will still be important, the software engineers. We as Safaricom, we are looking at ourselves as, can we be really the center of excellence where each organization, whether for profit or an organization like KRA, they come to us, they tell us this is what we want to achieve. don't just give us the tools, but also give us the driver to actually take those tools for a drive. So we offer you an end-to-end solution because we understand ramping up software engineers or software engineering practice to a level that, say, a company like Safaricom, and we are not even the best. Think about companies like Microsoft. Think about companies like Google. They have thousands, like 100,000 software engineers. Getting such a resource pool is almost infeasible for very many organizations. So it won't just be about the tech.
Right.
It will also about the driver to make the tech get driven and to be taken for a test drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for tooting your horn and tooting the horn of Oracle. But just for our international delegates, M-Pesa, what Joe has alluded to, is mobile, how would you say it, Joe? It's mobile payments? Through your phone?
M means mobile, and of course, Pesa is Swahili for money.
Yeah.
This has become really the most powerful brand in Kenya, actually. Has even surpassed
Joe,
Safaricom.
just explain. Don't
So
market.
basically, it's just very, very, very simple that with your phone, whether it's a smartphone or it's a feature phone, the Katululus that I was explaining, you can be able to do a peer-to-peer transfer, for example, from your phone. So if you're using a phone that is not smart, we can do what we call a we can use the SIM toolkit that is embedded within the SIM card, and then that's the digital wallet that helps you to top up. If you go to an agency, you can do a deposit, and then when you top up, you have a float, and then you can be able to transfer, or you can be able to pay in a till or mobile. And then when you take that at scale, then already you transform the society in terms of how money moves. The future of money is digital, like the future of everything. And we are pioneering that. We pioneered and we'll continue doing so. Thank you.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. We do have an online audience, I'm informed, of about 9,900 across, joining us from across Africa. So it's important for us to just ensure that our terms, they can understand our terms. Let me move to Ken. Ken from Kra, Ken from Kenya Revenue Authority. Ken, I had run away from risk, but Joe and Alan brought me back to the risk question. So therefore, let's finish that risk question. And let us know, how is the Kenya Revenue Authority leveraging on technology to either mitigate or avert, to manage risk? What tools have you deployed, and do you have any outcomes or use cases you'd like to share with us?
Thank you very much again. First, I think, I like what Joe has said about...
Sorry, please toot your horn like the way Joe tooted the horn of Safaricom. Toot the horn of KRA.
What I wanted to say is that, he has spoken about, every taxpayer paying their fair share of taxes, which is actually, the message out there. Because we have currently quite a number of taxpayers who are not paying taxes. So, and you alluded to the numbers, of course, and we have had this conversation before. And the idea is actually, tax-based expansion, and this is one of the reasons why we are, looking at all these emerging technologies to be able to net or bring on board more taxpayers, so that every Kenyan then pays their, fair share of taxes. I think the idea would be for us to be in the conversation, for KRA to be in the conversation that you've just spoken about. In terms of interconnectedness, would like KRA to be, part of the natural ecosystem, so that, paying taxes becomes a lifestyle. It doesn't become a burden, but it becomes a lifestyle, and it becomes an integral part of, the growth of a company. So when the company is talking about, growing their revenues, talking about, growing their market share, then they're saying that, we are growing this, but we are also growing with KRA. And they become proud of actually being able to pay taxes. And that is the kind of ecosystem that we would like KRA to be part of, so that it becomes easy then for everyone to pay taxes. And again, I know you asked about what KRA is doing in terms of securing. But before I come to that, maybe to just mention that journey has already begun. And the journey has begun with a very simple steps of actually simplifying the processes of registration, the processes of filing, and the processes of actually being able to pay your taxes. And this is the reason why KRA has implemented all these digital payment solutions and integrated with the payment solutions for purposes of enabling as many Kenyans as possible to be able to pay taxes. We have moved away from the aspect of websites and everything else, and come closer to the people, to the mobile phones, to USSD, especially for feature phones, and this is a conversation that we are driving. In terms of securing, again, with the advent of emerging technologies and interconnectedness of various systems, especially with the private sector and the public sector, we will be hosting, and we're currently even hosting a lot of data. So data security is an important aspect for Kenya Revenue Authority. Of course, we are governed by, and I'm glad that Kenya actually implemented the Data Protection Act in 2019, that stipulates how we are supposed to protect citizens' data, and this is very, very important for Kenya Revenue Authority. And in addition to that, we have been able to implement information security management systems within Kenya Revenue Authority, and one of the things that we've done is we've implemented the latest ISO standard, that is 27001-2022, that ensures that we are on top of data, cybersecurity and data protection, because we hold a lot of Kenyan data and companies' data, and we need that data secure, and that data is secure because Kenya Revenue Authority has put in place measures to ensure that that data is secure. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Ken, for that assurance. Yes, we can clap for him. Yeah, let's give him a wholehearted clap, not a half-hearted clap. All right, Commissioner General, with your permission, allow me to welcome our special guest to stage, Honorable Moses Kuria. He is a senior advisor, Council of Economic Advisors in the Office of the President of the Republic of Kenya, and also the former Cabinet Secretary for Investment, Trade and Industry, and immediate former Cabinet Secretary for Public Service Performance and Delivery. To give us comment, Honorable Moses Kuria, you've heard what the discussion is about. You've heard also the presentation. We are also yearning to hear your thoughts around this. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Let me start by welcoming you all, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Commissioner General for KRA, Mr. Humphrey Watanga, our panelists. We also have with us today the chairman of the Micro and Small Enterprises Association, Mr. James Moreo. I am privileged to be here to give some perspectives from the side of government on this very important summit that you're holding today. It's a shame that I would have wanted to be here for all the 3 days because I find every other topic that's being discussed here of immense interest to me personally, and most important to the government of Kenya. In most countries, the biggest impediment to transforming tax regimes, and especially on the issue of digitization and modernization, is one animal known as political goodwill. Luckily in Kenya, the government of Kenya has taken the deliberate decision that modernizing our tax system and the tax regime is not a nice to have. It's an imperative. It's something we have to do. And so therefore, we are already starting from a pedestal of acceptance. As a matter of fact, it is His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, who pushes the extra mile and the extra pedal on the front of transforming our tax regime, as opposed to the other way around. You know, in other countries or even in previous administrations, you find that there was will from among the technocrats, the revenue authorities, treasuries, to modernize, but they got into the handwits of political goodwill. And why is it important for us to modernize our tax systems? First of all, there is something that is happening not just in Kenya, but across Africa. and especially because of whatever is happening within the developed economies, principally the U.S. economies, the high interest rates. You can start to imagine that just a few years ago, just before COVID, the Fed rate in the U.S. has gone up close to 7-8 times. Just the Fed rate. If the African economies, if the interest rate will go up proportionate to what has happened within the U.S. economy, Africa, as you know it, as an economy, would collapse. And so therefore, the issue of debt, the issue of borrowing, in Kenya today, in Kenya shillings terms, this year, we will pay 750 billion Kenyan shillings. That is just close to 6 billion US dollars. 30% of our tax revenue will go to paying interest on domestic debt. I didn't say principal. I just talked about interest. I didn't talk about foreign debt. I just talked about domestic debt. And so therefore, the money that was collected today from 8 o'clock to maybe around now, we've just been working for people who lend money to government. It is that catastrophic. And so therefore for us, it's not a nice to have. It's something we have to do. Why? Because if we expand our revenue base, we'll be able to bring down our domestic borrowing especially. And with the domestic borrowing coming down, we'll be able to bring down the interest rate and especially create an impetus for the private sector credit. And that for us is very important because it is the only way to jumpstart this economy. We have done everything we can, mostly on the expenditure side. I know there's still some things we can do, but we have stretched it to the limit. The only opportunity we have for us to grow and to jumpstart our economy is to work on the revenue side. And that's what we are doing. Second point that becomes important for us in this conversation is an issue of social justice and equity. That's the other driver for us to modernize our tax systems. I'll just pick on one area of taxes, the income taxes. In Kenya, we have got, a very, very funny, very weird structure of the workforce. The people in the formal sector, both in the public sector and the private sector, we have got 3 million people within the formal sector. Within the informal sector, we've got 16 million. The 3 million people in the formal sector, in terms of income taxes, they contribute 500 billion shillings. That's close to over $4 billion in income taxes from 3 million people. The 16 million in the informal sector contribute only 12 billion shillings. For me, that's not an economic issue. For me, it's a social justice issue. It's an ethical issue. It's an equity issue. How can 3 million people disproportionately carry the burden on behalf of 16 million people who are virtually not contributing in terms of income taxes? So, what are we doing? Having realized that that is really, for us, it is an imperative. It's a must-have. First of all, we have decided that there will be nowhere to hide. There will be nowhere to hide for anybody, at zero option. Why? First of all, we have already a huge advantage. The level of digitization, digital payments of the Kenyan economy can be, other countries can look at it green with envy. And I'm sure you've got a lot of people here from international audience. So the base is already there. Because Kenya is the only country where someone who has never gone to school cannot construct a sentence in English, but they can use digital payments through M-Pesa. What an advantage. It is better than the gold mines of Zimbabwe. It's better than the diamonds of South Africa. It's better than the oil of Nigeria. It is a resource that Kenya is extremely proud of, where you have almost virtually the entire economy having embraced digital technology. And we are doing that across other spectrum. Last year, we were able to distribute fertilizers to 6.4 million farmers using e-voucher and digital technology, to people, most of them, who are largely illiterate. But the voucher was sent to their phone. We were able to cut losses and corruption and deliver fertilizer straight to the farmer, proportionate to the size of the land holding. A very huge, very, very, very huge, development. Starting this year, every Kenyan who is over 70-year-old is receiving money. 1.9 million Kenyans are receiving money from government for social protection, again using mobile money and digital technology. So we are there. It's not a big job for us to do. And because the base is there and the will is there, what we are now doing is just going to implement this. The gentleman from Safaricom has told you about our pay bills, our till numbers from our digital, from our mobile money. Today at KRA, the people who have the devices for VAT, the ETR devices, they are only 200,000. Combined, all our telcos and the banks who are doing mobile money, we've got what we call digital touch points for payments, 2 million of them, 10 times the ETRs we have at KRA. That just speaks to the huge, huge opportunity that Kenya has to even have what I would call the early harvest of digitizing our revenue framework. And that's what we are going to do. We've agreed with the Commissioner General here that all those pay bills, Mr. James Mureu, because they are your members, they are your customers, please whisper to them that come Christmas 2024, all pay bills will also be virtual ETRs for purposes of KRA. And I know there's going to be some noise, but I also want you to tell me, where did we agree that someone will not pay taxes? Maybe I missed that memo. As far as I know, paying taxes is within our constitution, is within our law. And by the way, when those people come to the tax bracket, maybe soon we can, for those 3 million unfortunate guys who are today paying taxes, probably we'll be able to lower the income tax for them. As our Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury said, once we net those people, the prospect of reducing our VAT, for example, from 16% to 14% will start to become a reality. This burden must and will be carried and shared by everybody. Take that to the bank. Second front is on the issue of silos. We are operating in silos. We have got just mountains and islands of people with information, which makes it very difficult for us to be able to even implement some of the topics that I've had here about AI and all that. And I like the gentleman from the UK who has said that the culture must be built. The culture of paying taxes must be built. But in our case here, and I think also Professor Ndemo mentioned that it's not just getting people to use technology, but to accept to pay taxes. Luckily for us in this country, all Kenyans love the rule of law. They are aware that we agreed within our laws and our constitution that we pay taxes. So the culture thing is not a problem. What is remaining is for us to do what we need to do. I know within these pockets, some people, when we try, especially to use AI, we are going to get into the challenges of people, citing data protection and all that. But the government of Kenya is taking measures to ensure that when it comes to issue of paying taxes, even hiding behind data protection and data privacy cannot save you, because we are going back to ensure that we change the legal regime to ensure that data sharing, data transparency is actually an obligation for everyone who is holding data. So that will make it easy for us to be able to move to the next step in terms of digitalization. And by the way, one of our other very ambitious projects that we are currently, if you open the newspapers in Kenya, currently, you'll find the discussion around our modernizing our healthcare system, where for the first time, and I think unique in the whole world, we are putting all 54 million Kenyans on one digital health platform. If we are going to achieve that, and we will, because we are embarking on it from a very accelerated pace, the next task of now ensuring that all these 54 million Kenyans are also visible for purposes of tax is not something we are hiding from. It's a reality. I know there is pushback on health. I know there's going to be pushback on revenue. But the best thing is that the government is determined, and we are going to see modernization of our health system, modernization of our tax system, because for us, it is the issue of revenue where we are is an existential threat for the country of Kenya as we know it. And finally, even if we are able to modernize and to automate everything within our borders, we cannot be fully successful unless we go the extra mile and go cross-border. So this morning, I was delighted to hear that in the UK, they don't just look at compliance from within the borders. We have to go cross-border, integrate with customs authorities in other countries, trade facilitation systems, port community systems, any other source of information that can be able to ensure that we are as accurate and we are on point as much as possible, because for us, it is not a nice to have, it's a must have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moses Kuria, for giving us that charge that modernizing the tax regime is not a nice to have, it is a must have. Thank you very much for even sparing the time to come and share your thoughts with us. We appreciate. The stage has been set and a lot has been said. We need to wrap up our conversation. But I'm wondering, before I get to my panel, not for reactions, I see Joe, you're ready to go. But just for the final remarks, and also to go back to Professor Ndemo and Daljit, who are online. Do we have any questions from the floor? I have one question I have received online. And if there are none, it is still okay. It is one of those conversations that are ho-hum. Those ones you just say, All right. Allow me to direct this question. I think it's been directed to, I think it's yours, Ken. This is from Emmanuel, and Emmanuel says, how is digital innovation affecting tax systems, such as, then he gives an example of e-teams in the execution of tax payments and allocation of relevant tax provisions in the management and delivery of tax revenue and reports. So just that impact.
Thank you very much. Again, and thank you very much, Emmanuel, for that question. So e-teams has actually revolutionized the way we look at tax payment. Previously, and I think this has been alluded to, previously we had, the physical ETRs where someone had to, invest a lot of money in buying a physical device for them to be able to comply with the carrier regulations. But right now, you can actually be able to integrate your systems with the carrier systems so that your transactions actually flow from your system to the carrier systems without necessarily having to invest in a very expensive physical machine. Number two, the ETR, the eTeams functionalities are available through eCitizen, and I know that many Kenyans are currently in eCitizen, and this service can actually be available in eCitizen. You can be able to use this functionality in eCitizen to generate your invoices, and you can also be able to use the USSD code, that is *222# hash, to be able to access the eTeams functionality if you do have a feature phone. Thank you.
All right, Ken, since you still have the microphone, let's have your final thoughts, and then we will have Joe share his final thoughts, and then just down the aisle.
Thank you very much again. Now, one of the main two things that Kra is looking at from a technology perspective is to be able to be in a space whereby we create a faceless tax authority. We don't necessarily have to, physically be there for you to enjoy the services that Kra is providing. We do not have to be there physically for you to be able to, file your return. We would like to make it as seamless as possible, integrate, like I said, in the natural ecosystem, so that we are part and parcel of the natural ecosystem for you to be able to interact with Kra and for you to be able to file your taxes seamlessly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wageni. So as part of my closing remarks is just to challenge everyone in the room that when it comes to digital transformation, I don't think it's an imperative, just I think like Honorable Moses Kuria was saying about expanding the tax bracket. When it comes to digital transformation, it's not a nice to have. It's something that you should be able to figure out. Of course, different organizations will be at different levels of maturity from a digital transformation point of view. Some will be scratching the surface, some will be somewhere in between, and others will really be advancing and leading. But that journey, you need to go through it. Eventually, every organization, whether it's a government organization, entity, or a private company, it needs to be two things. It needs to become a technology or a digital company, and it needs to be an experience company. We cannot keep the experience aside. We can digitize, but at the end of the day, we must remember we are dealing with real humans. The experience really matters. I think the carrot and stick strategy works, but also offering great experiences for the taxpayers and incentives will encourage them to comply more so that you are not just whipping them and enforcing, but you are giving them a very compelling experience, which digital will help you do, because digital experience, if I don't need to talk to someone, if I just need to sort myself, I prefer it that way. Because if I need to talk to someone, an enforcement officer, probably there will be what we call friction-full experiences. We all know we are human beings. So digital helps you to cut the chase, move with velocity. So digital transformation will really be an imperative. And another thing, don't leave your staff behind. I'll challenge you at Safaricom. We have a program, I'll be brief. We have a program which we call 2+1. It's a skilling program. And the 2 means that we have to look at 2 of the emerging technologies that everyone must train in. So for this year, we have picked artificial intelligence and robotic process automation. It's mandatory for each and every staff to actually train and become in them. And depending on the cluster you are in, you can decide either to do coding or you can do project management. But the 2 is actually mandatory. I will challenge every organization here. Let's adopt that. Because if you leave the people behind, that's what will inform the fears that technology, automation, simplification, digitalization is going to exclude them. And when human beings fear, we all know the implications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Kamal?
Well, I just want to say, many of you are here, and if you want to digitize, if you want to bring AI into your operation, you don't need to go to East or West. You can come to us at Kra Silicon. Thank you.
Kamal, okay. Alan.
I guess when you're given the floor and you have to pitch, you pitch, right?
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
But anyway, first of all, I think I'm honored to be here. several revenue authorities in the room here. Many of them, we partner with them as Oracle, as a technology provider, but also as advisory. So with the team here, I think the discussions we've had prior to this meeting, we feel that KRA, URA, TRA, all the other revenue authorities here, we as Oracle are open to partnerships. We're ready to work with you, provide any advisory. I think with the new government initiative to collect taxes from everyone, we work together to help you use technology to improve your organizations and to make it easier for you to achieve your goals. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Sebo. Before we go online, let's have a comment from Mr. James Moreu. James Moreu is the chairman of the Medium and Small Enterprise Authority.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moreu, make it brief.
Yes, I just wanted to echo something that my friend Moses Kuria, former Waziri, has said about compliance from the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority perspective. I think we as the SMEs do not mind paying taxes. I can tell you, ICT, e-Teams is such a foreign thing to the SMEs that you must design something, what I like to refer to as tax compliance for dummies, something that will make it easy for them to comply. It's not like they don't want to comply, but it's so difficult. I think I'm tech savvy, but I found the e-Teams too complicated. Just by the time you navigate, you want to jump out. I want to also say this, simplify compliance so that you have more people. Bwana Waziri former, you alluded to the direct taxpayers. 3 million Kenyans pay direct taxes, whereas 16 million Kenyans do not pay direct taxes. But I also want to say this, when you look at the indirect taxes, where they are taxed through consumption, then we have a big base there. And it's good to recognize that that consumer base, like the border, for example, who takes 10 liters of fuel every day, has a tax component in that fuel that contributes to exchequer. So indirectly, they have actually been doing a good job. KRA, you have a CSR program. Please, let's partner with you. Let's try and formalize the informal sector so that we now know who is working where, and it'll be easy to reach them out for additional tax. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, James Moreu, for challenging KRA on ways that they can improve. Finally, let me please bring our presenter, Professor Bitangendemo. If you can hear me, please give us your final thoughts as we wrap up this conversation. I see you there, Professor. Please go ahead. Okay, Professor, can we unmute? Are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you, Ambassador.
Yes, I was saying thank you once more for asking me to speak. This is an area that is evolving very quickly. And as I speak to you now, there are several areas because of the changes here that would impact on us, it is good that we begin to leverage technology to be able to streamline our tax collection. We are already doing very good. We need to improve such that we can be able to raise local resources, as Honorable said, that we are not able to raise enough money to reduce in terms of borrowing, which would also lead to greater economic development if the interest rates can be able to go down. If we make the efficiencies out of the emerging tech, for sure, we would be able to see a lot more changes. It's a pleasure for me to have spoken with so many people about this topic, which I hold, which of immense potential for the future of leveraging these technologies. They are no longer emerging in such places. and we are not very far away. I would just encourage KRA that we move forward with these technologies. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Professor Ambassador. I understand that Daljit has had to attend an urgent meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our panel discussion, the final of the KRA Summit. May I kindly request the gentlemen to please take a step forward and humbly request Honorable Moses Kuria if you could join this photo, and Commissioner General, and of course James Moreu, if you could just join this photo, please take a step forward. We will take a panel photo. Just a step forward, maybe another step forward. All right, okay, there we go. And we will have the Honorable Moses Kuria and our Commissioner General, Mr. Humphrey Wetanga, and James Moreu joining that photo. A round of applause for that panel. I think they have done excellently. And I now hand over back to our very able MC, Julius.
Wamba, I need you there. You are part of the team, so please join that panel as their moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for that team. The level of tech savviness in that team is absolutely mind-boggling, isn't it? The kind of conversations that they have had was simply amazing, and we can't be thankful enough. Another round of applause for them. Thank you, thank you. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, I know for the last 3 days, as we bring this to a close, the amount of information that our minds have had to receive and process could be mind-boggling, isn't it? There is so much information that we are all trying to understand and to process and to appreciate and to deduce and all that, that we risk suffering from some level of mental fatigue. Now, to help us avoid that, we have a very quick performance by Daniel Zalo. Did I tell you about Zalo yesterday? Daniel Zalo, where are you? Yeah, Daniel Zalo will come here. Daniel Zalo is a genius, an absolute genius with that saxophone machine. So he's going to do just 2 or 3 minutes just to soothe our minds, to get us transitioning from those tech conversations into normal conversations as we live here, so that you don't go out there and you're telling people about things they cannot understand. Then after that, we are going to have 2 speeches, closing remarks. We are going to invite the commissioner to come and also invite our CG for the closing remarks. Then after that, I'm going to be calling upon all those people who were able to grace our plenary sessions to have a group photo with our CG and our guests of honor, so that we can remember this day. And as we do that, our team is going to be playing a reel just with highlights of what has happened in the 3 wonderful days that we have been here. But for now, Daniel Zalo for you. Yeah, let's welcome him. Give it up, give it up, give it up for Daniel Zalo. The kind of music you can listen to all day long and not get bored. That is Daniel Zalo. He is one of us at Kenya Revenue Authority. So KRA got talent, you know? We have all manner of talent in KRA, and we are proud of that. Now, I want to draw your attention to the screens because our media team has been very busy putting together a wonderful reel with just highlights of what has happened for 2 minutes for us to appreciate where we started and where we are. Then after that, we are going to have the closing remarks. Over to you, media team.
I am optimistic that by the end of this 3-day forum, we will capture key insights to build a resilient and progressive system for enhancing trade facilitation and domestic revenue mobilization.
Trade facilitation is no longer confined to physical borders, and resource mobilization now requires innovative, data-driven approaches that ensures fairness, transparency, and efficiency.
The role of technology in domestic revenue mobilization cannot be overstated. Embracing technology is essential for addressing the modern age challenges our tax administrations face.
Open dialogue and collaboration among these stakeholders fosters trust and a deeper understanding in dealing with emerging challenges and opportunities.
There's a lot of hugely successful examples, especially in the East African region, through monitoring committees of NTBs at the EAC level, but also at the national level. And if those are using that data wisely, which very often we are, then we can start to tackle those problems.
We want to start to monitor the transit from the port of where it landed first and where it is going. And so you set up the systems that everyone is speaking about here. So from my point of view, I think what we need is that bold step that we look at risk differently.
As long as you are a trusted trader, then you should be able to benefit from some of these benefits that come with technology.
The issue of infrastructure is critical, and countries can't go it individually. We need to have a pool to develop the infrastructure at the borders.
So what we're trying to do is provide the transparency and the visibility into the decisions that the artificial intelligence has made.
Be it technology, be it simplification, partly also getting lost in the informal sector. What can we do differently? All this goes into the tax base expansion. And this is the area we really want to focus on.
Thank you. A big round of applause for our media team. Thank you so much, Alan and your team, for putting together that amazing reel within a very short time. It's truly amazing. As we draw to a close of this event, just like we have done for the last 2 days, we value your feedback. We would like to have your feedback. your advice on how we can make this summit even better next year so that it's a better experience that you will want to come to. So I'm drawing again your attention to the screen. Just scan that QR code or follow the link that it gives you. It will open up a form so that as we listen to the closing remarks, you can just jot down your feedback as objective as you can be so that we at KRA, our team can sort it out and we can use that feedback to improve. Thank you. So now, it's been 3 wonderful days, 3 informative days, but everything wonderful comes to an end eventually, because if it is too prolonged again, it can become monotonous. So just before it becomes mind, fatigue sets in, it's time to bring it to a close. So allow me to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Mugambi Muiregi, the Commissioner for Kenya School of Revenue Administration. A big round of applause as he comes here to give his closing remarks and also invite our Commissioner General Humphrey Watanga to also give his closing remarks. Karibu sana, Dr. Mugambi.
Good afternoon to all of you. This has been amazing, has it not been? It has been amazing. And before I can do the honors that I've been asked to do, I want to ask the team that has been behind this amazing 3 days conference, please to stand up. Starting with Commissioner Alex Mwangi, our Deputy Commissioner Grace Wandera. We have many people here, Susan Wanjoy, our Deputy Commissioner. Please, all of you stand. I do not know why the MCs are seated. I can see others who are seated. Please stand. Stand wherever you are. Can we give an amazing clap to these people? This is the team that has been faceless, behind the scenes, quiet, but they are the people who have made the wheels of this amazing conference, move forward. And so, our Commissioner General, the senior advisors, the presidential advisors, and members of the Economic Council, Honorable Moses Kuria and Kenta Rose in absentia, they have just left. Commissioner Generals present, chairmen of various organizations, all CEOs of various organizations, commissioners present from different countries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My job really is simple: to quickly summarize what has happened in the last 3 days, but to also give a vote of thanks on behalf of our Commissioner General, but also on behalf of KRA and the Republic of Kenya. I want to take this opportunity to thank you all, especially our speakers, for generously sharing your knowledge, experience, and insights at this year's KRA Summit. This year's summit has proven to be an impactful hub for knowledge exchange and the development of innovative ideas in tax administration and trade facilitation. We have explored critical topics and identified solutions to various challenges that bedevil our countries in these fields. For instance, on the first day, we gained a deeper understanding of the significance of collaboration in trade facilitation through the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, and the importance of customs digitalization for effective trade. On the second day, we delved into the area of risk management and the use of technology, and also the impact of artificial intelligence on customs trade facilitation. Participants also engaged with experts in breakout sessions covering key issues including trade facilitation and the environment, the significance of efficient maritime services, challenges in navigating trade facilitation in the digital age, cybersecurity in customs processes, gender equality in customs, and redefining risk management in today's landscape. Of course, yesterday night, our Commissioner General graciously hosted an amazing dinner for all of us. Was it amazing? Can we then give our CG an applause, please? Today, we addressed a crucial topic, harnessing the potential of domestic resource mobilization for economic transformation. The insights shared during this session are invaluable. Experts discussed how to unlock revenue potential through strategic approaches to environmental taxation and how we can leverage emerging technology and innovation to enhance revenue mobilization. Indeed, this has been one of the most insightful international tax and customs conferences held in Kenya so far. We extend our sincere gratitude to all participants for sharing your insights, your expertise, and making this summit a resounding success. I would also like to thank all our taxpayers, wherever you are, first for paying taxes, but then secondly, for your participation in this summit. We want to thank tax administrations from the 22 countries that participated in this particular event physically, and from the many other countries that participated in this event virtually. We want to thank our international development partners, and there were quite a number, including the East African Community, UNECA, AfCFTA, Oxfam, the World Bank, and many others for honoring us and attending this particular summit. We are immensely grateful to the private and public sector players who participated in this summit. It is not possible for us to name all of you by name, but we want to say thank you. We are grateful to our staff and the organizers who are behind the scenes making this conference a success. We are grateful to the hotel for the hospitality that they extended to us. And you'll agree with me that Safari Park has been awesome from day one up to now. Yes, clap for them, please. We want to thank you all, everybody who has done anything to make sure that this event was successful. We have taken feedback from every conversation that has been held here, and to our dear taxpayers, we promise that every feedback taken will be turned into action for the betterment of the tax-paying experience. We look forward to addressing the various challenges that exist in the process of tax and customs administration and to improving our efficiency in trade facilitation to the betterment of not just our economy, but the economies that play together with us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure and humble duty to invite our Commissioner General, Mr. Humphrey Watanga, to officially talk to you and close this summit. CJ.
Yeah, if you wish to continue exploring designing and pursuing the implementation of next generation, cutting edge, compelling solutions that will power trade facilitation and domestic revenue mobilization in the digital age. You don't have to look east or west, just come back here to Nairobi, and working alongside KRA, we will work together to drive as a region, as a continent, to drive towards the next generation of tax administration. Distinguished panelists and discussants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to join you here once again as we conclude the 2024 KRA Summit. I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers and delegates who participated, and particularly to our global and regional partners who supported this important conference. We are indeed delighted and humbled by the tremendous turnout at this year's KRA Summit, which has clearly established itself as a landmark event for tax and customs administrations worldwide. Your presence here underscores the significance of this summit. This year's theme, Powering Trade Facilitation and Domestic Resource Mobilization in the Digital Age, has resonated throughout the discussions that we have had in the last 3 days. And during the sessions, many speakers emphasized the vital role of modern technology in enhancing tax and customs administration. It was equally clear that having the right legislative and policy frameworks in place is essential for success. This involves not only the formulation of new legislation, but also the review of existing frameworks to address rigidity and limitations. I sincerely thank the panelists for their insightful ideas and recommendations, and I appreciate the delegates for engaging with one another on these significant topics. We have acknowledged a range of recommendations regarding emerging trends in taxation, including creating borderless trade through leveraging modern technology as being key to addressing challenges like subjectivity in customs administration, inefficiencies, and corruption. The participants further highlighted that enhancing efficiency through technological advancements provides opportunity for continuous improvement in audit processes. It was noted that the success of trade facilitation across various corridors depends on countries collaborating in technological advancement and capacity building. We have also taken note that capacity building is essential in ensuring that all stakeholders are aligned in our efforts to create borderless trade, while establishing the right legislation frameworks that are fundamental to the success of borderless trade. Participants further highlighted the risks of using enforcement measures to enhance tax compliance, which can lead to hostility and, in fact, non-compliance. Tax administrations should therefore advocate for feedback mechanisms to build mutual trust and ease the tax-paying process. We also take note of the recommendation to leverage on artificial intelligence by establishing a robust infrastructure setup, which is necessary to maximize the benefits of AI, including sufficient data storage capacity and solutions for standardizing generated data. The discussions also agreed that the MSME sector has significant tax potential. We should therefore adopt a collaborative approach to enhance compliance by simplifying tax systems, such as utilizing USSD platforms to assist these businesses to uphold and enhance compliance. We have also taken note of your recommendation to consider prioritizing resource mobilization for sectors that have potential to mobilize more revenue. The example of most African countries investing more resources on transfer pricing and leaving out the digital economy is one timely example. We have also agreed with the panelists that engaging stakeholders is essential to foster transparency and inclusivity in policy-making process. The engagements ensure that tax policies are equitable and reflect the realities of those affected. Moreover, accountability in tax systems must be prioritized. Citizens deserve to know how their contributions are utilized and how they impact public services. As we conclude this summit, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that these recommendations will significantly enhance tax compliance and improve our tax administration. Let me once again thank you all for making this event a success and look forward to continued collaboration. I once again warmly invite you to take advantage of your presence here in Kenya and visit our beautiful, stunning sceneries, including our magnificent wildlife. Until next time, asante sana. Thank you.
Another big round of appreciation for Commissioner General and also Commissioner Dr. Mugambi for those wonderful closing remarks. Well, it's been quite an experience, and I know we all appreciate what we have had here. Yesterday, we did recognize more than 20 countries who have sent teams here from across Africa and beyond. But today, I met a lady from Dubai, and she said, you mentioned all other countries, but you didn't mention Dubai. I don't know that she's still here. Let's give Dubai a special recognition. A big round of applause for the team from Dubai. Also, we want to give special recognition to our, before we go to the closure, to our sponsors, among them IOTA, GIZ, Flexim Bank, Oxfam, among others. A big round of applause for them. Thank you so much for supporting us. We have had tech companies who have been showcasing their technology. If you have not managed to visit their booths after our closing prayer, kindly pass there as we go for our tea break, because we have amazing technology and solutions that are being showcased there by Bismarck Technologies, Nuktech, Cargosia, Space and Style, among others. A big round of applause for them also. Very well. Now I want to invite Carol Wambua to come and lead us in a closing word of prayer. And after that prayer, I will request our CG and the commissioners present to kindly come up on stage once again, because we want to call upon all the panelists who have graced this stage, and we're going to take one final group photo with them. After that photo, we are going to take another one with all members of the Summit Secretariat, the team that has been behind the event, and that will basically mark the end of our event. Karo, karibu sana.
Let's believe and pray. Our Father and our God, we want to thank you for this time that you have been with us. We look at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you have been with us. We came when our cup was empty and now it's overflowing. We want to thank you because you have been Ebenezer in our discussions. Thank you, Lord, because of our sponsor, oh dear Lord, KRA. We pray for KRA, oh dear Lord, that it will prosper. Thank you, Lord, because of all the deliberations that we have had. We pray that they are going to germinate and grow, and we are going to have fruits, oh dear Lord, in revenue mobilization and trade facilitation. Father, we commit all the deliberations that we have had to you, that they will not die, but they will grow for the benefit of this nation. Thank you for each one of us. Thank you for the countries represented, the organizations represented, descended. Father, we pray that you are going to help us, oh God, improve on our revenue collection, improve on our collaboration and connectivity. We want to thank you, we want to honor you. And we pray, dear Lord, for Kra Summit 2025. Oh God, we plan, but you are the one who execute. May you bring this to fruition for the honor and glory of your name. We love you, we honor you. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we pray and believe. Amen, amen. Thank you.
Amen, indeed. Caro, it's okay to clap for her for leading us in that word of prayer. Now I want to kindly request our Commissioner General and our Commissioner, all our chief guests, just come up here. And then I want to call upon every distinguished guest who has been on this stage as a panelist, kindly come forward. We want to take one group photo so that we can remember the amazing contribution that you have made in this summit. As many as are present, kindly step forward. The rest of us, we could just appreciate them as they come. Just give them a round of applause, encourage them. Some of them are very good. Camera crew, kindly help us to organize that team. It's a big team. How you want to make sure they fit into one photo. Yeah, 2 lines would be better. Where are the ladies? We had quite a number of ladies on that stage. Very good. Now you look at the camera, and for every question I ask you, you say yes. Are you happy? Was the summit good? Were ideas great? Did you make friends? Did you generate more ideas? Are you brighter than you were? Thank you. I'm sure you have a smiling photo. Very good. Now, members of the Secretariat, Summit Secretariat, come forth. Everyone who has played a role, led by Deputy Commissioner Grace Wandera and the entire team, kindly come forth. Let's also come and take a photo. Very good. Secretariat, even the ones who are outside, kazi imekwisha, sasa mrudi ofisi. Kazi ya hoteli imekwisha. Amazing. These guys have been behind the whole summit. Let's appreciate them for the work they have done. They have done a lot of work behind the scenes. Where is Wageni? Wageni and I are the only people who have been very visible because we are noisemakers. Wamba, where is Wamba? Very good. Sasa mjipange. If you are very tall, don't be behind the short people. They'll cover you. I'm saying, yes, if you are very tall, like Alan, don't stand behind. Let's balance that photo. Don't stand on the screen, tafadhali. Very good. Is Wamba here? Wamba? Good. So, Secretary. So Secretariat, are you happy? Yes. Did you do a good job? Yes. Did you like the summit? Yes. Are you looking forward to going to the office? Yes. Are you longing for next year's summit? Yes. Are you ready for it? Yes. Do you want these guests to come next year again? Yes. Absolutely yes. We maswali zimeisha, maliza picha. One more. Okay. Alan, labda umuinue juu. Yes. Is Alan tall? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the KRA Summit 2024. Refreshments are served outside in the usual place, so let's go interact with as many people as you can, get their contacts, and every person you meet, tell them Asante Sana, tell them it was a pleasure to be here together with them for the last 3 days. But from us here, from the Secretariat and from the team in KRA, it's adios, amigos, hasta la vista, asanteni sana. Till next year, it's a wrap.
I am optimistic that by the end of this 3-day forum, we will capture key insights to build a resilient and progressive system for enhancing trade facilitation and domestic revenue mobilization.
Trade facilitation is no longer confined to physical borders, and resource mobilization now requires innovative, data-driven approaches that ensures fairness, transparency, and efficiency.
The role of technology in domestic revenue mobilization cannot be overstated. Embracing technology is essential for addressing the modern age challenges our tax administrations face.
Open dialogue and collaboration among these stakeholders fosters trust and a deeper understanding in dealing with emerging challenges and opportunities.